awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside.
When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line down when I run, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a way but turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Guess we're gonna burn up. On a ghetto spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Word of mouth, only for seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I gotta show that. We don't got no cry. We barely fight as one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still with the red.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
down.
pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a way but turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Guess we're stranger to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, dark and light. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time. what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve's. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while third place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
sweat and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars align. We don't gotta fear blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Every day, put in work. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes.
Become a pro player? How hard did that take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversity, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
우리는 우리 앞을 가로막는 누구든지 물리칠 준비가 되어 있습니다.
We are ready to defeat anyone that stands in our way.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
並んで運命を形作る道を歩む。
It's time to walk the path of honor.
Welcome to our final day of the weekend. It is going to be wrapping up of some unfinished business here. It is your favorite kind of tofu, kindofu, and with me, the man that ends games in a flash, it is Dash.
Yeah, again, everybody, this is the last day of Survival Week. Everything lays down on this. Honestly, there's a lot of things that we have to lay out first because this is going to be the last game of Nongshim and SCARZ. And also on the other end, Group A, there's going to be a lot of matches here. But before that, everybody, $50,000 prize pool for everybody, 10,000 US dollar for the champion. And you can see everybody here, 8,500, 7,000, 6,500, and 6,000. Everybody will get a share of this prize pool.
Yep, minimally 6,000 USD for all the participants here. But of course, they're looking to take the lion's share, and that is the 10,000 USD prize. Now, in Group S, we have Nongshim all the way at the top, 3-0. I don't think anything is going to change today. But for Group A, there might be a chance that some things could be shaken up. With R8 still at the top, they'll be playing Crazy Raccoons and Venomous today. Those games are so important for all the teams competing.
This is the games are going to be interesting today, because especially for Group A, R8, again, you remember yesterday they played a lot of games, and today you can see it. They're going to be playing 2 games again, against Crazy Raccoons and again against Venomous. So this is going to be a challenging day, but match 2, we will have Nongshim versus SCARZ.
Yep, this is going to be an interesting one. I mean, SCARZ, have they learned quick enough? And once again, Nongshim has been playing against SCARZ for so many times, so many iterations, and Nongshim has always edged it out. So maybe today, SCARZ will have a different result. We'll wait to see.
Yeah, we'll see if they'll have a better chance here, because they have been challenged a lot by SCARZ. And the first time that we've seen them during ranking week, it was a nice performance there from SCARZ. But again, let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon first before we go to anything else. Crazy Raccoon, the team that made Vicious shake in their boots, and yesterday was able to give R8 one loss in their games. The CR Nation, Kai, Ko, Fengshen, Kuro, and Undertaker, these guys have a chance here of actually turning things around against R8.
Yep, this is a big moment for the other squads coming in from the JPKR region. Very close contenders with Nongshim all the way since last year as well. So I'm looking for an improved performance this year for Crazy Raccoon. So let's see what else they can do and maybe pull out a win, because if they win, it could really change, the positioning of Group A, but also give them a chance to come in.
Yeah, they have a chance here, but again, let's take a look at the other team first. They are going to be R8 Esports.
R8 to infinity and beyond. Abdul, BX, Xenon, Rio, Ichi, and Mijoj. These 5 members have been doing it so far for R8 Esports. Now today is a monumental day for them. If they can win all of their games, they are guaranteed to be at the top of Group A.
Yeah, one thing that I'm really worried about is that I hope they aren't as tired today, because yesterday we can see Abdo just trying to get a nap in before they went into the fight. At least now they're all smiles, because yesterday they had 3 games and now they're going to have 2 games again. So it's a challenging day.
Yep. Now bear in mind, this is a best of 5 series, and Abdo is already putting his head on the table. No, this is the recharge position for Abdo, right? This is where he gets his strength from.
Yeah, actually, that's the reason why. And while we're talking about it, Abdul, let's take a look at his stats together with Kai, with 72 kills and 50 on the other side for Kai. But again, they're quite close here. Just the difference is the biggest one is the team fight participation that they have.
Yeah, I mean, Abdul, I think he has been more consistent in finding those big catchers in team fights, right? I think that's the main difference maker between the two. Kai is more reserved in the way that he plays, but he's also effective in that clash lane as well. So today, it is going to be quite reliant on the performance of both of these players. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, I want to see how they were able to get that one win against R8 Esports yesterday, maybe they could make use of that formula to get those wins against R8. Because honestly, the biggest chance that they could shake up the rankings here is if they get a 3-0 against R8 Esports. That could change things up here in Group A.
Yeah, definitely. It would even open up the possibility that both Vicious and Crazy Raccoon may be able to fight it out to, wrestle that #1 spot in the Group A standings.
Yeah, they might even be able to topple Vicious if that happens here. So Crazy Raccoons, they should be perfection today. They should be flawless on their execution, even in this first battlefield drafting that they're gonna have.
All right, so let's go. Game #1 in a best of 5 series. The Liang Band comes through for the side of R8. Gonna start with, I think they don't want to deal with the jungle meta heroes just yet in this series.
Yeah, and I think Liang is just really hard to deal with against this. And the respect from Crazy Raccoons and that Xing, again, I think this is going to be a classic here in Group A that they're going to be banning Xing every time for BX because he's just good whenever he gets a hold of it.
Yeah, we have seen teams, even Vicious yesterday, right? They gave it a try against BX's Xing. And look, it is no easy task, right? It's a tall mountain to climb. Now, R8, they're going to start off their picks with the Mai Shiranui. Xenon, perfect performance yesterday. Let's see if this continues again.
Yeah, we've seen this from against Venomous yesterday. It is a perfect performance from Xenon, and I would love to see that again. I'll pay for whatever they're gonna do here for the side of R8 as long as they get to play Mai Shiranui again. But Yixing and Arlie gonna get picked up and prioritized by Crazy Raccoon, not letting that go.
Okay, so this is a good start, right, for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Also tells us they are looking to win this series if they lock in the picks, and they do. So Arlie and Yixing, both very meta picks at this point. They have their own strengths, but R8 not letting down. They're taking the secure as well.
Yeah, I love that. Having an Yixing, just gonna be locking down Mai Shiranui, but remember, R8 really loves picking the D-Renje and together with Secure just for them to have that extra pushing power here for the side of R8, and I respect that. Getting that out of game 1 is already good.
Oh, that was close.
Nice deny.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, I was thinking of it too, like, hey, the Agudo looks really good for the R8 lineup, right? So why not take it away from them, amplify the striking power on the side of Kuro for this Arlie as well, and he pairs really well with the Yixing.
Oh yeah, that's really good. And they have a lot of zoning potential here with all of their AoEs from their side, so this is already good. Really gearing up to that victory and also making sure that Arlie is in a safe place.
Yeah, now Crazy Raccoon's lineup, they're pretty afraid of crowd control, right? So taking away the idea, taking away the Menki, these are all big heroes that will do quite a number onto the lineup of Crazy Raccoons. And also one more weakness, big burst damage, which hopefully for the side of R8, this Mai being played by Xenon will be able to hit those markers early in the game.
I was thinking about that. I was thinking about the Pei pick here for R8 if they want to move around, especially against that Yixing. Pei could have been very good here together with a Byron or Mayin. So picking that out for the side of Crazy Raccoon, really nice start here.
Yeah, because it's also something that can really chase down the Arlie, right? It's one of the most mobile junglers out there. I mean, now there's still options like the Luna that BX definitely can explore. But let's see, R8, at this point, they have decent heals. They have a bit of burst damage coming in from the Mai Shiranui. I'm curious to see whether they want to complement this or do they want to try a different... Oh, okay, they will go in for the Hanxing, another BX special coming out.
Yeah, remember, yesterday they also picked that out for R8. Are they going to go for the Lubang for... Yeah, they're going to go for the Lubang just for the combo with the Battlefield command, making it easier to just get in there. And having a Mai Shiranui and a Secure, you also have 2 other targets that you can use the Battlefield command to engage.
Yeah, look, this is a very scary lineup because R8 have very great chase down as well. So... Kuro on this Arlie might not have a very good time. It will come down to Kai on this Mayin to see if they can match the pressure coming in. If Kai can jump into the backlines on the side of R8, it could cause a lot of problems because the burst damage from Mayin will be able to deal with D-Renje as well as Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, and they need a lot of protect here for the side of Crazy Raccoons, and I love that they also picked out Zhang Fei just for them to get that extra stun if ever R8 comes in explosively, because they have a lot of movement here, so that's exactly what we're gonna expect. We're probably gonna see Ryoichi just hanging around in the backline while all of them are gonna be engaging.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is quite a close draft, right? Both teams looking for very specific situations, right? R8, I think they want to try and focus on to protecting the jungle on the side of BX as well. If they can't, then it would be the reverse. Well, let's make life a little bit more difficult for Cole on this Agudo.
Yeah, I hope they have the crowd controls that they need here to protect Crazy Raccoon, because it's going to be hard here if Agudo gets ganked or invaded every time by that Hanshin. So that's going to be the challenge here for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, Kuro is going to be their investment here for the late game, but they have to protect Agudo for that early game.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of priority going into the mid lane as well. Xenon needs quite a bit of help. He needs the farm to be able to be effective against the lineup of Crazy Raccoons. And if you talk about like the life bars on the side of Crazy Raccoon, Zhang Fei not that easy to take out in the picture. And Mayin as well as Agudo, they should be able to survive the burst potential of Xenon if it's equal levels, equal farm.
I also like the fact that they have an Yixing here, because most of the time you build a lot of health on Yixing. So he has like 2 or 3, or rather another chance if ever he pops his passive because of his high HP. So with this, again, everybody, thank you very much to EWC. This thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Yeah, and now all the teams are looking to be at the top, and they're going to try and do so with our Realme 14 series. Now, all the players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G. This is built for performance, made for gaming. Smooth, cool, and reliable, just as the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, this is what I like about the secure. Look at the bot lane though. Mijoj could be dangerous here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They're going to be jumping out with a Maple Dance. The timing on that knockup was perfect in order for them to get that kill.
They knew exactly where Kuro was going to be. And first blood of all the people to give it to, they give it to Xenon. So he's going to be amplified in the growth, not just in farm, but EXP as well. That's going to hurt Crazy Raccoons quite a bit.
Kuro had the right idea, using the Maple Dance, letting it circle, letting the Parasol circle around, but the knockup, he wasn't able to click it, which is a good thing here, a good thing that we've seen here from R8. But right now, they're gonna try to go and maybe steal something, but not gonna happen.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoons is very important right now that they secure all of their camps. They cannot allow more steals, right? The fact that you gave away a first blood is already not ideal, and they need quite a bit of farm. You need farm on Ko, you need farm on Kuro, and you don't want to be slowed down.
Yeah, we should be starting this. I think Ko really needs to get that farm as long as he can, because if ever BX would be given the chance to get that advantage against him, it's not going to be a good spot to be in.
Okay, top side is where they will try.
Ooh, top side goes in, gets the dropkick, has the battlefield command, but won't be able to get the kill. And Crazy Raccoon starts up explosively, but no! The World is My Board wasn't able to get the hit on Xenon. He went into it, but Function could be the next target. He's going to be chasing him down, taking liberties, still not in cooldown. Kacho Sen is not going to hit. They have the passive pop, and taking liberties to turn the fight around to get this in favor of Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, that was so clutch. Function actually doing well now, securing both the buffs for himself. This is one of the strengths of having an Yixing, right? The moment you still have your maintaining initiatives, which is your passive, you have that extra last hit available. It saves your life, can change the entire situation. If Function had died there, I think R8 would have been in a pretty good lead at this point.
Yeah, and Xenon just being on top of everything, being on top of most fights is something that we do expect here from this Maisha and we pick, because you really want to get as much skills, as much of everything to your teammates, just so they could be, Function, taking liberties. Good thing Mijoj was able to dodge it.
Yeah, he needs to be very careful now. Now Xenon, the lead that he has gotten.
Yep.
Oh, hang on.
Doesn't have the passive. Battlefield command is going to get used to get the stun lock, and they will be pushed out. Look at this. Apto is going to die, which is a good thing here for their side. Still got the trade, which is good.
Okay, so they balance out the deficits. Now Xenon's still at 4, Function already at 5, so he buys a little bit of time for himself. But this farm lane, so far, Kuro, I think he has recovered well. 2.1 thousand, just shy by 200 gold.
Real order. Drops away, but still gonna be safe. Good thing Kuro just went away there.
Yep, and if you take a look at it, oh, hang on. Mijoj, he's out of mana.
Yes, and also here goes in. Mijoj doesn't have mana, as you said. Use the flash to go to safety, but R8, they are just gonna be running away. Nice try.
Yep, they're gonna pull them back, right? And this whole situation creates quite a lot of space. BX actually just makes it out, but look at the damage. This is one of the strengths of Ko here on this Agudo.
Yeah, the damage from this early game, he will be zoning out BX most of the time. And the extra stats that you get, especially with the wild growth, is really, really good. And looking at it, I think R8 is not going to be contesting this because look at where BX is. He's on the top side.
Yep, also use a smite, right? So I don't think they want to go for it. They want to go for the kills Kaido.
Yeah, BX, okay, goes in for Kai. Oh, 1 HP! He stayed alive with a sliver of health.
Yep, the pixel health. This is so close-knit for the side of Crazy Raccoons, right? They have expanded quite a bit. BX does not have his unrivaled spear at this point. He needs it to be able to fight against Cole because he does have quite a bit of CC.
Yeah, no dab. Look at this. They're trying to go for this Crimson buff. They're trying to challenge it. Crazy Raccoon. Zoning out Abdo. World's my board. Not going to hit him. Good thing. They have the flash to go away.
Yep, I think that's a smart use of the ultimate from the side of function, right? You definitely want to secure the buffs. Now, Crimson buff onto Cole is going to amplify his damage by quite a lot. Although he is a level behind BX, the critics and the basic attacks will be quite useful for the side of Cole.
On top of it, 1v3. This is not good. Battlefield Command going to get used. Gets the stun, and he's dead. Kuro had nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's a great start. They take the T1 as well, and the map is pretty much blue at this point for the next few seconds.
It's going to be in the advantage of R8 again. 2 towers down on their side. It's good. Look at this fight. Drops a dropkick BX. Just going to be running away after dealing half HP of Kai.
Yep, R8, they just know where to extract value around the map, right? 17,000 in gold, about close to 2,000 ahead. It hasn't really translated into very big items just yet, but you can start to see Mijoju on a nice stun.
Nice knock-up. Just showing his presence here in the bot lane. Just pushes back a lot of members of Crazy Raccoon just because they know that Mijoju's around. We can't really go in for the kill. Xenon gets knocked up. Not a good spot to be in, but it's a Maestro Inui. He's going to get away anytime soon. You have the Battlefield Command Adapto, but he's not going to be using it just because he's trapped.
Yep, not enough life. There is quite a lot of burst damage coming out from Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, Mijoju, look at what he's trying. He's going to be dead just because of what he did there. A bit too aggressive in that push.
I mean, he's trying to buy time, but is it enough? It's Agudo. Cole is able to take towers like candy.
Yeah, one thing that is good about that is that they were able to get the tower T2 top side, so it's a good thing, but the mid lane being open just opens up a bit of their jungle here for the side of RA.
Yeah, okay, but BX also stole the Crimson buff, so I think that's a double whammy, right? So at this point, even though in terms of kills, Crazy Raccoons are up, but R8 seem to play the map a little better. They're making better decisions as usual, seemingly from yesterday as well. And right now, they're still in front.
Yeah, interestingly enough, every time I see BX, he's always like 2 levels ahead against the other jungler. And it's always happening. It's like their formula here for the side of R8. Now they're starting. Gonna go with a jump. They got the stun on one via reach 8, backing away. But for now, they're still not gonna find any kills here for Crazy Raccoon.
It's a bit unfortunate. Undertaker actually expended the Unbridled Outburst. Now, BX, he will catch eyes onto 3 different members of Crazy Raccoons, but there's nothing much they can do here. Now, without the ultimate on the Zhang Fei for Undertaker, this is a no contest. It's given to R8 for sure.
It's gonna be for them. This is gonna be free. No contest here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. It's looking like R8 is just happy with that, but look at this. Backlines though. Kai goes in with a dropkick, gets some damage. Oh no, wasn't able to hit Xenon. That's why he was killed here inside.
They're still actually able to handle Xenon for quite a bit, so that's a strength on the side of Crazy Raccoons, but they need to do more. This T2, if they can take it, it will be wonderful, and it looks like that is going to be the case.
It's going to fall down. That's the T2 mid lane. That's a big one for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Even though the side lanes are taken off from the side of Raccoons, I think it's still good because they have the mid lane down.
Yep. The only thing is, look, the movement by Crazy Raccoons will be a little bit more predictable because there is only one open lane. And at this point, the side lane push coming in from R8 seems to be a little bit more effective. While both teams can enter the jungles, I think it's safer for the side of R8, who can be a bit more aggressive coming in.
Yeah, much safer. For now, from what we're seeing here, go for the knockup, gets the knockup, won't be able to get any steals here. BX is just gonna get away with some stealing on their jungle.
Yeah, look, Hanxing is one of the hardest junglers to catch. Most assassins in this game are very slippery. Hanxing is one of the more slippery ones, right? Even though you have the Gorge mobilization, where they drop the Furball down, he has his Unrivaled Spear, he's CC immune. And look, all of a sudden, he was just at the bottom a couple seconds ago. He's at the top now, split pushing.
Yeah, gonna go for it. Gonna go for the push, but they're chasing. Crazy Raccoon playing a death ball. Have a lot of people here. A lot of arms at the ready, but they're not gonna be able to chase BX at this point. Goes in, taking liberties. Got the hit on Ruichi. Has some time. They have the knock up though. Gorge mobilization has been used to get the stun, but they are gonna get knocked up onto the backline. Gets it for the flash, and look at Zenon. Tries to go, but he's not gonna be successful. They have 3 people down. They still have 3 on the side of R8. They're gonna go for the chase down Ko. Gonna be their primary target here, but Kuro just gonna run out.
And they still have a lot of firepower. Kuro needs to be really careful. BX can have the ability to really just one-shot him at this point. So Crazy Raccoons, they will do well for themselves to hold and be patient.
Yeah, they have to be very careful here. R8 just gonna be okay with taking the T1. Look at the items here. 3 items already. 8.3k for BX.
Yep, already has the Eternity Blade, Axe of Torment, Master Sword as well. Extra hits after every use of a skill, and he is just killing it. Should get the Rapacious Bite in a couple of minutes as well.
Yeah, look at how patient they're playing this on the side of R8. Even though they got more advantage, they are respecting the fact that Crazy Raccoon could still kill them anytime. So with that, they're just going to be taking the Tyrant, making sure that they have the advantage for the next fight.
Yep, and this is one of the benefits of the draft on the side of R8, right? They have a lot of burst damage available, and right now they can't really contain fights. So Crazy Raccoon, they have to fight 4v5, all the while Abdul is just split pushing them to death.
Yeah, they have a lot of space here for R8 to work around with. That's why they're trying to pull attention here from Crazy Raccoon. They want Crazy Raccoon to react to where they're going because they have been playing together all the time, and now they're on the Overlord. They're gonna get the vision here, so they will know where Majoj is, and they have 5 people at the ready. The cavalry, everybody is ready to go and fight against R8.
Yep, it's definitely a bait at this point. They're just pulling the members on the side of Crazy Raccoons out for a moment, right? They really just want to play a map. The waves will start crashing in, and the moment it happens, look, a little bit of space. They're just baiting them in.
They're waiting for him to fight. Look at the backline though. They have Zenon already in that space in order for them to take the fight here. And they are actually, as you said, they're pulling their attention. They want Crazy Raccoon to take the fight. Majoj has been seen. Lay down some pieces there against him, and now they have an idea on where he is, but they're trying to move around here on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yep, Kai needs to be very careful about when he shows on the map, because every time he shows, here we go.
Liberties has been used. He had the flashback line though. Kuro is gonna be the target, gets killed, and Abdo is there to go for the support, and Abdo takes some damage, tries to run away, but for now Zenon has space onto the back line, might go for function, but ooh, he's not going to continue. They're just going to back off. R8 still in a prime spot to take that Overlord.
Yep, step by step, right? So that play itself, number 1, got them a kill on the Kuro, so there's a lot less attacking damage coming out from the side of Crazy Raccoons. They also take away the Crimson buff into the hands of BX, so right now they are in full fighting form.
Oh yeah, they're going to be pushing this tower. No contest here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. R8 still just going to be looking to maybe pull some attention. World is My Board going to be used. Force the flash away, but remember, Overlord's being taken while this is happening.
Yep, so they actually buy quite a bit of time for themselves, so it doesn't matter whether Ryoichi actually commits the flash at this point. They can slowly delay. They have 120 seconds on the cooldown on that flash. They don't mind. 120 seconds is short time for them.
Yeah. It's 2 minutes that they have to wait for them, but they have the Overlord, so it's okay. They can buy the time and maybe pull some attention again. Crazy Raccoon need to find a play. They need to start a fight somewhere because right now it's a 3k gold lead. It's still not a sizable lead and not very big to have that big item disadvantage. So they can start a fight anytime, but R8 so far not giving them the chance to.
Very patient. In fact, you can tell all of the players on the side of R8, they're actually looking at the position of the Crazy Raccoon players. So whenever they're not in vision, they don't actually go and push the lanes and go for attacks, right? They're waiting for the relevant people to show. And when they see a numbers advantage, you know BX is going to start chasing Kuro down.
Yeah, looking at what's happening, Abdo doing the right job here, just side pushing and get the battlefield command if BX wants to go and maybe pull some attention on him. I think Kuro should be the best attention that you have to pull here in this fight, and he's just running. He's just baiting Kuro to take the fight so that they can start the battle here right on the top side.
Yeah, they have to be really careful about the way they deal with Abdo as well, right? Pick up Battlefield Command.
Oh no, they forced the Battlefield Command. That's good. Kuro, nice bait. I think that's a good start here for their side, though. They're not going to be able to push his tower. World is my board. Yoichi doesn't have the flash, remember, so this is not good. He might die in action, and that's good for their side, though. They lost one member, and they had to back off. A bit too aggressive here for Kuro, but they still have more members here on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, lapse of concentration there from the side of R8. The moment the Battlefield Command was... I don't think Ryoichi should have been too aggressive with his movement at this point. But Abdo gets caught.
Ooh, had to force the flash. That's good. Crazy Raccoon now has initiative here to go. Kai having a 1v1. I think he's going to be dying. He's taking a lot of spear shots here. Oh, wow, no! BX takes him down and also a T3 on the top side. That's a big win.
Why? Why would he make that decision? That's crazy on the side of Kai here. Crazy Raccoons, they need to now stem the bleeding. There is an open wound on the top. T3 down.
Yeah, they can go for this bottom side now, or maybe just put Abdo on the top side and make sure that they have attentions pulled to the bottom side of the map so that they would be able to push that opening.
Yeah, definitely. They have about a minute before that Shadow Overlord comes to life once again. BX, I don't think this is the best time to try for a steal here. There's 4 different members.
He's actually just pulling attention here. Look at the push in the bot lane. They're slow pushing that wave in the bot side so that they can get into the Tyrant. So that is a good attention puller because they thought that they're not going to take the Tyrant. BX is here around us, but Yoichi is already on point.
So it gives them 2 strengths, right? Number 1 gives them the Tyrant buff. They're able to fight a little bit more aggressively with the Chain Lightnings, but also deters Crazy Raccoon from trying for that Shadow Overlord as well. Right now, base is under threat. They need to fix the waves.
Yeah, Yoichi being here in the bot side. What was that damage? That's half HP though. That's just one Kacho Sen.
I mean, it's a mine.
Oh my, that's too much damage. I was surprised there. I think one flash from Zenon could actually kill Kuro here, so he has to be careful in his positioning.
Yep. At the same time, look, Ryoichi has flash as well. They can come in, Kai.
Look at the damage from BX. They have the World is my board. Go into the backline, though. Zenon a bit too aggressive there, but at least they got the kill on Kai, and maybe this T3 on the mid lane and bot lane. That's 2 wins for their side.
Okay, so they make a positive trade here. T3s are all down as a Baron base for the side of Crazy Raccoons. The Shadow Overlord is still open for the taking, so R8 in a prime position to be able to walk this game down.
Code looking to get that Overlord. He has a position here. 25 seconds. Tyrant is still here. I mean, Joe's just going to be checking the brushes. They know that Ko is around. Kuro going in. That's the position. Look at this. Battlefield Command at the ready. They're going to go in. Kuro, ooh, he's going to be the target. Good thing they had that unbridled outburst. They're going to go back away. Mission failed here for R8.
Yep, I think they were looking for Kuro, but Ko was the closest target, so they had to jump on him.
Yeah, and also a bit too early in the Battlefield Command. He had only like 2 seconds to get that stun in, so he wasn't ready for that. But now, because of that, Overlord's going to be taken, so almost good enough because they are still the ones who got the objective.
Okay, so Crazy Raccoon, look, there is still this little ray of hope. It's 17 minutes. If they can hold on for 3 more minutes, we will reach the Tempest game. And with the Tempest Dragon, it really and truly puts you in a 50-50.
Yeah, that's it. Kuro is reaching critical mass at this point. He does have a lot of items, so he's going to be very scary. So they have to put all their eyes on that Kuro. Because right now, I think Zenon does. He has him pinpointed every time, but they still should be scared. Kuro should not stay alive in a big fight.
Yep, look, Kuro already has a Sun Chaser. At the same time, also has Frenzy off cooldown. So he is going to be looking for his prime target.
Has advantage though, BX. Oh, be very careful to go in. Battlefield Command gonna get used. Gets a stun in the back line! What a great setup from Zenon, but no kills are gonna be happening on their side. Kuro still alive. Abdo gonna be their next target. That's gonna be 2 kills for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They're gonna go for the chase down. They want the right targets, but for now, that's a win. They bought themselves some time here, but Kuro gonna be the target again. Gets enough. It's a perfect kill, and that is a passive pop. They have a lot of people alive still, and BX looking for more, looking for the challenge. Sage's Sanctuary is gonna be used, and that is more plays coming from BX. Going out, going in. He's still not done. Yoichi having a 1v1. He gets the kill on 1. They have a tank member. Sage's Sanctuary is going to get used. The last roamer still alive here, and that's going to be the last one. Quadra kill. What a play from BX to end the game.
Oh my goodness, they end the game with an ace. R8 on fire, even from yesterday. This quality will not stop.
What a play there from BX. Remember, they started that fight on a 3v5. And BX was just dancing around the battlefield while that's happening, while Yoichi was just free to hit everyone.
Yeah, look, Crazy Raccoons, I don't think they're defeated by this, but they're kind of going back into problem-solving mode, right? Okay, so the draft was decent. They did use quite a lot of big picks, like the Argudo, the Arlie, even the Zhang Fei as well. Didn't really work out, right? Because I think Kuro was kind of boxed in. There was no one else to be able to kind of lock the Hansheng down. So R8 actually had a lot of freedom.
Yeah, they had a lot of challenge that they have to tackle here, and assassins are always going to be a problem for those marksmen because they're the easiest target, especially if they have that easy access dash onto the back line, which is why BX was such a threat here for Kuro, which is why he's also so afraid to move forward. He needs to look at two people. He has Xenon, then he has BX.
Yeah, at the same time, Function, playing the Yixing, I think he did well enough to be able to lock them with the boards. But the problem was BX's Hansing because he was rarely caught in the board. And while they were trying to burst people down on the side of R8, inside the board, the backlines were suffering quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
Both Xenon and BX were just having the time of their lives. And Xenon, once again, very happy to throw his life, but he got an insane amount of damage onto the lineup on the side of Crazy Raccoons. That last Kachosen, the full combination of the Mai Shiranui hurt them so much.
Yeah, that put them on like 140 HP after that combo to the backline. He got 3 people. That was big. But they weren't able to get the kill, but they bought themselves some time to at least reset here for the side of R8, which is a good thing. But again, being a threat here, 16k and 14k on Roichi. I mean, it's not really that sizable lead. It's not really that big. But Crazy Raccoon actually played well this game.
Yep, I mean, maybe that slight difference of gold gave them the advantage to be able to buy the Sage's Sanctuaries, right? That was really what saved the game for the side of R8, pushed them over the edge here. But the damage, I'm pretty sure, would be insane. Real Ichi, 124,000 damage, along with BX and Xenon, that both of them hitting over 90,000. That's a lot. That's almost 300,000 damage in total for 3 members.
That is really scary here for this side though. At least now you can see also Crazy Raccoon's not even a slack here. Function getting like 111. That's a good sign. He did a lot of good boards. The only problem is because of the lineup, it's so hard to make effective because everybody could just run away.
Yeah, R8 actually bringing back the Liu Bang. We didn't really see too many Liu Bangs going into ranking week, but now in survival week, you see the strength of having so much control over the map, right? Having so much control over the rotations as well. Look, BX is already like having a free teleportation machine with his skill set, able to traverse through different lanes really quickly. And then you have Abdul backing him up with the Battlefield Command as well.
Yeah, and who's gonna be MVP? It's for sure gonna be BX again. This guy, since yesterday, has been farming the MVPs, everyone. He has every MVP on R8 wins.
He's the farm lane IRL, right? In real life, he's farming it. So he's farming MVPs. I mean, he was doing so well. And I'm pretty sure you will start to see a lot more Hanshings coming out, at least in the major Esports League.
Yeah, at least now you can definitely see that BX is the star of the show here for the team. But remember, it's not only him being the gear here towards their win. Everybody has been playing their part pretty well. Xenon, Abdo, and even Robichi, and even Mijoja. Everybody has been playing a good part here, playing the good fight. And as we said yesterday, whoever has the guts to do things for the cause always works out.
Yeah, exactly. You need like determination for it. You need to be keen and calculated about your moves as well, right? And moments of brilliance coming in from the side of Crazy Raccoons, but they need more because it is R8 we're talking about here. This is a team that has a vast amount of experience coming into the international stage, playing against teams that have performed on an international level. So they need to be able to match up with the pacing that R8 have given. At the same time, they need to find a solution for BX. BX is too much of a problem.
Yeah, P is a problem. They tried to go for those bans on the Hanshin, but you can only ban so much against R8 though. I mean, you can be banning the Jing, you can be banning some of the assassins that he does have, but he's gonna come out stronger with some other picks that he has on his pool.
Yeah, I'm just worried about how the rest of the draft will go because look, R8, while they're not known to have those tank jungle metas like the Algren and the Don as well, you don't have an Argudo to deal with it anymore. Argudo is actually one of the best answers to an Algren in this current patch and current meta. They have kind of used it against a Hansing. It's quite hard to catch a Hansing in the first place, so I'm wondering if this is going to come back and bite Crazy Raccoon's bag?
That's honestly a good question, though. I hope they have a chance here because BX also plays a mean Ogren. Yesterday, the last game that we had, he played an Ogren, and he was really strong again that game. Even got the MVP. So he's still scary even in those tanks. But again, before we see the scary BX again, let's take a break. Everybody, see you guys in just a bit.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive.
Welcome back. It is time for the second game of the series here with Crazy Raccoons trying to take one game back. It is R8 with one game in the lead, 1-0. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me, the man that ends games in a flash, it is Dash. How do you feel about game number 2?
Yeah, game number 2 would be much of a challenge here. As we were talking about, I think Agudo is such a big pick here for their side on the side of Crazy Raccoon and losing it together with an Arlie too. They had a lot of big picks here on this first game, and losing those, it's not going to be looking good for the next games moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, all 5 picks were actually quite big.
Yeah.
These are all heroes that definitely can make a difference in the match itself. R8, similarly, I don't think they overcommitted. I mean, you have taken out Sakira, Mai, and even Liu Bang as well. But of course, you know, it tests your hero pool. This global ban pick format, for those of you that are uninitiated, it means that you only get to pick a hero once in the entire series as long as it is a best of 5 and below. So right now, Crazy Raccoons, they're going to jump back onto the blue side. R8 coming back into the red side.
This is still going to be a big challenge for them, right? Because they have to look at how they are going to be tackling the next drafts that we have. Because with what we've seen, and also most of the games that we've seen are also all R8. But with Crazy Raccoon, they still do have a lot of things in their belt. I think Ko really loves playing the Dun. Ko really loves playing not really a lot of assassins on his belt. So this could be a big challenge. But I remember there's one time that he played the Jing, and it actually worked out.
Yeah, so we'll see, right? End of the day, look, Crazy Raccoons, they have their fate in their hands. They can make a difference. All they have to do is to try and take a win against R8. They did manage to take one game yesterday, if I'm not wrong, in the series against R8. So, look, they can look to repeat that performance, but it requires clean execution, and that's a good start. They take out the Jing.
Yeah, Jing getting banned again. This is good. At least they really know what R8 is capable of whenever that's available. But now they're going to be banning the Meister and Nui. I think this is always a step here for R8. After getting a hold of an Arlie, for example, getting a hold of a Mai, they're going to be banning it so that the other side won't be able to pick it. Arlie was available this game, so Crazy Raccoon banned it out so that Ruichi won't be allowed to play it.
Okay, so this is definitely going to be a first pick Lung. Let's see if R8 allow that pick, if they don't ban him out here. I think there are solutions to a Lung, and we've seen a variety of out from R8, but I think R8 might want to prioritize their clash lane first. Give Abdul something, and no, Crazy Raccoon saying, we don't want the Lung, we want the Dharma.
Yeah, going for that Dharma. I think R8 could actually go for that Lung for themselves. From what we've seen so far, right? People really love playing a Chano against Long. So that is usually the answer, just because he doesn't have a lot of AoEs to take down the wolves. So it is something that they could have in mind here. But BX, oh man, being allowed to play Pei, maybe Mayin and Byron, just a couple of the win.
Oh, when the tiger is hungry, the tiger eats. And that's a very scary notion here. BX really proficient based on what we've seen so far on all the assassin-based heroes. And to be paired up with an Yixing. Look, Xenon was phenomenal yesterday. He's even cleaner today with the Mai. And with an Yixing, I think it's easier to play.
Yeah, it's easier. There's a lot more easier setups, and he could actually pave the way for that Pei to work things out. I think Diadia is a good pick here. I mean, always, just because of that easy access to that lockdown, 1 second lockdown from the Bitter Farewell, and the healing that you could have, and the Chano getting picked preemptively, so that if R8 picks Lung, they're not gonna have the greatest day.
Yep, I like the fact that you pointed it out, right? So one more thing that really does wonders for the side of Crazy Raccoons on Undertaker for this idea is the fact that with the Bitter Farewell, she's able to kind of lock down BX if he goes a bit too far forward. So that's a situation that R8 has to be careful about. But Crazy Raccoon with Chano, do you think they'll pick up the Lung on the side of R8?
They won't. I hope they won't. They don't need to pick up the Lung here for the side of R8. They can save that for next game, because later on this channel wouldn't be available, so they could save it for the winters. Right now it's not the winter. You can still have a lot of farm laners on your hands here.
Yeah, that's true. At the same time, mid lane is still something that has not been picked yet for the side of Crazy Raccoons. R8, this combination of Liempo with Yixing is actually something that a lot of teams fear, because it kind of sets in stone that people will be caught in the board, right? Because the board takes a bit of time to set up. The Liempo will then come in with the burst ram, his first skill, knock them up for a bit. That half a second stun is more than enough time to get locked in the board itself. And then, you know, R8 is just going to do R8 the things at this point.
For now, they're going to be banning a lot of the mid laners here for R8. They're taking down a lot of the hard hitters. Maybe they're going to left with Lady Jun and Princess Frost for Crazy Raccoon. If they need somebody to set up here, I think Crazy Raccoon would need somebody to set up for the Dharma. Maybe a tank for their side could be good.
Yeah, that's true. At the same time, I think R8, they will go for thinking of this, because look, they are really scared of burst potential. The Liempo definitely can survive, right? Mijoj will have no issue surviving this, but the rest of the team might not be able to.
Yeah, they're losing all the marksman picks here. I think Shoyit could be a good ban for Crazy Raccoon. Yoichi played that yesterday and it did pretty well. So that could be... Ooh, they banned the Long actually. Shoyit.
I think that's a better pick. In fact, look, Soya I think might struggle against the Chano. While he plays from range, you can kind of lock him down with Undertaker's Diadia as well. And that's a situation that he will not be able to get out of. It forces a flash too early in the game, right? You want to keep that flash for the 4-minute mark so that you can take a good fight during that first objective.
Oh, this is interesting. Going for the Sunset for R8 just for them to have that easy access to the backline if ever with that set sail, and it's going to be way easier to set up, and also good laning phase against the Dharma. And as we said, they're going to be left with the Lady Jun and the Princess Frost, so they go with one, and that's Princess Frost.
Okay, I love a Princess Frost pick, right? I think she's really useful against like Sunsa picks. But the thing is, I think this is a very difficult situation to play because you have a Liempo coming in. Mijoj is already someone who is known to be very disruptive in his plays, and I fear Nongshim might not have the best time here.
Yeah, that's true. I think Function is just gonna struggle here because of the amount of big AoEs that R8 have. They have AoE crowd controls, which is hard to deal with, especially if you're playing on the range of a channel.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
No. I'm not liking this at all.
What do you think about this though?
It's a very tough setup for the side of Crazy Raccoons because R8 literally now can start to pick their battles, right? So if the arrow lands, great. The Burning Sun arrow lands, you're going to be burnt by the sun, right? If it doesn't land, R8 doesn't commit. So it's really like an option select, yes or no. That's it. So Crazy Raccoons, the way they play this game is they require Cole to be really aggressive. He needs to be the one that sets the stage for Crazy Raccoons. If they get a perfect initiation, I think Crazy Raccoon can almost win the fight every single time. But can they even catch eyes onto R8? That's the big question here.
Yeah, that's a good question though. I mean, you have the set sail, you have the Burning Sun arrow. They have a lot of ways to globally start fights, which is a good thing. But the question here is for me, because I've seen this from yesterday. One of the struggles with this lineup might be that they will have a hard time taking down Ko. Because with what damage do they have? They don't really have percent HP except if the whole Yi goes in for that Doomsday, which will be good. But I want to see how they tackle it.
Yeah, I'm curious what kind of build he's going to go for on Ryoichi, right? Against a Lung, we know you go for the tank build, you go for Sparkforged Dagger, Deep Frost Siege, allows you to tank quite a bit of hits, at the same time works on your lifesteal, right? But in this composition, yeah, I agree. They do need quite a bit of damage coming in from Ryoichi, right? So this is one benefit that the lineup has on the side of Crazy Raccoons. It does force Ryoichi to make a decision. Do we want to go for that percentage health damage or magic damage? And what's the trade-off here? Do you give your life or do you sacrifice damage?
That's true. That's a good question, though, because R8 could struggle because BX is usually just going to go for the classic builds here. But for now, with what we're seeing, I think this is a good spot for them because BX already starting with the fight. Undertaker going to be their target. They have the flash available, though, but they got pushed back. And now they see where they are. Crazy Raccoon going to be swapping lanes.
Yeah, this is a big moment here, and this is great for Crazy Raccoons. I like this decision in the second game of the series. I think Crazy Raccoon has been learning how to make better decisions since ranking week. It's been showing, right? The fact that you can take a game against R8 is really important, but they need to steal this camp away.
Yeah, they have to, but they do have some members here. Look at that. Trying to steal, but they're going to be taking it. That's good. And R8 still in a safe spot for now.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoons, I like it. So they have to be aggressive here, which is also Zenon.
Oh no, Zenon does have the passive though. Gonna go in, try to go for that stun, but Abdo misses just for a bit, and that first blood comes in with the wolf eating up Zenon.
Oh, this is an important start. And of all the people to give it to, they give it to Function, who is doing a roll swap with Kuru, by the way.
Oh, right, that's true. Okay, they swap. Function gonna be taking on the channel reigns. And he's going to be chased down here for sure. Still going to be taking a dead sprite. But for now, this is good. This is a good spot to be in for Crazy Raccoon.
Yep, and in fact, it's quite difficult because Ryoichi and Mijoji, they're not doing a 2-on-1 against Kai. They're going a 2-on-2. Kuro and Kai, the double K.
Yeah, and looking at it though, Cole just taking up a lot of resources there onto the mid lane, but R8 trying to force things on the top side since a while ago. They really want to get the kill on Function just to delay him a bit more because of the kill that he had a while ago.
Oh, but I'm very happy with this start. Crazy Raccoons, this is a great recovery from game number 1.
Yep. At least now they're not as phased as they are when they first fought against the members of R8. Now Kai, really on a dangerous spot. Good thing he flashed away.
Yeah, but that's a long cooldown on that flash.
Yeah, Burning Sun Arrow would be up in like 30 seconds, so Ryoichi would have another chance in the next cooldown.
Yeah, and the setup is pretty easy for the side of R8. Easy, okay, maybe not easy, more straightforward than easy, right? Once you see the opportunity, that arrow will be let loose, and we'll see, right? R8 can benefit off of that, because right now, I think it's still Crazy Raccoons pretty much in control.
Yeah, this is what people like about the whole year, right? The reason why people love it is because of the easy executions that he could do. And with that, Ryoichi could actually start this. Right now, doesn't have the Burning Sun Arrow just yet, but look at the reaction here from Crazy Raccoon. They know that this might be a fight onto the bot side. Leader Stand's gonna get used, and Unruly Blade is there. Force the flash away of Ryoichi. He's getting eaten by the wolves, and that's not good. Right now, they're gonna be starting. They're gonna be forcing this, but this is Function's playground.
Oh, I love this. This is great gameplay by the side of Crazy Raccoon. while they do have to manage the mid lane a little bit more, you can start to see, right? Although the combinations are straightforward coming from R8, the start of the game is really difficult because Ryuichi on the whole E, he's not very survivable.
Gonna be really rough. BX, there's still no flashes from Kai. So he can still run away. Truth Mantra's gonna be there. Gets the stun on him. Could he jump away? That's the question. Yes, he will. Right now, Abdo tried to go for that save, but for his life, it's gonna happen. Good thing he has the flash to get some distance out of Ko. He is safe. That's good.
Okay, so they negate that damage for a little bit. I mean, they had to use the Burning Sun arrow for Ryuichi. That's one save mechanic that is a little... it's not available, right, going up against Function. And Function, he does have the leader stance. We've already seen the damage he's able to do against Ryuichi, so it's a bit of a concern for R8.
Yeah, it's gonna be concerning. Ryuichi used that 2 Burning Sun's arrows defensively for so far. Tyrant gonna be started here by Crazy Raccoon, and looking at it, right, R8 still are not gonna be contesting this. They have been okay with not contesting the first Tyrant.
They can't. Even though they have a very slight goal lead, I think in terms of damage output, they don't have enough to deal with Ko. So if you can't kill Ko, then the teamfight really goes horribly wrong for you, because Kuro will have a lot of time and space to really just land down those frigid prisons. And then that's a situation that Crazy Raccoons will benefit like immensely off of. So Ari recognize that. They know it's a risk. It's not worth it.
Yeah, and I like it though. For Crazy Raccoon, recognizing that the Dune's powers is just being very strong, being very tanky against Ryuichi and BX, and that's a good thing. They can use that in order for them to get more things around the map. Right now, Kuro alone on the bot side, Burning Sun arrow. Good thing they had to flash away, and now this tower in the bot lane will be in danger. Look at the teleports coming in. Teleport has been cancelled though, so this is gonna be good. Minjoj left alone, gonna be fighting against 2 people. Undertaker is here, and Ko also joins the battle, but they will get the win stash for sure. Minjoj has to flash away. He has to burst ram in a bit, but will he have the timing just right? Gets the slowdown, but Unruly Blade gets on cooldown, and they get the kill in one more.
Yep, it's hard to run away from a Dun, right? And Ko now at level 9, he is already big enough and strong enough to take on BX, even though BX has a level advantage. Let's take a look at the replay first at how this happened. A very nice lockdown onto Xenon here, allowing them for the kill. And
yeah,
simple. Yep, simple.
Yeah, that was a simple kill, as he said. And also with the Lupin Trap just chasing him with the wolves, it's crazy. But now, with R8, they're struggling. It's looking like they're struggling. Crazy Raccoon found the right formula, and this is the formula so far.
Yep, I like the fact that, look, R8 actually showed up the Yixing first, and Crazy Raccoon actually replied with this pick. But let's see, can they get this solo kill?
Kai gets a knock up. Does he have the Truth Mantra? Ooh, he got cancelled. And that's a good thing. He got knocked up by the taking liberties. That's why he wasn't able to get close with that dash.
But it takes 4 to kill this one Kai. And right now, if Crazy Raccoons play the map well, R8 can't take anything else.
Yeah, it's looking like R8 needs everybody on those kills. They are gonna be struggling. They need to get as much shutdown gold as they can, especially for against Function. If they get the kill on him, could be a good spot to be in for R8.
No, the main difference in this game is that Crazy Raccoon are finally learning how to have, right? Even if R8 takes a good fight, they take a good kill, there's nothing on the map that they can kind of reward themselves with. And Crazy Raccoon, this behavior is definitely different from game number 1, and it might swing this game very much in their favor.
Love that they're doing this. I love that they know their advantage and they're making use of it. Mijojo, this is good. Burning Sun arrow doesn't hit again. Wasn't able to hit for quite a while now. Tremor Smash gonna be there. The leader stands just hitting Mijojo. Is looking really hard. Flash in with a Truth Mantra to get the kill here, but Ryuichi still alive. And Function is gonna try to go for the chase with BX onto the back line. Gonna be looking for those kills. Gonna be assassinating the backs, but for now, Function still safe. 1 for 1.
Yep, and in fact, after they take that kill, they will be walking away. Kuro did die in the mid lane, but I don't think it's too big.
Yeah, still a win here for R8, or rather Crazy Raccoon, because they can take this tower in the mid lane, and nobody's there to contest. Remember, Xenon used up the World is My board a while ago, so he can use it to defend.
Yeah, this performance by Ryuichi not as strong, right? At this point, he hasn't really landed any big ultimates yet, but BX,
oh no, that's not a good fight to take. Good flash coming in from Undertaker just to take the set sail, and now they're gonna have the taking liberties. Gets to the back line though, gets the knockup that they needed, but the Winter is here, is hitting hard on Abdo, but that's still a 2-for-2. Function stays alive.
Yep, his positioning was pretty clean there. Xenon was unable to reach him with the sliding stones, allowing him to stay alive. Function would have been dead if Xenon wanted to step in a little bit closer, but Cole now able to just get vision for the team.
He was kind of afraid though, because Function has the leader stance, and having the leader stance is just a power position basically for Function. But for now, look at the struggle here for R8. I like this. Crazy Raccoon really playing this so well.
Yeah, this is a breath of fresh air, right? But set sail's gonna be used. They're gonna try and protect this T1 on the bottom, but Cole, he blocks them off.
Takes it with his body. That's what he wanted to do all along. And R8, still a 1k gold lead, not really that big for Crazy Raccoon, but R8 kind of struggling to pick their battles because they don't know when to take it for now. Function is in a power position. They got the Burning Sun Arrow on one person. They have the board. They get two people inside, but at what cost? They didn't do anything out of that board.
Yeah, they still lose the T2 at this point. And okay, while it is... Oh, hang on. Oh,
okay,
that was a bit close.
that was scary though. I thought it's gonna die there, but good thing he popped the Radiance to get so slow here on most members of Crazy Raccoon. Right now, R8 looking for scraps, looking for the hay, or the needle in the haystack, sorry. The hay in the needle stack. But now, this is good. Mijoj getting chased. Not a lot of damage. Burning Sun Arrow is going to be hitting. And I think the struggle here, Kin, is because they don't have any effective damage, and the range that they need to get on that damaging range is not there, which is why it's RBX gonna go and try for the fight against Function. Leader Stance gonna be here, just gonna be running away, and Undertaker protects his maker pretty fast. Xenon gonna be the next target, gonna fall down here for sure, and that's 2 kills on the board for Crazy Raccoon.
Yep, not the best decision. I think BX has tried this twice, hasn't worked already, but he still goes for it, right? Look, any time that Undertaker's around, BX, you will not win that 1v1 against Function.
For sure, for sure. He's just gonna get Peter Farewell, gets stunned. Now the push here on the top side is gonna go forward. T3 is gonna be down. Minions are gonna be here. Are they in range? They need Xenon to defend this because Ryuichi is not gonna get in range. Tremor smash onto the backline, gets 2. Gone the knock-up though, but is it good enough? Not good enough, but at least good enough to push them back.
Okay, so they buy a bit more time for themselves on the side of Crazy Raccoon. But here's the concern. Okay, so R8's draft, it might not look too big right now, but once it hits that, 12, 13 minute mark, this is where Ryuichi starts to come online. And then there is a real cause of concern for Crazy Raccoons.
Bro, this my board. BX is going to be there to get the damage in. Function. Good thing BX just backed off. He knew that he can't take the fight here. At least now he recognizes that. Undertaker going to be protecting Function as much as he can. The pack leader needs to be protected.
Yep, and you can see the efficiency of that combination, right? So Burning Sun Arrow, the moment it lands, especially EX is to capitalize, then no, Crazy Raccoon will get hurt. They need to be really careful here. Cole is survivable, but 1v5, he might not be able to do it.
Who's gonna kill him? That's the problem though, because they don't have enough damage to actually leave a dent on him, except if Ryuichi gets close. Ko not really taking much damage, trying to bait the Tyrant here, looking for a reaction coming from Crazy Raccoon. Kai doesn't have the flash though, so he can start this, but they have Kuro available now, so this is just gonna be a take on that Tyrant.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoons, they play the map a little bit better this game, right? Which is why they have now the benefit of being able to take the Tyrant without having to worry too much because the base is under threat. So R8, this is a wound that is pretty hard to deal with, and it's getting a bit irritating for the side of R8. Okay,
Good idea. Not going to be continuing the fight here. At least they get the stun. Stops them from pushing forward here for the battle. Right now, Crazy Raccoons with Function just moving forward, taking their time. Does have the leader stance just to push back Ryuichi. Gets the burst damage though, but will he get the kill? That's a good question. Tremor smash to get the knock up on one person. Gets the trap on 3. They have the set sail. Look at him. He's driving. He's waiting. But he's just going to be throwing this boat for sure.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's dangerous, right? At this point, I think Abdo, he has done well for himself to be able to get the frigid charge. But so far in this game, he hasn't found that beautiful angle to really hurt Crazy Raccoons in their positioning.
Yeah, it's also because it's hard. Undertaker and Ko are just gonna take it with their bodies. And there's no repercussions if ever that happens. And now, Tao on the bot side, no defense here. Destined Encounter is gonna use for good measure. And now, what are they gonna do? They don't have any options left here for R8. They have to drop the board in order for them to start the fight because Crazy Raccoon is just gonna be taking all their towers.
Yep. Okay, look, there is one moment. This is the moment.
Yep, timing. Gets the taking liberties. That's good. They have the world is my ball. 3 people. That's big. And this is what they needed for the Trevor Smash combo. And they're not going to move forward. Function onto the backline. Gets killed by BX. Going to jump in. He gets killed himself. He gets some shielding, but it's still a 3-4-2. Still a good win here for R8.
Yep, they hang on. They kind of crawl on the floor. They do manage to scrap it out. But Crazy Raccoons, you have to be concerned if you are a fan of them, because look, the game will slowly start slipping away if they do not manage to end the game soon.
Yeah, you have to take the spike here. Undertaker and Ko doesn't have enough damage, and Luigi's in the area. Look at that, nice. The Burning Sun Arrow, perfect spot. Ko just gonna Unruly Blade away. This tower, or maybe even the Overlord they're looking for.
Okay, I'm curious about the itemization. It looks like they will go for the full damage. So Real Ichi's sacrificing life for damage. So his positioning is extra critical in the team fights, because if he gets the correct targets, he will melt Ko down. And that's not good for the side of Crazy Raccoons.
That's the reason why he's taking so much time just moving around the map. That's the reason why. It's because I was surprised because he's so afraid of getting closer, but because he has so much damage at this point. Remember, they're gonna take the Overlord. They have the space. Abdo, far away, starts with a set sail. So he's gonna go to the back line. He has some space though. Nice. Get the Burning Sun Arrow with it. There it comes. Here it comes. The set sail on the back line, but they still get the Overlord. They're trying to take the kill. Ruichi's gonna be the target, but Ko is taking so much damage from Ruichi. He's allowed to play. He was allowed to get close, which is why Ko was able to get the healing. And all the members are gonna fall down. Crazy Raccoon will be taking a game against R8. This game is gonna go to their side, and what a good play from them. They got the Overlord, they got everything, they got all the kills, and R8 was nowhere to be found.
They reply in style here, replying with the exact same situation. It was an ace at the end of the game. So Crazy Raccoons, this is the sign of life here. 1-to-1, the Crazies, they are doing it.
I love the great answer here from Crazy Raccoon, especially on that trap. They went in for that Poye, they went in for that Pei. I really thought who's gonna damage Ko? Ko is just gonna be allowed to get in front of them and nobody's gonna kill him, maybe until the Daybreaker gets built by Ryoichi. But they also didn't see much of Ryoichi melting down Ko in that game.
Yeah, I think it's just a play style difference, right? Not aggressive enough coming in from Ryoichi. Playing a Hoi, it requires you to really just dance on the knife's edge, because you have to be close enough, but you also then open yourself up to, you know, that repercussion where Ko was able to jump in, get you on the Wind Slash and Gale's Benediction as well. So at this point, this game just proves that Crazy Raccoon have the ability to take this series, right?
Yep.
Can they be consistent? Can they do more of this?
They have a chance to leave a dent, and they already did. They live one dent, because it's a 1-for-1 for now for the side of R8, and the Crazy Raccoon just got this back, and this is a good spot. This is a good showing for them, because they are learning and they are getting wins against the other team, and this is just improvement from them.
Yeah, okay, so they have now taken out the Chano, they've taken out the Diadea as well. This leaves them with the Sakir. I believe it was Sakir played by R8, right, first game. So with that, it's a good win, but this has taken quite a lot of investments to reach this state for Crazy Raccoon. I want to see how else they can use their drafts to win against R8 as well.
Yeah, that's a good question here. I mean, from what we've seen, BX wasn't really allowed to play that much. And remember, it's because whenever a Pei faces something like a Dun, it's going to be hard for him to just bully the Dun, because the Dun is going to be surviving unless he gets a good invade in the first parts of the game. And we didn't see that. And that was one of the biggest reasons why it was quite a struggle.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, this is the kind of graph they're looking for, right? You want that domination coming in. And Crazy Raccoon, I like the way that they had their decisions this game. You really could tell the difference. R8, they got a couple of kills in this game, but every kill after that, there was nothing. They couldn't take anything. There was no objective, there was no other kills, there was no buffs. There was no trade, there was no positives that came out of the kill, just some EXP and a little gold.
Yeah, and they were not able to take a lot here, which is why it was hard. They weren't able to snowball the game, which is why Function was allowed to play this. And remember, everybody, they swapped roles a while ago. Kuro and Function swapped roles, and Function was the one using this. And 914 with 40% of the team's damage dealt.
Yeah, I mean, it's no wonder, right? This guy, he's crazy. The leader stance usage was always so efficient, helping to melt down the important members on the side of R8 as well.
Yeah, and looking at his positioning, look at this. He's dodging skill shots left and right. He's not letting Xenon get him. If ever he gets caught in that the world is my board, it's okay because he positioned himself well enough to be on hitting range. And look at that. Look at what he's doing. He's just positioning himself well. He's taking the damage and making sure that nobody gets close.
Yep, I also have to give a quick shout out to Undertaker this game. Look, he really was the difference maker in the team fights, especially for Function, because every time he got the hard link onto Function, he saved his life. But more importantly, that Destined Encounter, look, every time he uses it, it's instant death because there is burst damage coming out from Function, but it's also heals on their side and debuffs on the side of BX.
Oh yeah, it was really hard. It was really hard here. At least from what we've seen here, R8 was able to get a good fight in. And this is the most ideal thing that they should have started with. But they were only able to do it once. And that was hard. And it took a lot of effort for them to do that.
Yeah, and look, the boards were nice coming in from Xenon, but it was definitely not enough. They did not have enough damage, especially when Ryoichi is kind of separated and isolated from the fight as well.
Yeah, it was hard. Ryoichi trying to get the kill and code there. You could see it in the back line, but wasn't really able to. It was a hard uphill that they have to climb there.
Okay, but confidence for the side of Crazy Raccoons. This is a good start. 1-1. The big question now is, can you keep it up? Can you go up against the best of the best, top of the group, R8?
Yeah, actually possible. Crazy Raccoon could actually win this against R8. Could be a possible. I mean, this is a best of 5. Anything can still happen. But before that, everybody, we're just going to take a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high.
Welcome back. It is the final countdown here. I mean, Crazy Raccoons, they could very well change the history of Group A if they can win against R8.
They have to win against R8 though. They have to prove themselves here because before R8 was just able to win them one-sidedly with a 2-0, and last time in Survival Week they were able to get at least one. So I hope this is not that one that they were able to win against R8. So I hope they just continue with this momentum.
Yep, they definitely have to look at other options as well. Look, they still have a mile on the side of Crazy Raccoons, and Secure is also available for this JPKR region squad. So that's some big plays coming out. While they don't have the RD anymore, they do have access to Soyue, they do have access to Long. These are all big picks that could prove the difference against a team that is as strong as R8.
Yeah, they have a lot of picks available here, so it's still not over for them. They still can win this for Crazy Raccoon. One is the one. And as we said, it's still possible. It is not a done deal that R8 is just going to take them down. So R8 still need to be in their toes against Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's take a look at the lineup of R8 as well. What do we expect out of them, right? They've already used the picks like Mine, they've already used the picks like Sakir. These are all important picks in the roam and the mid. But the farm lane, it hasn't been like the biggest picks yet. There's still Arlie, there's still Long, there's still the Shoyue, like you mentioned. Big picks that R8 are known to really be godlike with.
Yeah, they have to be careful about those because R8 has been very conservative for those picks, so I hope it will be right this time because Crazy Raccoon are just going to be hitting harder as we move on because they have the momentum this time around at R8. I hope they still respect the presence of a Mai Shiranui so they could leave the Arlie out so that they can pick it for themselves because they're on the blue side.
Yeah, a lot of contemplation coming up from R8. They're going to start off with a standard ban here. This is going to be the Mai Shiranui. So, Crazy Raccoons, are they going to ban out the Jing once again? Or do they feel a little bit more confident this game?
Yeah, I think they will be a lot more confident here for Crazy Raccoons, possibly. But R8 are just...
No.
Oh, look at that. No. Jing is still going to be a no.
Yep, we don't want those mirror domains. We don't want those Z slashes as well. It's going to be different. No, it's going to be the same here. So Crazy Raccoon playing the same cards as before.
Sakir getting banned again. I think you talked about this a while ago. Sakir is going to be the next that Crazy Raccoon is going to be picking for their side just because they haven't picked that yet. They already picked the Zhang Fei and the Diadea, so they will have Sakir as their second, so they could have the Lian Po later on, but Arlie being open, Ryuichi would be happy to take it.
Okay, but look, there is also a potential of a Liang pick. This could be a combination that Crazy Raccoon can play off of. We have the Gun and Mo along with the Liang pick. There is no more Diadea for Crazy Raccoons, but it's a strategy they have been known to use as well.
Yeah, they could even go for that. Ooh, they're gonna go for that Elaine Dolia. Will they be able to chase the Arlie with this? I think this is good, but I think Arlie's very slippery, but they have a chance here.
Yeah, I like the combination coming out from Crazy Raccoons. It's a pretty decent combination. So at this point, honestly, I think they will pick up the Lung because when you have a combination as invasive as the Dolia and Elaine, it leaves your farm lane open. So you need a self-sufficient laner, right? I think Lung fits their draft really well. Let's see if they will ban it out in the second phase. Oh no, actually they get to pick it.
Oh yeah, they can actually pick it for their side though. They haven't picked it yet, so they could go for that for the next rotation. I think this is good that they have on the side of R8. They have the Gun and Mo for Xenon, just in case they're gonna get chased. I think we saw this yesterday, right? The Gun and Mo getting picked when there was an Elaine and Dolia from Vicious. That was yesterday.
Yeah, at the same time, RA definitely looking for the Diadea. I think Crazy Raccoons should ban that out, right? Or they can go more defensive and ban out heroes that they think will be quite difficult to deal with on the side of Crazy Raccoons. Crazy Raccoons, they pick up the Lady Sun, another big pick.
Yeah, Lady Sun gonna get picked against this. I hope there's enough protection for her because remember, Abdo could just drop kick her face here against them. So I hope there's enough protection because most of the time, Undertaker and Kai will be the ones together. So he's going to be left alone. So very vulnerable Kuro is.
Yep, it's very important on the timers, especially for her rolling raid along with the flash, right? Rolling raid obviously is a very short cooldown, but flash 120 seconds with no flash is a very dangerous position, especially when you're dealing with someone as proficient on the Gun and Mo as a Xenon.
Yeah.
And yeah, the idea.
Yeah, they had to ban it. They have to ban the idea. That's one of the lockdowns that could be used against Kai here. R8, with what they have here, they could still pick the Zhang Fei if possible, just so that they have this extra layer of protection for Arlie. Could be possible, but they could ban it also on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it could be a mirror move, right? So the moment, Kai jumps in to try and look for Ryuichi, and then if Mijo does pick up the Zhang Fei, they could double down. And oh yes, they know what's going on. Crazy Raccoons, they ban that out.
That's smart, that's smart. They ban it. It's not really a lot of options anymore. Maybe a Liang, if ever they just want to lock that down. If Crazy Raccoon would pick something up that doesn't have a crowd control to take down the Liang could be a possibility here for R8.
I think they would need to go for a tank of some sort. If you don't have the lockdown, I don't think Liang's big here. They have quite a bit of burst damage from Crazy Raccoons. And if they really do lock in this Yuan, they have control, they have mobility, they have a lot of healing potential and sustain. So R8, the odds are stacked against them right now.
Yeah, they have some healing here for Kuro. Ooh. Matsu gonna get picked just to get that.
I can hear the wasn't a very happy.
Because yesterday they used this, right? And they lost that game, but it was Xenon piloting it, so this is gonna be a different story. So I think this is way better compared to what they did yesterday. At least they have damage. I think the reason why they only picked the Matsu is for them to have somebody to pick up the, what do you call that? The Venom staff. That's the reason why you give Midjoj this Matsu.
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, it does help set situations, right? If you do land the Cannon Blast, it could also open up the potential for Xenon to get those couple blades down. So I do see what they're trying to go for here, but you're playing against a lineup that is pretty mobile, right? Menki, Yuhuan, Lady Sun, Elaine, even Dolia, they all have movement abilities. Yuhuan more of like iframes because of her Unending Sorrow, her ultimate. But still, nonetheless, you know, R8, they do have some benefits to the draft. They have insane amount of burst and control. So let's see who plays it better.
This is going to be pretty scary here. They have R8, they have a lot of damage. At least they have some tanks on their side, but Crazy Raccoon do have some healing and some utilities, but they would need to protect Kuro onto the backline. But Crazy Raccoon fired up from the last game. I like this. At least they have the momentum for now.
Okay, so game plan. Let's talk about the game plan for both teams. I think there's going to be a lot of focus on the clash lane, actually. At least for R8, I think the proper way to really put a dent in the growth of Crazy Raccoons is to mute the lane, right? If they can mute Kai, look, they lose a lot of attacking prowess.
Yeah, they really need to, because especially in the early to mid game, I think Kai would be very destructive, especially on the backline. And as long as we go to the late game, he's going to be much more of a threat for the team here. So they could do that. And in the early game, they do have a function on this Yuhuan that could zone out a lot of people and have that extra damage for the team. So possibility. But R8, what do you think they are going to do? What's the game plan here for them?
Yes, so same. It has to be for Kai, right? But I think Crazy Raccoon's slightly different. Crazy Raccoons, I don't think they will be kind of pushing for Kai. They'll be pushing for Xenon instead, right? If you can mute the damage that he has, slow his farm down, it changes quite a bit because then, yeah, there is no damage coming in from R8.
Oh, Kai's pretty low in HP, goes in for the passive, gets the Cannon Blast in, and the first blood comes in.
I told you, call me Coach Kin here. It has to be Kai for the side of R8. If you mute this Elaine, the Death at Sunset doesn't matter. Then Real EG, he doesn't care. He can go in.
Yeah, and I also love that they recognize that he has Execute, which is why he was not able to sprint away.
He has Execute? What? Okay, oh wow. Kai...
That's why they chased him.
Look, I'm a fan of Execute every single time, but... Here, really?
Not this time. Not this time.
Okay, it's the deal with BX, right? We all know that BX is able to really tank through a lot, but it's shielded life. So you can actually execute him when he's low on health, even if he has massive shields. No problem.
But I actually really prefer just having this what do you call this, sprint? Because you have to chase Ruichi. You want to chase Ruichi as fast as you can, but as you said, they are just gonna go to the top side and get a kill on Kai again. Look at the bullying they're doing here. I think your predictions really comes through here, Kin.
I mean, it has to be the way because then it helps amplify everything. And same thing, Crazy Raccoons, it's all about Xenon, right? Can they shut him down? If Xenon dies...
Oh, goes into the bot lane, still goes for the fight, Kuro. Getting the chase down on Undertaker. He does have the flash, but there's a mournful tempo at the ready here for Function. Forcing the flash out of the way. That is a good double kill. Midjoj is playing out of his mind with this Matsu.
Yep, double kill. I mean, there's benefits to giving your roam farm as well. And Midjoj, I mean, endlessly, the benefits he's giving to the team is just so crazy. Okay, they make the first rotation, but look, they're able to invade again.
Oh no, they got the blue buff. That's not good. They got the steal. And this is what they wanted to play. ever since game 2 because they want to play fast. They want to force Crazy Raccoon to react against them, and having this advantage is a good thing. 3k gold lead.
It's crazy. 3. Yep, it's close to 4 at this point. It's like, what, 400 gold away from Ace. 4,000 gold lead. That's insane. We're at 2 minutes, closing the 3 minutes, guys.
That's big. That's big, especially in the early game. A 3k, 4k gold lead is usually not possible at that point in the game. But getting that pretty early is something that R8 wanted to do all along. 3 minutes in the game, and they're still looking for fight, Jin. Now it's going to be slowing down for a bit. They got the Cannon Blast onto Kuro. He's going to be chased down, pushed back out of the wall, and he was forced to flash away.
Yeah, and now you can start to see the dangers, right? Because once Kai is shut down, there is no counterplay here. There is no counter invade. So right now, Ryoichi actually going to have one of the easiest times of his life as a farm laner.
Yeah, gonna get chased down here more full tempo. Not gonna hit. Dream Roaming gets the knock up onto Xenon. They are gonna go to the backline. Think inside the box. Got 2 people. That's good. They have the Wind Slash at the ready. Another Dream Roaming comes in, swinging, and Ko gets swung on with a couple blades. And that's 2 kills for the side of R8.
Oh, this is a very dominant performance from R8. They play all the right cards here, and they're still putting pressure. They want to get Kuro. If they can shut Kuro down once,
oh man,
this match is going to be so much easier.
This is what we were saying a while ago, right? This is going to be a challenge for Kuro because he's an easy target, which is why everybody is trying to protect him. This tower in the bot lane is not going to stay for long. It's going to get taken down. They're going to go for the steal. Xenon gets a blue buff, and this is good. R8 is just going to be running back. Look at BX. He's just doing the BM because he's just staying in front of everybody. No damage is being dealt against him.
Yep, and it's the same card that Crazy Raccoons played just now, right? Nobody's able to kill the Dun. And this is a huge problem that Crazy Raccoons have to solve soon.
Oh! Dream Roaming got cancelled by that Cannon Blast. Perfectly placed for Mijoj.
Yeah, the refresh comes in for Ko on that Dream Roam. But at this point, I don't see anything else on the map they can use it with, right? 3,000 gold ahead for the 8. The map is pretty much looking a little bit blue. T1 on the bot also falls.
Yeah, it's still stealing it. Oh man, stole the Firehawk, and there was nothing Kai could do. That is just unfortunate because right now it's looking blue. As you said, R8 is really looking to position themselves pretty well functioned. Gonna get the chase down. That way Sunset gonna get used, gonna back away. Has some space. Kai goes for the chase down against Ryoichi. Is not gonna survive. Execute actually helps him out to get that kill. It is still a 1-for-1, and Kai is gonna be next. Double kill for Abdo.
They got the kill, but I'm so curious, why did Ryoichi go in against Kai?
Yeah, good question.
You're not there yet. But nonetheless,
you're not him. You're not him yet.
Yeah, you're not him yet. You need some time, man. Chill.
Yeah. I was surprised he was facing him like centimeters close, but now another kill comes in close for R8, and this is what we were looking at, right? We wanted them to play like this. Look at that. Wind Slash comes in, inside the box, goes in, nothing to do, and that was the lockdown.
You have the ultimate control from Mayin, you have the damage coming in from Ryoichi, but it's the Mortsu that gets the rampage. What in the world?
George is just getting killed left and right in this game, though. I'm really surprised that he's performing this well. Abdo goes in, Unending Sword is available, dropkick's ready, goes in for it, but he does have the Unending Sword for the second time. Ryoichi goes in, and he needed to back away there. Too aggressive.
Yeah, it's playing with fire, but at this point, here comes Xenon as well. To land down those couple blades, it's gonna hurt like so painful.
What was that? The couple blades gets the hit twice on his head, and now that's another kill. Very easy. Maybe one more. Function. Xenon does have the flash, though. Oh, good thing Function got the dodge there.
Yeah, we do skill shots here. RA just on fire this game. 12-1. They took that loss personally.
Oh yeah, they want to win this as easy as they could. 6 minutes in the game, and we have like a 7k gold lead so far.
Yeah, look, this is making waves about being one of the fastest games as well. They do get the freshly forged couple blades, but it forces out the unending sorrow. Not the end of the world. Ryoichi now able to fight even more. Shadow Reaper in hand.
Xenon looking for that ult again. Dream Roaming used. They don't have the Celestial Melody Death yet. But right now, Crazy Raccoon, oh man, they're trying. They're scrambling. They're looking for a kill here. But R8 is not giving it to them.
Yep, and this is where things get really difficult for the side of Crazy Raccoons. Because of the lead that they have, R8 will start transitioning into a poke composition here.
Oh yeah.
Hang on.
On the backline though, Dream Roaming gonna get to use Mijoj. really just dashes away to safety and all is done there.
Yep, so they're caging Crazy Raccoons on the side of R8, right?
Yeah.
You have Mijoj, he was just consistently throwing those cannon blasts, and then you have Xenon as well throwing in those couple plays. And once the situation is right, the moment BX comes in, you know they're looking for a kill.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Crazy Raccoon just poking them out from the back lines. Undertaker almost dying. Ruichi goes in for the finish onto the back line. Though they got the drop kick onto one, and they're looking for more Kai. Gonna be the next one here. They have the Unruly Blade. No ults for him, and he's not gonna survive that. This is the T3 down, and they're looking to finish the game at 8 minutes. Goes into the backline. Corey's gonna be the target. Drop kick. He was able to flash away. Right now, they still have minions. They can go for the Crystal Lock. They can finish this game in 8 minutes and 7 finished.
Clean kills coming in. Did not get the ace. They wanted it. I was thinking, okay, attacking and go for the kill. They did, but then team synergy worrying that you didn't go as a team. Someone was attacking the crystal.
That's true. That's true. Oh man, R8. That was a nice performance though. That was a really fast game. And Crazy Raccoon had nothing to answer it with. It all started with what you said. They had to take down Kai. That's a check. They were able to shut down Kai. Kai had nothing to do with that game because it was so hard for him to get any items.
Look, I was confident for Crazy Raccoons, but that confidence has dipped a little bit at this point. R8, this was a very convincing win. There was very little chance of a comeback. And look, Kai never recovered. End of the day, that was one of the win conditions. They needed that firepower to jump on the backlines. But Mijoj and Xenon, the two of them were just... Look, Honor of Kings is the only place where it's a good thing to be a problem. And they had two.
Yeah, they had two problems, yeah. And this is the classic, right? Whenever you have a Matsu together with a Ganemo, and if they get an advantage, they're just going to be poking you as much as they can. And that's what they did in that game. They were getting zoned out just because of those two guys just moving forward. They were trying to get the kill on them, but because they can't touch them pretty well, it was nothing. They were just regenerating. They're just going back and forth and just poking them out of the way.
Look, this combination, it's flashy, it's nice, but it's not the easiest to execute as well, right?
True.
Cannon blast into the couple plates, it requires quite a bit of communication because sometimes you don't know whether those cannon blasts will be landing. You might not have the vision for it. You know you get the stun, so it requires quite a bit of reaction timing coming in from Xenon as well. So I think that R8, they did really well in making sure that this composition worked. And look, Xenon wasn't even at full build yet. He just had the Scepter of Reverberation. Actually, next item was the Tomb of Wisdom, which was going to be the most damaging item in the game as a mage.
That's true. Ryoichi is going to do the TikTok dance later because he died this game. He's the only one who died this game. So he's going to do a challenge later after the stream. So right now, R8, with what you've seen, Xenon, definitely the star of the show here. But remember, they did what they can here on the side of Crazy Raccoon. They did. Look at that 11k damage from Kai. That's not because he did badly. It's because R8 was bullying them the whole time.
Yeah, they stuck a nail in their tire and the air was just leaking all the way, right? There was no way Kai was able to recover because they consistently went back. It wasn't like Kai died once and then they left him alone. They were chasing Kai. A lot of the damage was done to the clash lane, and that's where they kind of built up this goal lead that is so monstrous upon for the side of R8.
Oh yeah, this is a big challenge for them. What are they gonna do here for Crazy Raccoon? I had so much confidence for them because of Game 2 win, but right now it's looking pretty hard here just because of their positioning and how they played this. And R8, it's not more in them. It's not more in Crazy Raccoon. It's more in R8 just gaining their confidence back.
Okay, now we need to talk about the MVP. Most of you will say Xenon because it's the MVP should be Mijoj. Dude, this guy was on fire. Oh, there we go. Okay, it has to be him. Look,
right,
507.
Oh,
this guy was like on a rampage. Dude, a rampage in a professional game. The amount of cannon blast that he landed, this guy was not missing.
And remember, he got the double kill first fight.
Yeah, big moment.
It was crazy. That's why this 2 kills that you're seeing on the top, it was him. And that's why he was just getting tons of kills this game. And you know what? He was the catalyst on how the team played this. After they got that first kill, he was having so much confidence, playing forward, doesn't even care if he's in the middle of the fight. He was crazy this game.
Yeah, that's why. So that explains the behavior of Ryoichi, why he went in for Kai, because he was like, no. Mijoj cannot be him. I have to be him. But Mijoj, yeah, we see you. Goodness me, that was a good play.
It was him. Mijoj was him this game because it was crazy. Right now, look at this. Kai really was trying his best here. He had to execute. Yes, it could be a mistake, but it was not all of the story here for Crazy Raccoon. It was just R8 just moving around. Mijoj just in front of everybody. I love this play coming in from R8.
Yep. Okay, I can see it. I know why he picked execute. I think it's a good common spell as well. But the thing is, the team needs to be in the lead. You need to have the killing potential in order for you to maximize your execute, right? And Kai, he was just caught in between a rock and a hard place because that situation was never presented in the entire game.
Yeah, it only didn't work because he was just eaten alive for R8. It could have worked. Yeah, again, it is a case-by-case basis that could happen. It's just unfortunate that Kai wasn't able to perform. But Crazy Raccoon, maybe they still have a chance here. I hope they are not faced. That 8 minutes, 17-second game, that will hit hard. So I hope they have the mental for the next one. But again, we're just going to take a short break before we head into Game 3. See you guys in just a bit.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars align. We don't bow to.
We are back. It is the fourth game in this best of 5 between R8 as well as Crazy Raccoons. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me, the man that ends games in a flash, it is Dash. What do we think about game number 4?
Game number 4 is looking really bleak for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, they have a chance here, but with how well R8 played from the past game, it's going to be quite hard here, Kindofu, because with what we've seen, they can finish the game that fast, so they're not going to lose confidence in this next ones.
Yep, look, I think both teams are going to wrestle over the lone pick in this game. This lone pick might be the decider because he's going to be self-sufficient. We were talking about this in the previous, in the break itself. Look, they could very well, on the side of R8, take the same strategy, take the Dolia, take the Elaine, and just try and crush and win this series off of that.
Yeah, actually they can do that. They can pretty much make sure that they're not going to be good here onto the backlines for the side of Crazy Raccoon. But I had so much confidence for these guys. I hope they still are ready. This is just another hill that they have to climb against R8. And being on the blue side, maybe this is the formula that they would win here on this game.
Yeah, look, if R8 win this series, I think they essentially lock their place as number 1 of Group A.
Actually, that's true. If they win this, it's done. Whatever happens to the game against Venomous, it's okay for R8 at that point. But R8 would want to finish this in a flash. They want to finish this on top for sure and having a great series to maybe not lose anything in this group. So I think it's good. Crazy Raccoon now on top. So with the blue side, how can they change things?
Yeah, look, prior pick, I think if I was on the shoes of, in the shoes of Crazy Raccoon, I would snap up the Lung pick. And right now, really just put your focus on BX, right? Ban out all of the assassin junglers. You don't want to allow the Luna, the Jing to come out. So Jing is already banned for the side of Crazy Raccoon. R8 gonna just follow suit, ban out the Mai as well.
Yeah, good respect here from their side though. R8, they don't even need to ban the RD at this point because it has been picked already on the other side. They just want to drown out that Diadea because that is going to be next on the block here for R8. But as you were saying, R8 could do the Dolia lane.
Yeah, look, there is many potential. R8, they take out the Marco Polo as well. So you're looking at a composition that is going to be really stationary, I feel.
Yeah, because they don't want the Marco Polo he could go in. So if they force out the Ogren here for this game, this is going to be good. Remember, R8 hasn't picked the Agudo yet, so they can use that for this game if ever they want to.
Yeah, but you know, given the choice, I would not pick up an Agudo kill. I think R8 would do well to pick up a Luna. Let's just ignore this Ogren, right?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, right away, they snap pick the Lung. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, picking up the Byron just to also deny it from the hands of Crazy Raccoon. That could be their next choice here. So they're going to be left with Sun Tzu for this next game. So that's the only choice they have here. And maybe even a Guan Yu could be good for Kai. But picking up the Lung, as you said, they need safety. That's why they banned the Marco Polo, because they don't want to get died. But Secure, this was banned a while ago. And it being open, opportunity for Crazy Raccoon.
This is a good start for the side of Crazy Raccoons, right? So very simple strategy, straightforward. So you have the Ogren coming in the front lines. He's going to start and initiate the fights. Sakir is going to back up the heals and maybe even with the Mulberry Powder set up with the Flash. And this is going to provide a lot of room for the Deeren tier, right? So let's see whether this strategy is strong enough against the likes of R8. R8 do have quite a bit of control as well, coming in from the Byron and the Long.
Ooh, picking up the U1 here just for the safety. And to have that extra healing just to protect maybe Lung and also have less targets for Crazy Raccoons to pick up with. So with this Crazy Raccoon, I think this is good with their strategy, but R8 also playing it safe.
Yep, I would think that this U1 would go into the roam position. I like the ban coming out from R8. They take out the Gun and Mo because they can't use it, number one. Number two, it also does quite a number onto the members of R8 as well, especially this Lung Real EG.
Okay, I love that they still have this on a flex, if ever, just so to bait out a lot of the bans here coming from Crazy Raccoon. Look at that, the respect on that Luna. This game could have been a Luna game, as you said, but we're not going to see it today.
How about a Musashi? I think a Musashi makes a lot of sense, right? The Illuminating Slash gets rid of quite a bit of the tokens coming out from Deeren tier, also takes away the sprites. At the same time, Duel to the Death, they do have consistent stuns on the side of R8 and burst damage to benefit off of the anti-heal or the Empire state coming in from that Duel to the Death.
If they pick the Musashi here, I'm thinking what mid lane they could couple it with, because I think they're going to be losing out on the damage department here, if ever. And Musashi getting banned, yeah, there you go. As you said it, Musashi is not going to be seen here. Maybe.
Yep, obviously I'm not do well as a coach, right? I can't think of the next step here. But yeah, smart ban. Like, as I've already said, I think it's a quite a devastating pick.
That's a lot of
on the
burst,
Musashi. Yep, so Nua, like this, with the Matrixes, it might create situations where Crazy Raccoon might be out of position. There is this decent burst as well. But this is a composition that requires quite a bit of farm.
Yeah, that's true. They need a lot of things here for the side of R8 to make things work. But I want to see what they're going to pick here. I want to see if Crazy Raccoons would be picking... Okay, wait. No, right?
Oh!
That's a mistake, right?
Wow! Oh, no. Oh, no. This is golden. This is a diamond here.
Okay.
If they can, they pick up the Kongming in the mid. Look, this is so scary.
I'll protect the memory.
Yeah, they can dive in against that Nua. Nua's gonna be the prime target here. They pick the Kongming. Okay, they lock that in. So with this, I think there's a chance to pick the Fade here. I think Fade, it's good here for R8. No, never
No,
mind.
but it's risky. It's risky because you don't have the life, the hit points to deal with the Ogren, right? You want someone that's able to hold the Ogren in place, while the rest of the members deal the damage for you and whatnot. So R8, is Menki really the best choice here? I don't know. Okay, interesting. I mean, he does have 2 damage. He's worked through quite a bit of the life bars on Sun Tzu as well as Ogren, able to chase down the Direns here as well. But going up against a Secure and Kong Ming, he doesn't do well against burst compositions, Dianwei.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think it's going to be hard here. Bit of a challenge here for John Wei to be able to go in. As you said, might have a struggle when it comes to the burst compositions, but with the Byron together with him, both of them just gonna go in, could be good. Crazy Raccoon only has the Ogren to tank a lot of damage here, but there's a follow-up coming in from the Secure and Sun Tzu. So it's looking like Crazy Raccoon with this Kong Ming. I hope Function has hot hands today, so he would be able to play this well.
No sweaty hands, no sweaty palms. We want the powdered thumbs and fingers here coming up from Function. Yeah. Both teams actually will be very focused on that mid lane matchup. If you can shut down the Kong Ming, it's wonderful for the side of R8. Similarly, for the side of Crazy Raccoons, if you get this Nuwa out of the picture, she not only becomes food, she's also someone that you can totally ignore in the fight.
Yeah, she's honestly the best target here for their side. They have a lot of ways to dive. They can go to the Nuwa, force the flash out of the way, and it's much easier to shut her down than this Kong Ming. So they have to really make sure that Xenon is not allowed to play this game.
You know Undertaker is going to make that in, and he's going to be looking for that Mulberry power onto Xenon, and we'll see, right? Xenon should know this. He should know that he is going to be a prior target for the side of Crazy Raccoons. He's backed up by Mijoji at this point. Wave clear by both sides, very strong. So then it's about the decision. That first wave, that first rotation, who makes what and how efficient is it?
It's going to be the food here. Have to be careful about that Mulberry power at this level of the game. Abdo, going to be the target of Ko. Does... Use the flash a while ago. Does he have the Storm Strike? Yep. What did he level here? That's a good question.
There's no save!
Oh no, we'll be able to get the healing, but the first blood still comes in. R8 got cut off there.
Oh, and what a way to answer. Kai gets the first blood in this game.
That is a good answer though. Ko just staying on the top side, surprising Abdo at the right time. And BX just answers back in kind, which is a good thing. Goes in for the Crimson buff. And they at least get some advantage out of that kill from the top side.
Okay, so they make a trade. Gold definitely still in favor of Crazy Raccoons, but the Clash lane is very much in favor of Kai. He's gonna make that first rotation.
Oh yeah, and look at this farm lane though. Look at how much of a bully Kuro is gonna be this game. It's always gonna be the case here. It's gonna be hard to deal with him, and BX just gonna be farming it out until he gets to a very healthy state first.
Yep, so it's back and forth. Goalie definitely in the hands of Crazy Raccoons. It's also about the level lead. But BX, because of the stolen buff, he now is at level 4. He's able to fight against Ko.
Flipping Fairy gets a damage Ko. Doesn't have anywhere to go. And no Conductor of Souls is going to save you, buddy. It's BX getting the kill.
Yeah, now you see how punishing that first steal was. And there's one more. One more time shift. No flash as well from Function.
Very scary. He goes in. What a great riding the win to get the knockback. And that is Undertaker just going to survive, but Kuro down.
Look, Crazy Raccoon, they have kind of shifted and let go of that lead. They have worked so hard for in the first 2 minutes of the game. And right now, R8, they must be careful. Because Crazy Raccoons, while they have kind of given away that advantage, now that they have all hit level 4, this is a potential turnaround. You have so many things like the winning strategy coming out from Function. You have Ko. Hang on.
Yeah, and also remember this mid laner Function really needs a lot of resources too. So Ko is not allowed to just stay in the mid lane and get the resources from him, because Function needs some items first before he makes it back. This comes in, gets the knockup. Undertaker is gonna be dead, and this Crimson buff is gonna be challenged. They're gonna try to go for this fight though. Ko moving forward, gonna try for it, still gets it. Function will be the one to get the Crimson buff, runs away. They run back in shame.
They can't fight this. As long as Undertaker is not in the fight, they really can't take this. Oh, okay, BX.
Come in, Resplendent's gonna be there. Conductor of Soul is gonna be chasing BX. He might be down here, and that's good. They're gonna be chasing Xenon back, but at least they got a kill for trade.
Okay, and they get both the buffs back onto Function as well.
Yeah, they got the buffs. And it's looking like he is going to be challenging this. Ko gonna target. Abdo has a Storm Strike. Will he go in? No, he's not. They don't have damage yet, and the punishment comes into the bot side.
Yeah, and there we go, making full use of those level here coming in from Crazy Raccoon. So they get to reward themselves with the T1 on the bottom. I think they should have a healthy amount of damage. Yeah, so because look, Mijoj is here.
As an ending Sorrow could just get the healing here. Oh no, he's not gonna get the healing, so he has to force it out of the way. Undertaker wants to go for that mulberry power, didn't have the flash.
Okay, they won't overcommit now. Both teams, they have to play really safe. 4 minutes mark is coming, and at this point they are pretty even in terms of gold. They don't want to give away too much of an advantage to either side.
Yeah, they're not going to be giving this. I think they're okay with the spot that they're in right now, and with this Tyrant going to be starting, BX, he's not going to challenge this. This has been a trend. They haven't been challenging the first Tyrant, and they're going to let Crazy Raccoon take it.
Yeah, but I don't think they want to, right? It's more important to go point. But the setup, here comes that sail.
Yeah, goes in, gets the damage. Kai. Oh no, this is not good. More full tempo is going to be there, gets the damage up in, and this is going to be the kill from their side, and looking good for R8.
Yeah, man, this is every sailor's nightmare. The dragon being funneled some goals. Level 6 at this point.
Yeah, level 6. Right now, gonna chase. Undertaker has the mulberry power. BX goes in. They have the emergence coming out. Zena's gonna be here to help. He has the... Nope, doesn't have the annihilation. I thought he had it. Resplendence is gonna be used just for good measure. But R8 can hold him back.
They don't want to overcommit at this point. Winning strategy is available for Function. This will kill off BX or Mijoj. They do not have their relevant ultimate. And BX, he does not survive well against magic damage at this stage of the game.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And it's looking like Kai. Oh no, he got the hit on the wall. That set cell is going to be down. They're going to try to go for the chase here. Ko just making sure that they're not confident in taking this. Level 9 and Ko. So he's going to go and try. He gets the steal, but at what cost? Ko goes in for the Conductor of Souls. Gets the knock up on BX, but they're still chasing the demands. He doesn't have the path of passing to go away. Goes for the bite, but still gets the execute. Misses the shot. And Undertaker still survives. Ko has been here for the longest time. He survives it in the end.
Yep, and Undertaker, he was so close to dying. Oh no, winning strategy!
No. Winning strategy, he's gonna be dead. And Mijoj is trying to survive. Do he have it again? No, Function doesn't have it again, but 2 kills for Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, this back and forth, right? They're trying to gain control of the jungle, trying to gain control of the map as well. So far, Crazy Raccoon, they're hanging on to this very small lead that they have. But this lead, the moment BX gets a little bit more magic resistance, Function's effectiveness will start to fall.
Winning strategy is going to be there. Ride the wind to just make sure that he's not going to move forward. At least push him back slightly to not get that angle.
Yep, another thing, I think Undertaker will do well for his team to not die. Although he is a roam, it is his survival that the team depends on, because he will give them the heals with the mulberry power, with the firefly field as well. These are all important markers for the side of Crazy Raccoon to have success in this game. So Undertaker, he needs to take good care of his health.
On the top side, Abdo gonna be the next target. For now, Ko is just gonna be okay with it. Mijoj's gonna try to defend this. This is not a good spot to be in because there's 5 people behind, and Ko is gonna be tanking some shots. But for now, it's okay. They're not gonna be taking that tower down.
Yep, they need to be quick. There is smite available soon for Ko.
Kai gonna be the target. Oh, good thing. This is the problem here for R8. Will they have enough damage to take down Ko? Because for now, they're struggling.
I don't think so. In fact, Kuro does have the buff. This is not a good fight for the side of R. The ship is going to set sail, but I think this is more a defensive maneuver rather than an aggressive one, because R8, they do manage to balance out the waves, but they need to fix so many things. 2,000 gold advantage for the side of Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, runs out of the way here. Axe and Torment already built for Abdo. Gonna get that extra cooldowns and extra damage for him, so it's gonna be good. But it's looking like they're struggling to find anything of value around the map for now.
Yep, similar gameplay, right? So Crazy Raccoons, I think if they can keep this up, meaning you mute the resources available to the side of RA, even if they win a fight, then Crazy Raccoon, they have a pretty good control of this game. And look, Kuro just making efficiency of his passive again. With the 4th strike of his tokens, he will throw a bunch of more tokens out, allowing that free damage on the T1.
Yeah. For now, R8 looking for that kill, looking for a chance, but they're letting Biggs go for the farm. They have the setup, getting ready. They have the creations. Co gonna try to go in for the damage. Winning strategy, gonna get popped pretty early, but it's still very early. Just got the tired at half HP, and nobody's gonna contest it from the side of Raccoons.
Yep, R8 recognized. Oh, hang on. Xenon is so low.
Almost dying there. I thought he was gonna die, but good thing he survived in the end. For now, Crazy Raccoon gonna look for it, gonna chase them down, and they are still gonna get the Crimson Buff onto the backline. Gets the knockoff though, that's good. They have the Infinite Vastus, they use the Unending Sorrow, 2 ultimates are down.
Yep, and they don't lose anything. So Crazy Raccoon, as long as they make it out of this situation alive, this all benefits the CR. And right now, I don't think there's anything else. They do have a bit of pressure on the bot lane for the side of R8. This T2 should not fall because I think Kai should reach in time.
Yeah, Kai is there. Yeah, it's safe, it's safe. It's not gonna fall, so it's good. At least the slow push is working out for them. 3 towers were taken down by Crazy Raccoon a while ago, so everything is all good for them for now. But right now, 35 seconds, they still have the Tyrant buff here. They need to find a way to kill Function. Goes in for the Storm Strike, misses it. Emergence is gonna get popped there to maybe try to get the kill on Function. They're trying to be sneaky here on R8.
Yeah, but you know, Crazy Raccoons at this point, they're totally influencing the movements around the map. There's very little that R8 can do. But the byproduct of this is Real Ichi is not getting that massive farm that he definitely needs. He's only at level 11 at this point. Kuro's already at 12. And I'm pretty sure he has at least 8,000 gold in his pocket at this point.
They're getting pushed out of the game here. R8, when are they going to be starting the fight? And as we said a while ago, they had a lot of burst, not a lot of DPS. So it's been a struggle to get the kill on Ko here. They're already starting on the Overlord. Zedsail's gonna get used, gets a hit on one. Mijoj was able to tank it, but Resplendence is gonna pull them back out of the way. Kuro's not in this fight, so this is a good chance for R8. Right now, they're encircling them. They're circling them like sharks. Right now, Function could be the first target right in front. Ko taking a lot of damage, but not enough to take him down. That's gonna be it. VX gonna go in with a Leaping Savior, and that is Ko getting taken down, and that is good with a Leap of Fury there.
Oh, the game plan was good, but the execution wasn't as good. I think they took a little bit of time and a little bit too much damage on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Now, RA, not only would they be in a position to be able to kind of turn this around, but can they take this fight?
Get the knockout Function, gonna be the target. Mijoj is still alive. BX is super low. They pop the Infinite Fastest. They have no HP on the side of R8. They can go for the steal here. Right now, Crazy Raccoon's taking some damage, taking some chips. And now 4.8. Oh no, it regenerated, not good.
Yep, they overcommitted. And look, Crazy Raccoons, they don't care because they do have the Primal Bond, right? They have the Tyrant buff, so they can't exactly take it with ease. So just delaying that Overlord take by the side of R8 is so much more efficient than actually winning any fights at this point.
Yep, R8 taking time here in this game. We can see it that they're struggling, even in that 4v5, just because of this 3k gold lead, and also because they have no space because the towers have been taken off. The blue side, it's looking like this map is theirs for now.
Yeah, and it's already difficult to kill Undertaker, but Undertaker now plate mail, one of the highest HP in the game. There's very little they can do to take them down at this point. So Crazy Raccoon's in a good spot in this game.
Yeah, BX is having such a hard time getting close here in this fight.
That's it.
For now, yep, Zedsail gonna get used. Kai gets the hit, but no follow-ups yet.
Yep, so this aggression seems to be working for the side of Crazy Raccoons, but as the game goes later, you'll start to see Real Ichi shine a little bit more, and the moment he has that Crimson buff, things could swing back in their favor. So
Annihilation could get used to go for the steal. A bit too early though, but that was close, that was close. I saw the HP go to 100, but now the Bolt Bear power gets the 3 of them, but good thing they all have the ultimate. Zenon flashes away. You have the Infinite Fastest, but it comes to this. Crazy Raccoons taking 2 people down. Mijoj could be the next target here, but they lost a lot of people already.
Yeah, not enough time for the side of R8. If the T3s get broken down right now, R8, I don't think they will then, and this is exactly why Crazy Raccoons are rushing. Look, 8,000 gold. This is a very tanky Kuro on the side of Crazy Raccoons. At the same time, plenty of damage. Blood Rage available for the side of Cole.
How can they defend this though? It's so hard to take down a lot of the players here. Function, even with a set sail, would be able to hit one person, force the flash out of the way from Ruichi. They can push this mid lane right now, and they will. Ko goes in with a conductor assault. Joj does have the unending sorrow, but they are moving forward here on their side. Annihilation misses, and they are backing off.
Yeah, and this is a painful one for the side of R8, but big benefits to Crazy Raccoons here. They do break 2 T3s, one in the mid, one in the bottom. And the painful part is these are opposite the Overlord's pit here.
Yeah, force the unending sorrow. 20 seconds in the clock for that Tyrant. And for now, it's looking like R8 is just struggling to find any value around the map with 7k gold advantage for Crazy Raccoon. 8 towers down. 10 seconds, but they don't have the firepower to fight this.
Yep, they can't. Mijoj, he can't do anything in this game. Right now, he's being chased down. Level 15 Kai. How do you deal with this guy? He's able to throw bolts at you.
Yeah, right now he's just cannot even set the play here for the side of R8. And this is because they're lacking on that DPS department. They do have a lot of burst, and we've seen it a lot of times now that just having a lot of burst is not going to be enough.
Yeah, because they have a very tanky lineup. Kuro also has the Kirasa Savagery, so not only does he get damage if he gets hit, he also has more movement speed. So that's going to amplify his fighting power as well.
Yeah, right now, I'm going to try to push onto the top side. Ruichi going to be the target. Mijoj doesn't have HP anymore. Has the ending sword if he wants to get that heal up pretty fast, but he's just going to back off, saving that cooldown.
Okay, that's about 5.5 minutes that R8 have to hold on to try and get as much farm into VOEG during this time. But 5 minutes is a long time. And Crazy Raccoons, they can definitely end the game before that.
It's gonna take so long, Radiance. Gonna get used to getting the slow right now onto the backline. Luigi falls down pretty fast. Function in his face with a winning strategy, and the set still gets the knock up on the members onto the backline. They got some kills, and they're gonna get more. Abdo falls down. Function goes in. This might be the end. Annihilation is gonna get used. They have the Resplendence at the ready for Xenon to maybe clear this wave, but BX also falls. It's gonna be a 1v4, and there's nobody to defend except for Xenon and his lonesome. This game is gonna get finished, and this game is gonna go to Crazy Raccoon.
That's why everyone has the belief in Crazy Raccoons. They are good at improving. They took 1 game yesterday. Today, they take 2. And they push R8 to a game number 5.
Yeah, game number 5 is coming in, everyone. This was such a great game. It was also because Crazy Raccoons really played around their strengths on that composition. They just became so much tanky right now, and they were pretty safe in this whole game. I love that play coming from Crazy Raccoon. And R8, they struggled to find anything in this game.
Yeah, they tried to put their hands in the cookie jar and got slapped there. Pretty tough one. And this is a situation which I like to see, right? Kong Ming, that pick, it was a risk, double-edged sword, because if he had failed in the early parts of the game, this would have been a really quick series for the side of R8. But because of that first blood going on to Abdo, there was a clean movement there. Kai also netting the first blood, allowing them to have the growth, and that was a gold mine at the top side that, you know, R8 couldn't stop the flow.
It was a great story here for Crazy Raccoon. At least the improvement, you can see this. Even though Group A, most of them won't really have the chance anymore against R8, but seeing them improve throughout this whole tournament, Vicious, Crazy Raccoon, even Venomous, getting those improvements is already good experience for these teams.
We'll do the math later, but maybe if Crazy Raccoon wins the game, I think there is a chance of a shakeup, right? Maybe not for Crazy Raccoon, but it does allow Vicious a chance to sneak into that number 1 position.
Yeah, actually, if they lose this, could be a chance, because remember, R8 also played a lot of 4 games, a lot of game 4s, so maybe that will help swing it out for Vicious if ever that happens. So for now, let's take a look at what happened in this game. Look at Function's record. He didn't die a single time this game. He was just being annoying for Xenon.
Yeah, dude, his damage was actually not bad, right? He didn't actually go for the super damage build, built the Splendor, Venomous stuff as a help to the team as well. But nonetheless, look, the damage he offered, close to 115,000 in total against the likes of R8. And you know that the burst damage potential, it does wonders against people like Xenon, it does wonders against people like Ryoichi and Mijoj. It forces their ultimates preemptively.
Yeah, that's true. It was so hard, honestly. for their side here on the side of R8, it was so hard for them to find anything. And remember, if you have a lot of HP, that's the reason why the Hou-Yi tank build works against the Lung. Because if you have a lot of HP, you have 2 chances to survive against that Lung combo. So it's what was happening in this game, though.
Yeah, so you kind of force him in as well. And I think that last fight really caught unawares. Look, he didn't have his ultimate, he didn't have his flash. There was no options for him to explore. Once he got stunned up, the burst damage coming in from Function and the rest of the team. I mean, there's 5 cats coming in from the side of Crazy Raccoons. This is a very convincing performance.
MVP, Function, let's go. Deserves it. 206 and 32% damage dealt. So it's twice now, right? The Chano game, then this Kongmin game. So this guy is the one farming the MVP on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, putting his fist up interfaces of the side of R8. And of course, with that being said, this brings us to a very convincing potential for the side of Crazy Raccoons. Can they actually take this series against R8?
Yeah, good question. Maybe they can. I do think they can, especially with the strong performance in Game 4. Game 5 could be a possibility here, or rather, a possible win here for Crazy Raccoon. So this is not yet over. Crazy Raccoon could keep Vicious's dream alive.
Yeah, and bear in mind, now, the reason that this kind of strategy is going to pay off for the side of Crazy Raccoon is that Crazy Raccoon also have the Lone Pig. And look, the heroes left on the side of R8, you're looking at potential Soyuets, and he doesn't do well against the Lone.
Yeah, that's true. And remember, he also has the Lady Soon in his pocket, so maybe that could go well. But the Lung fight, yeah, as you said, could be possible. And remember, they still have Chano though, so they can use that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Could be a good way to finish it if R8 can use the Chano against the Lung later on. But you can see here, Crazy Raccoons, just like how Game 3 has been for R8, it's almost like the same thing for Crazy Raccoons this time in Game 4.
Yeah, back and forth, right? This is a really exciting series, and this is only the first series of the day. So I'm so excited to bring you more action. But with that, we're going to take a short break first. When we're back, game number 5.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside.
When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange, my name keep ringing.
There was no other way. It had to be 2-2. And right now, winner take all. This is the final game of the best of 5. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, with me, the man that ends games in a flash. It is Dash. How do we think about game number 5?
Game 5 could go anywhere though. We said that in Game 2, Game 3 went well, Game 4 went well, Game 5 could go to anyone. So they have still a lot of heroes that they are available to pick though, so it could go any way here, kid. How about you? What do you think?
I want to see the Luna, I want to see the Algren, I want to see... There's so many things I want to see, right? At this point, it is really all up in the air. And look, both teams, they have shown some shades about their dominant playstyles and drafts. I think game number 5, we're going to see a very explosive matchup coming in.
Yep, game number 5. You don't see this often. You see this sometimes, but seeing this full is really insane. There's a lot that they have to think about now because they lost a lot of their picks.
Yep. Look, there's still quite potent combinations like the Liang and Princess Frost combination available for the side of R8. There is still the big combinations of the... is it Menki available for the side of CR?
Oh, they used it game 3.
Oh, okay. I want to see what CR has for us.
What do they have in their mind now? Because of how long it has been. Because it's not a lot of times that Crazy Raccoons get like 5 games, except for the Vicious game. But it's not a lot of times that they find success there. So I hope they have the confidence here, even if it's another game 5. They always get to game 5, but fail to finish it on that game.
Look, I really think Crazy Raccoons can go for an Assassin Jungler, right? Assassin Jungler along with the Long. A Luna makes a lot of sense for them. You get the dashes behind, you open so much space up for the Long. He's able to just go front facing, face first, dive head first into the lineup of R8, get his downpour, get his riding the wind, get his flaming palms. It does a lot of damage, and R8 might not be able to survive this kind of aggression.
Jing's still gonna get banned, still the respect for these guys. Not gonna let them have it. And on the other hand though, R8, what are they gonna be banning next year? I mean, the Dharma's still available for R8, so that could be a potential ban for Crazy Raccoon. They always ban that Marco Polo. This is what they did last game.
Look, they will ban the Dharma. Guaranteed. Unless they're gonna play something super unorthodox, which is like the Zhuangzi pick. That works wonders against the likes of Dharma because you always have a save, and that means Dharma for the entire game, right? But then, Crazy Raccoon say, okay, they take the risk. You have to take a risk now. Game number 5. They take the risk, they give up the potential Dharma, they ban out the Luna.
They're letting Abdo play the Dharma. Oh no, that's not a good time to have. But remember, Abdo, but Byron on Kai could also be very potent. He hasn't picked that yet in this game, so could be possible having that budget Dharma on their side.
You could also see the Mulan, right? That's something they could play. Look, I am just so confident that Crazy Raccoons will pick up the Loom.
Yeah, there you go. That's the last chance that they have. R8, answer back with a Chano. Answer back with a Chano here. And the idea.
I don't know. I'm thinking, like, take the assassin before they get banned, right? Take the assassin junglers.
That's true.
I would rather have an assassin coming. Okay, no?
Zhang Fei. And just against the Lianbo, I mean, good touch. But R8.
Oh, wow.
That's good.
Okay. Yeah. The tank shred, right? I think it's great. It's a great answer towards the Liam. But how are they going to deal with the Long? That's the big question here.
They're gonna be banned though. Crazy Raccoon will ban that Chano for game number, or rather, 3rd ban, 4th ban is gonna be the Chano. Maybe destroy it for the last one. So they don't really have any choices anymore at this point for R8. Or Lady Sun, that's the last choice.
That's one. The other option is actually Fang. I think Fang is really great.
Oh, that's true.
Good tower take. Great burst. With the target sided, the first skill for Fang, you can kind of bait out the infinite fastness as well, because level 1, the damage you deal against Long is definitely quite painful.
Crazy damage. Could get you half HP if it gets all those stacks in. But R8 is still just going to respect the mid lane prowess here of Feng Shun in the mid lane. Being allowed to play those playmakers like Kong Ming a while ago was really crazy. Are they gonna leave him with the Lady Jun for this pick? Could be good against the Zhang Fei. Wow, interesting.
That's true. Look, here's another crazy idea. R8 play Ogren along with the Dr. Bien farm lane. Super sustenance. And then you get the opening for Abdul on the Dharma. Because there's no more farm laners, right? Unless you want to take a risk with the farm. Console Yu is okay, but she's banned. So yeah, Dr. Bien. Massive sustain, you fight for days, you work out the stuns coming in.
That's good. I like this. I think having the just to cancel some of the dashes here if ever R8 is going to be playing an assassin on their side. But as you said, that could also be another here. So what would they pick here for the marksman for the side of R8? They are not afraid of the Chado pick here for sure. They are waiting for Yoichi to pick that. So that's why they haven't banned it. They'd rather ban the Lady Soon and the Concert Q because those are much easier counters for that Lung.
Okay, they want to go for the late game, so they will go for the Soya here. Very standard pick, but they haven't locked it in yet. I think this is just a consideration. We know the Ogren is a guaranteed pick. So R8, they're going to try to muscle their way into the base of Crazy Raccoons. Crazy Raccoons, their draft is a little more flexible in a sense where it can be very diverse. They can go for aggression or they can also wait for the counter attack. This all depends on how Shi plays, right? If she gets that Silky Imprint, Silky Beauty, that combination, I think it might destroy R8. And whoa, okay, really?
Are they actually going to pick this for Crazy Raccoon? Or do they not have any more choices? Yes, they don't. Okay, Yao.
Yeah, because he's kind of like you have Eraser in a test, right? You're writing a pencil. If it doesn't work out, you use your ultimate. You scoot back to where you once were. You take a bit of damage. But here's the thing. You get to dive Real Ichi on this Soye. And there's very few people who can stop you.
Yeah, that's true. There's not really any good ways unless you get hit by the Chaos Cinder, because it's also not an easy crowd control to hit. So Yao could just move in and move out of the fight. So Crazy Raccoon with Ko on the Yao is actually a good pick here. But R8, it all comes down to how they start this fight. They do have a lot of engaged potential with all their AoEs that they have. So they have to hit those crowd controls well.
Okay, I'm not sure what everyone else in the comments feel, but I feel like this is a Crazy Raccoon game. Based on the draft, right? I can see the execution. Look, if Function plays how he has been playing, I think Crazy Raccoons has this in the bag.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon really have a good lineup here. I think this is much more flexible, as you said. And it all comes down to how the mid lane is going to get played and how Sh is going to be performing here from Function. So Function should play this pretty well. And not really a lot of requirements that they need to hit here for Crazy Raccoon. It's much easier to play.
Yeah, at this point, I think farm lane is so important. The laning phase for Real E and one of the biggest difference makers in this game. And if Kai, once again, repeats the performance, or Abdul repeats it against Kai, where they get the first blood onto the clash lane, that is going to impact the game very big as well. So let's see, there's so many markers that could go wrong for both sides. Victory is awaiting.
Yeah, right now, R8 and Crazy Raccoon playing it standard, just having two of their players right on the mid lane. Function is now half HP, could be chased by Xenon. Chaos Cinder is waiting, force the flash away from Function.
That's a big common spell down, 120 seconds flash. Function in danger if they get their hands on him once again.
Yeah, Avid, they're going to be taking the Sprite 2 in the bag for the team. And it's looking like it's going good here for R8 in the early game. Having no flash and Function is going to be big. Kai getting chased out. Could force the flash away, waiting for that Chaos Cinders. Okay, didn't hit.
Xenon was waiting for the flash there. He waited for the flash. Was not in range, thankfully, for this Crazy Raccoons on Kai. And it looks like Ryuichi is okay against Kuro, but Kuro's positioning is pretty clean so far.
Yeah, he's just going to be farming this. Ryuichi is just going to be taking the weak side lane as usual, like what they do with his Shoye, where for most of the time they're just going to be giving the lane, just going to be farming as much as they can, wait for that item breakpoint before he actually shows himself.
Yeah, so both Function, oh hang on, we might have an engage here. Kuro actually taking a bit of damage, but Ko, I think that's the main thing here. Ko is actually feeding off of the waves. Function is able to give it to him. So Ko should be able to match with BX, but I think he might just ignore him in the team fights.
Yeah, they're just gonna get the advantage here for BX because they want Xenon to get level 4 pretty fast, right? Compared to Function that he could give their resources. It's not like that for Xenon. Xenon needs to get that levels to get to level 4. Having that Blazing Brilliance is important for this fight.
Yep, Cole gonna try and funnel more gold in and EXP into his hands.
Wow.
And you can start to see the danger, right? So every time Function lands that Silky Beauty, there is a high kill potential coming out from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Mijoji getting damaged a lot here. Ruichi is just not even caring if ever Mijoji is getting a chunk of damage here from Kuro. He's just going to be farming. He's just going to be waiting. Function, waiting for that imprint to hit. But for now, he is just going to be backing off, putting pressure here in the bot side.
I mean, he's a lonesome ranger here, real. I think it's a good try and push, but Function.
Xenon. Oh, he missed also. Oh.
He knows. Yeah. I would have died there.
Yeah. He was ready. He knows that he's missing, so maybe he's waiting somewhere. Good thing. That is a good instinct coming in from Function.
Yeah, crazy game sense. I mean, Function knows that he is a prior target. Down. There is a huge potential that he's going to be taken out early in the fight. And once Function is out of the fight, you will see that R8 will be able to take advantage of quite a few situations there.
Oh, wait, he can steal this. Okay, never mind, because Function is also here in the top side. He's waiting at the brush. So if he gets hit, Storm Strike's gonna come out. Easy combo onto Abdo, so they have to be careful here. That's why you can see. Oh wait, Function's already there. That's not good. He's gonna get hit. He's gonna get pulled out, and that's what I'm saying. The combo's gonna come in, and I was afraid for Abdo, but he needs to back off.
Yeah, he needs to back off. He committed a flash. Function and Kai did not.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. And now Kuro onto the bot side. They're not gonna continue this. They're not gonna fight this. They're just gonna try and take the Tyrant here. Somebody's on the Pixel Brush. Look at that. Function ready with a Silky Imprint. Pulls back one person. This is gonna be a 4v4, but Kai is already here. No flash, as he said, for Abdo, so this is big. Having no flash, you won't be able to go for that. The flash comes in, and they get the kill on Xenon. It doesn't even matter, and they cannot go for that steal.
Yeah, man, that's a big moment. A big lead, 2,000 in the span of a couple of seconds. Now, Crazy Raccoon, they have to try and make things go even more swimmingly for themselves. If they can get a kill here, this T1 should be guaranteed.
Silky Imprint not gonna hit. One more shot. Oof, Function really knew that he had to back off there, because if he didn't eject himself out of the way, oh no, that could have been a kill there.
Yeah. So the benefit, at least for the side of R8, is the fact that, look, there is some decent damage coming in from Real EG. If Function, by some, I don't know what mojo happens, does get caught out by Real EG here, Function will be taken out really quickly in the fights.
Pretty easily. And he doesn't have a massive range. Right down to the top side, goes in with a Blazing Brilliance, gets the shield, push him out of the way. Ko gets the kill anyway, but he's looking to get that execute now. Here comes Function to save the day, has the imprint, gets one person, pulls him back out of the way, but Function needs to be careful still. The slow comes in. They have the Death's Precipice, and they don't have to take that fight anymore.
That, I think, was a slight mistake for Cole. A little bit greedy, does get the kill on the Xenon, but look, the mid wave protected already, and I'm pretty sure BX will be given the funnel. They will funnel that gold into BX's hands, and he's at level 9. So this is a good start for him.
Yeah, good start. They should find a way to get more of those kills. Function. Every time he's in range, they are going to be using all those grab controls just so they won't be able to get the pull back on the Luigi. BX onto the back line. He has the flash though. No flash on Function. So good. Use the infinite fastest just for safety.
Yeah, they burn it out. And look, they don't even continue to progress. They have gotten what they came for. If they can, they want to try and force out another flash from Kuro. But I don't think that's going to happen. They're going to start playing the map here.
Yeah, I like that they're doing this for Crazy Raccoon. Function really trying. Rinse and repeat on that bot lane push, but hasn't been successful just yet. And Abdo not even being given his levels here on the top side, because Function is also always there.
He's coming.
And he's going to try to get that imprint on, but not successful.
Yeah, this lady is a scary one. Function, making so much progress for the map just by being there. That's one of the benefits of having a Shi on your team. And look, a lot of people, this is one of the few picks of the Yao we have seen in the Pro East League, and so far hasn't found success yet. But Cole doing well.
Yeah, Ko has been doing well here. I mean, the way he's playing around the map and getting resources, just getting that lead against BX is almost always going to be important here, especially when you're fighting against an Augur. Oh no, that cannon minion actually took down the tower. Oh no, no more T1 bot side.
Yeah, it's a small win for the side of Crazy Raccoons. But look, Cole gave away a kill. He's still having the level advantage. In fact, now 2 levels or 1 level ahead. And this T1 in the mid, I think they might be able to get this.
Oh, they got it though. Could get the Truth Mantra, gets the stun, and Function is gonna be dead, not being able to move, not even flash.
Yeah, big mistake. And now that Function's out the fight, you will see that Crazy Raccoons, they wouldn't want to engage again.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for them to engage now. Even Undertaker used that Tremor Smash a while ago for safety, but wasn't able to save Function. So this is going to be a time for them to just push the mid lane, get the tower, force the Conductor Souls here, but BX is going to move forward. Chaos Cinder is going to be there, force the Infinite Fastness out of the way, and they can go for the push here. Undertaker doesn't have any ult, but Ko might be able to get one. Backline gets one with a Truth, but Abdo still was just pushing them back to secure that tower.
Yep, so they take a T1, but look at the map, right? R8 still suffering against pressure from the side of Crazy Raccoons. I like this growth. They learn how to do double objectives at the same time. They defend against that aggression, but at the same time, they split push. So R8, they have to stop that aggression coming in.
Yeah, I like how Crazy Raccoon still has advantage here, even though they should be on equal grounds against R8, but because they already got 2 towers down and some kills and maybe some better kills compared to R8, this is going to be a Tyrant getting taken, and the Crazy Raccoon is just going to take it with no contest from the side of R8. Pull back from the imprint. Kai onto the back line, goes in for Xenon. They have some stun, and they go back to Kai, switching up that scope to them.
Okay, but Cole going up against Real EG. What?
What? No way! No way did he win that. That's big.
Yep. Now, suddenly, R8, they have a window of opportunity. What damage can they do against the Crazy Raccoon lineup?
Oh, remember, he has double buff. He can push a bot lane alone. Nobody's there just because 2 people that goes in with a Truth gets 1, and Kura falls down. That's a big one, but Xenon also falls in answer. They got the Silky Imprint on Abdel, but they will not be able to chase Function out of the way. Undertaker is taking so much damage. He's not moving. They're going to be backing off for sure, but for now, it's already an okay spot. Gets the Conductor Souls, gets some HP back. Yao Ko is going to go in. Mid-Joj has the Leaping Saber to get some shields out of the way. BX is just gonna back off. They had the mid lane right here. It was taking a lot of damage, and yeah, they had to pause that for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think Undertaker was having some issues. Not ideal that he was standing. I thought it was a bit to buy time so that the rest of the team could go in for the Organ as well, which probably is something that is possible, but I don't think that was ideal decision for the side of Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, actually didn't want to do that because he was there. I was seeing him like, why is he standing there for so long? And when he stood there, if he used the burst ram there, he could have survived. But because he wasn't able to use any skills, he died in the process. But again, technical pause, it happens, everybody, and they got 2 kills there for the side of R8.
Okay, so Crazy Raccoons, they had a good start to this game. They managed to take a couple of turrets. T2s are being threatened at the same time, constantly from the side of Crazy Raccoons, right? But you might start to see a shift. In fact, I think we've already seen the shift. R8, they're coming back.
They're looking really stellar here from the side of R8 just because of those changes. I think R8 is very sleepy now because their whole games from yesterday and today, they're going to have 2 games. This is just their first game, everybody. They're going to have another match after this. So it's going to be crazy. But also, I remember Crazy Raccoons will be doing the same. They're going to have a lot of non-broadcasted matches after this.
Yeah, I think they have like 3 games a day or 4.
Oh, man.
I forgot the schedule, but yeah, like that's a lot. That's a minimum of 9 games. No, is it 9? I mean, minimum of 9 games, right? If they have to go BO5s for all, that's quick math. 9 times 5, 45 games. Is it 45 games?
No.
No, 15. I'm
15,
so sorry.
15.
Wrong number.
Okay, good. But again, it's going to be a challenge here for them. They did their R8. Now probably feeling the fatigue. That's why this game went on to game 5. But the Crazy Raccoons getting such growth from this whole tournament. I love what I'm seeing here. At least they're improving pretty well.
Yeah, and right now I think they are a lot of other teams are placing their hopes onto Crazy Raccoon. right? And Crazy Raccoons are doing it. They're holding the series against the likes of R8, but they need that one final stretch to take it against R8. And look, that's no easy task at all.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big challenge here. Crazy Raccoon now being pushed back and losing a bit of that advantage from a while ago is gonna be pretty rough for now. So we're still waiting for this technical pause to finish. But this is still anybody's game at this point.
Yeah, definitely. And in fact, Kuro does have enough damage. You could see that burst damage that he did onto Xenon with the Angela. And I think that's a cause of concern for R8.
Yeah, they're still waiting for everyone. And also like how they are using this for mid-Josh, right? The Zhang Fei for his ult and Bridal Outburst, every time he uses it from far away, just getting that maximum stun is always good. Especially for me, whenever I see that, it's always good to see because it's a good way to set up fights.
Yeah, and the fact that he's standing so far is to make sure that the pushback isn't that crazy, right? At the same time, he keeps himself safe and opens up the opportunity to go for the counterplay. My concern now for the side of Crazy Raccoons is that Abdul has been slowly but surely getting a lot more of those truth mantras, and they have been quite painful.
Yeah, that's the reason why you don't open it up. That's the reason why they respected it for the past few games, because they didn't want to see Abdo in that Dharma. He's crazy whenever he's let out. He's crazy whenever he gets an opportunity or an opening that he can see. And he's seeing a lot today.
Yeah, so it is of critical importance that they keep their eyes on the Abdo, but also remember that the cooldown of their common spells are going to be really important. The flashes, they need to get away from Abdo. If their reactions are fast enough, they could definitely pull Abdo into a very awkward situation.
Yeah, that's what they're waiting for here. And we're still waiting. I think they're still on that technical pause here for both of our teams, because we're still not seeing our players going back to their phones. And we're going to be waiting here for this game one.
Oh, that's fine. Let's talk about the money, man. 10,000 USD. If you were the champions, what will you buy? 10,000 USD. That's a lot.
That's how we called it. Life-changing money. 500.
Really?
Yeah, life-changing money. In the Philippines, it is. It's like money.
Okay.
Yeah. Or maybe a good setup. Could be a good. Wait, we're already going back. I was about to ask you the same question, but we're already going back.
Oh, it's good that we're going back there.
That's true. We're back, and I think they're ready now. I think Undertaker had it in control now, and R8 is happy for that, because with that, they swung the gold back. They have the 1K gold lead, and now we're not back. Okay, your turn. What you're gonna do with it? What are you gonna do with the 10,000 US dollar?
Okay, I'm gonna give the most boring answer. I'm gonna invest that money.
Well, at least one thing that's good about that is that they're investing for your future. I like that. That's
I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna invest in, but I'm just gonna invest in. That's about it. Yeah, you know,
in something. Yeah, in something,
and then hopefully it gives the best returns. You know.
Yeah.
But in any case, I think for teams that take this money, like, I think it also sets up this mindset and this belief. Look, we've done it here in the Major East League, the toughest one, obviously, not the same as the West, but and then you go into EWC, and then it's like an even bigger league. You're tested with even bigger teams, and some of the accolades some of these teams have are absolutely out of this world.
Yeah, a lot of teams are very strong. I think especially the regions that we're gonna have here. We have a lot of regions that are already starting their own leagues here. For other than the Major East and West, we have a lot of other leagues, and some of the teams there are very strong, and it's very scary on how Major East is gonna do this. I just like the fact that Nongshim RedForce has been doing pretty well here in the East. It has a lot of promise once they go to KWC.
Yep. Look, if you are unfamiliar, we have so many leagues running at the same. It's a wonderful world of Honor of Kings. You have the IKL, Indonesia's King League, and you have teams like Dominator. You have teams like Talon. They're just running rampant. in the Indonesia scene right now. We also have your hometown, PKL, Philippines.
Yeah, hey, yo.
Blacklist. Oh, they are just on fire. Rough World as well. They are also just keeping it close to those competitors if you're looking for PKL. And then we also have MKL all the way here in Malaysia. You have teams like Nova. You have teams like... right now, I think one of the biggest teams is O2, DTE. I think they're making good waves, but AG standing atop, being challenged by Nova.
They're being I think most of the teams in MKL are pretty strong. They have been dominating the scene, the global scene for quite a while now. It's for a reason. MKL has been pretty strong, and I would want to see how the teams leveled up from having their own leagues. Because before this, some of them don't have their own leagues, and now having their own leagues would really have that training ground for these teams to play better once we go into the KWC.
And now that everything is online, right, we have all get to see like all the different strategies, different picks, and there's some slight differences in terms of prior heroes. But you know what? I'm curious to see how all of this jumbles up into the Esports World Cup that's happening in July. Now, to add on, we still also have the wild cards. Those are coming in the later parts of May. And that's another region that you definitely need to look out for because all the drafts are going to be so different.
Yeah, they really have very different things here that they have to look at here. I mean, I'm kind of scared about who is going to be... Oh man, it's going to be scary. Whoever is going to be in from KPL. Oh man, I'm scared. I'm scared.
Look, that is the source of power right there. That was where it all started, and definitely they are. And of course, that will be coming up in the English broadcast as well. So we'll take a look at what's happening over there in KPL. So many leagues for you to take notice of. And then, look, the halfway mark here in the mid-year, I want to see what that is going to be like. How have the standards grown for all the different teams? What are the different heroes that are coming in? Like, look, if you're playing the game, we have a new hero coming out next month.
Is it Baishi? It's going to come out.
Yeah, Baishi.
Baishi, he's gonna come out. Do you think it's wrong for into KPL? Is he getting used?
I will reserve my comments. I'm looking at another hero. I'm waiting for that hero. Regardless, we save that for another time, right? We keep the surprise. We keep mum.
Yeah, but again, for what's happening here, I think one thing that could also be pointed out is how after all of this, after June, there's a 1 month break before we go to the KWC, so that's also a time for teams to have this adjustment period before they go to the KWC. So I wonder what they're gonna do. Like, do they continue doing scrims? Do they take the break? Or I'm pretty sure they're gonna practice on that 1 month break that they have.
Yeah, I think, you know what, the grind is eternal, right? So they will continue the scrims and whatnot. I'm just curious to see what kind of boot camps they'll do. And of course, you know, we're not privy to this, but I want to look at the results of the scrims, man. I want to see what's going kind of they have. But you know, professionals, they have to keep the strats secret. They have to keep the trump cards under their sleeves. And we will only get to see this in the Esports World Cup. And maybe even at the later parts of this year, we still have like the fall season. We still have championships. So many big things in store for the rest of the people in Honor of Kings.
Yeah, for this whole year, we have all the events for this whole year. So this is not going to be finished after the KWC, everyone. We still have it on the half of the year, and it's just a year of Honor of Kings today. And 2025 is definitely the year of Honor of Kings.
You're making me so excited. I can't wait. I can't wait for the rest of the year. I can't wait for the actions. I can't wait for the new heat. And I mean, so many things to learn, right? And it's crazy. So right now, let's take one step at a time. R8, Crazy Raccoons, they are trying their best to put one step forward to go into the Esports World Cup qualification. 2-2. This has to be one of the closest games we've seen in Survival Week thus far.
Oh yeah, that's true. I think... Oh, are they ready? Okay, they're not ready yet. I thought they're going to be ready. But thus far, as you said, Group A has been really brutal for most of the teams that we have here. It's just that R8 has just been performing pretty well. But after the second phase of that round robin, they were able to get some wins, like Crazy Raccoon comes back swinging. And now Group S, Nongshim, we're going to see them again later.
Yeah. Look, Nongshim has been so impressive this season. And just to be clear, right, Nongshim, their journey is one that is so interesting because they were always never close towards the international stage. They never made it out of qualifiers. They were always one step away. And now, after season 3, where they got second place, being bested only by Nova in the entire tournament, it's a wonder, right? How does a team grow so fast, so strong, that right now in the Major East Pro League, spring season 2025, they are number 1, lossless.
Yeah, they haven't lost a single game, and maybe later, let's see if it will change against SCARZ. But I really think that Nongshim just has it in the bag. They're just honestly way better right now. And I think the teams are slowly getting ready here for our game. I think they're getting ready. They're close to starting.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's only one question I want answered, right? Which, okay, maybe not one, but two. So, like, does Nongshim bleed? And if they do they bleed soup? Do they bleed blood? Like what?
Good question. No, I think Nongshim RedForce is just gonna remain
with the ramen
dominant.
packets.
Yeah, they're gonna remain dominant. They're just crazy right now. I think I said this to Holler. They're playing like robots. It's like you're playing chess against a robot, and every time you do something, you get something. They're gonna get something out of the map, and they always are very efficient in their movements, which is what I really like about them. What about you? What do you think about Nongshim?
They're not robots. They're like AI, dude. They're constantly learning, and they're adapting to your every move, right?
I didn't want to call them AI. I didn't want to call them. But that's what I meant to. AI, okay, they're AI. And yeah, it's true. I mean, just having that great performance in Invitational Season 3, seeing them in person was surreal. And that them destroying Blacklist International broke my heart a bit, but...
Yeah, true. But yeah, I think that the situation has changed, right? Previously, we were all knowing as MKL, like the Malaysia teams, Malaysia region teams have always been really strong. But I think that dynamic is going to be changing a little bit more because right now, I've been watching all the different games across all the different pro leagues, right? And look, so many different strats are being shown up in the various regions around the world. But nonetheless, teams are being more efficient at finding what the best decision is in a very short amount of time. And sometimes, like even for this game, like R8 Crazy Raccoons, I think it might come down to a split-second decision, right? Do we go for the stun here? Do we go for the burst here? Do we even take the fight? And do we want to delay them? Do we want to go for the turret instead? Do we play the map? Do we play the fight? So many different decisions which can turn out into complications in the later parts of this match, all based off one decision that is made in half a second.
Yeah, honestly, that is the reason why some teams are better than most, because of how they're going to be deciding most of these games just based on, as you said, just based on one decision. It all comes down to it. And yeah, based on what we're seeing, everybody has been getting ready there for the next match here, but I think Crazy Raccoon is still not ready, so it's still not going to be starting. So still waiting for them.
It is some time. Get a drink, get some food. It is, what time is it now? It's 7:30 in whatever time zone, if it is GMT plus 8 or similar. And right now, dinner time. Get some food, because right now one of these teams is going to eat. We don't know who, but one of them is going to eat.
I think R8 is going to be eating after this. I think both of them, though. I don't know if Crazy Raccoon is going to continue after this match, because most of the time the off-stream matches are going to be continued after this match exactly. So this is what we're going to be waiting for Crazy Raccoon. But right now it's looking like R8 is just on a good step here for this game, because a while ago, before we went for that boss, they were on a nice spot. They're looking pretty strong for now.
Yeah, I think the map has opened up quite a bit for them, right? So T1 in the mid being down, T2, I think there was some healthy damage done, right? So right now, I think Crazy Raccoons, the best thing to do is kind of reformulate what do they want to do. There is a potential to kind of rush down the T2 on the bottom side of R8's base, and maybe they can put that to their advantage, because if I remember correctly, the Overlord pit is on the top half of the map. So if Crazy Raccoon is able to get an advantage in the bottom side, it's a relentless pressure that they constantly have to deal with, it puts them in a potential 4v5 situation.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's why they have to be careful here. I mean, we're still just gonna be waiting for what they're gonna do next. But for now, I really want to see what's next here for R8 for Group A. After this, they're gonna be fighting against what do you call this? Whoever's gonna be remaining third. And I think it's gonna be SCARZ for sure. Just because even if they win against Nongshim RedForce, they don't have enough points to get themselves to second place. So it's going to be the next challenge here because they got defeated by SCARZ the last time.
Yeah, Nongshim is what, 12-0 at this point?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm fully expecting a 15-0, so it's up to SCARZ to change that reality or that prediction at this point. And look, SCARZ, there is a little bit of history between the two teams. Every single time SCARZ have been met with Nongshim, they've always been close to the edge. They always try to push Nongshim to that loss, but it never happens because of one or two incidents where Nongshim just suddenly turn into absolute fortune tellers. They know what's coming next, they know what to expect, and they just crush SCARZ there and then.
That's what's good about them though. They wait for that opportunity, they wait for that timing every time. And as we were seeing them that from their games, that's always gonna be the case for them. That's why they're the best team right now. It's because of how they do those, how they play that type of game. And I like that about Nongshim RedForce, and it's one of the beauty of being the best here. And one thing that I like about them is that they're not slackers either. Even if they're winning, they always find ways to get stronger somehow, and they have been always efficient as a team.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see, right? End of the day, I think there's still is the issue here, but I think the game should be starting soon, right? The explanations are done by the admins and whatsoever. At this point, any team you'll give the edge to. Whose position do you like more now?
Right now in this game?
Yeah.
R8. Right now, I think R8 has a better position here in this game. And Crazy Raccoon would be challenging for Crazy Raccoon here to come back from that, especially from that flash that we had in the mid lane. This getting the advantage on that Ogren for BX is a good thing. But how about you for this game?
I actually stand in the other camp. I feel like, moments before we went in pause, the fact that Kuro could actually burst Xenon down, I think that is a cause of concern for R8, right? They could be in a situation where, look, if the Angela dies, you lose that tank shred ability, you lose that moment where Crazy Raccoon has to commit a move to get rid of her. Yeah, so that's one resource saved.
Yeah, we can definitely say that the goal here is to get that Angela to kill whoever's in front first, because she's gonna explode for sure. So they have to time it right first before they go in. I think the technical pause is done. Everybody's looking at their phones now, so they're waiting to start the game here. So for now, they're waiting for that pause to finish.
All right, so there was an issue, so we will be going back to the 9-minute point and the mark, meaning I think we will not get the kill onto the Lianpo instead.
Oh, is that gonna be the case?
Has destroyed a tower.
Okay, they actually did. That's why I think the Lianpo kill will not happen. So a while ago it was 6-3 already, but now it's gonna be 5-3. So they were not able to get the kill in that Lianpo.
Okay, but nonetheless, so do you hold the same statement? Is it still an advantage for you?
I'll hold the same statement though. I think it's still the advantage for R8 for me. But how about you? Do you still go for Crazy Raccoon?
Yeah, I think so. I think right now, close to 10-minute mark, this next one will really change our opinions here. Because both teams, they need to clear some waves. There is a little bit of a bigger wave coming in towards Kai's side. So I think there might be some delays coming in.
Look at the difference in priority here. BX on the top side. Look at the damage from Yoichi though. That's crazy. Already super low on one person. Function does have the flash though. He's not gonna die. Oh no, he's gonna be dead. That was a good timing from Xenon there.
Yeah, and this puts them in a very difficult position. The side of Crazy Raccoons. This still has to be nothing miracle. Every tool in his disposal. Let's see if he's gonna try for it.
Good go in. Does have the slash. Resets the Tyrant. That's not good. But they're not gonna contest it. Everybody just went out, just withdrawn their their trial for this Tyrant.
Yeah, but top lane, right? So once again, crazy. Oh, that was close.
That was close. That was a lot of damage coming from Xenon. And with that Chaos Cinder's Blazing Brilliance, that was really brutal. I thought Undertaker is going to be dead there.
Okay, so in terms of map, look, they're pretty much even. Is different lanes for both teams, right? But Real EG, he just got that Shadow Reaper. Kuro going to match up with the Starbreaker as well. So both farm laners have a big power spike in terms of itemization.
Yeah, this is going to be good though. Whatever happens after this is going to be big, so they have to be careful. Abdo,
nice catch.
Flaming Bomb going to come in, no HP. What a great catch. Onto the backline though, Conductor Soul's going to be there. He's going to be destroying everybody. BX is just going to make sure that he's going to be tanking up a lot, and that's a 2-for-1.
Yep, Kuro is down. They have a little less damage on the side of... But you can see the decision making by Ko is it's okay. Let's deal some more damage here. They trade the T2s, one top for one bottom. Now R8, they have to make a conscious decision here. Do they want to go for this T2?
Ooh, they're gonna go for that T2 though. They're gonna try to take it down, but not gonna continue. They know where Ko is. Goes in for the slash. Blazing Brilliance is gonna get expended, but they're not gonna get the kill on Ko.
Look, Xenon has the reactions of the F1 driver. That was... he knew.
Yep. Came for it. Ko, a lot of damage gonna come in though. Return to Dust. Just to go back out of the way. He has the Overlord on his sights. So this could be a good start. Half HP on the Overlord. Everybody's gonna be here. They don't have Abdo in the area though. What a great slasher. Richie flashes away. Everybody's in front with a Tremor Smash coming from Undertaker. He's gonna be dying in front of everybody. BX is still tanking up a lot of damage. Gonna be on the wall. Abdo shoots the Firehawk, but it doesn't matter. They got 2 kills.
Yeah, and here comes the ultimate as well.
Function comes in. Doesn't even matter there. Kuro's gonna be the next target. He has the infinite fastness. Pops it to go to safety. 3 kills on the board for R8.
Yep, it's all just to push him back because they're taking the Overlord as well. Point of time.
They can get the cheat free. I think Ko is just so far away. They got the minions back up. It's good. He's gonna force it forward. Truth Mantra onto the crystal. Last person standing, Ko. 10 seconds on the clock before they finish this. They have the Overlord at the ready. Undertaker is alive. They're gonna go in, try for that damage. Luigi uses the getaway. Tremor Smash gonna be here. Gets the damage onto the backline. Gets the 3 kills on the board there. What a kill coming in from Ko. Saves her lines. And this game is not over just because the savior is there.
Oh, Ko, he is such a menace here. He actually got that last item, his Siege Breaker, right as he died earlier in the fight. So right now, look, R8, they have opened up a spot in the base on the side of Crazy Raccoon, but it is not the be-all, end-all at this point.
Not yet over. 30 seconds on that Tyrant. Taking time here, Function. Go for the surprise here.
Oh, he gets the catch!
Imprint, pulse 1. Ko is not here. He's gonna be coming, but a bit too late. Just gonna be taking that Crimson buff. And he should be scared because one more shot from Ko, he could be dead.
Ko, literally right now is the lifeline. He just got the Starbreaker as well. Guy is farming like an insane monster. Kai, he's gonna try and cut the waves.
Function doesn't have flash though. This is not good. He has to be slowed down, but the Silka Imprint, okay. He's not gonna be hitting. Tyrant's gonna be started. Ko already takes it down. That's good. Raise your Raccoon, slowly but surely.
Yeah, okay, this is the first time I've seen R8 so disconnected, right? They have too many things to choose from. Do we defend the base? Do we go for the Tyrant? What is that decision here? And no matter what R8 chooses so far, it seems to be unending sorrow, literally, for them.
Yeah, it's so hard for them to choose anything though, because yes, they got the opening on the top side, but they don't really follow through. Here comes BX, gonna go for a Ko. He has a lot of dashes though. Ryoichi needs to be careful here. Goes in, can go back with a return to dust, gets pushed back away, and Ko is not gonna survive this. Sage Sanctuary, remember, they're also going for that push on the mid lane top side.
But he bought so much time. The T2 in the mid is being taken down. In a flash, it's gone. T3 opposite.
T3 could be taken down. Can go in. Looking for that chance though. Good thing they cleared the way. T2 is down in the mid lane. That is good. But they're getting chased down. This is a good strategy, you know. Ryoichi could go for the push in the mid lane while they're getting pushed right out of the way. Function does have the flash. Can go and flash away. Tremor Smash is ready for Undertaker. Forces the flash too. Right now they're pushing everybody back from the side of Crazy Raccoons just so they can't defend.
Well, it's okay for Crazy Raccoons as long as nobody dies at this point, right? They need to fight this 5v5. The waves of crashing, super minions coming up.
Yeah, they're looking for the push in the bot side. And they're making sure that Abdo would have great position here. Kuro has to be careful. Okay, timing just right. If Undertaker didn't move there, could have been a chance to go on Kuro.
Yeah, but it's all about the jungle occupation at this point. They want to occupy the space, get the waves to crash at the same time. This will be the most damaging structural move that R8 can do against Crazy Raccoon at this point in time.
Yeah, they have 30 seconds on that Overlord. And they had the push on the T2 in the bot side. So this is going to be pushing. They just have to slow push this on the side of R8 so that they can time it right for BX. BX getting pulled twice. Gets pulled back by the burst ram. But not any damage. It's so tanky.
Yeah, but he's making life so difficult for Crazy Raccoons because look, the Crimson buff now is in the hands of BX. There are no buffs coming in for the side of Crazy Raccoons. This is not the best fight they can take, but they can still try.
Cool. Not even gonna challenge this. He's gonna let this happen. Mijoj is not seen on the map because it's gonna be scary because they don't know where Mijoj is.
Oh, nice.
To fight anytime. On the backline, Imprint comes in, goes in the kill on Xenon. That's big. And Bridal Outburst is not gonna hit anybody though, but the target is gonna be on Undertaker. He has the burst ram, goes again, but they have the Overlord. So you have to be careful though. Kai could be the challenge here. Goes in, Truth is ready, so they can go for one more. Mijoj is gonna be going for chase. They're gonna give it, racing away, but Crazy Raccoon still safe.
Oh, it's like a cat and mouse. Both teams, they know not to overextend. And so far, Function, once again, the big win condition coming in from Crazy Raccoons. So if R8 can find a way to lay hands on the Function, this fight could change tremendously in favor of R8.
Could change anything here for R8. They just have to make sure that they're going to be safe here. For now, it's looking like it's good. Crazy Raccoon still on an advantage. Ko is still a big threat that they have to cover. Right now, Abdo on the brushes, but will not find the right target. Ruichi is going to be hitting hard now. Waiting for that Sun Chaser, though.
Yeah, at the same time, I think, look, the vision provided by Abdo, he's looking for an opening to catch Ko as well. I think if they can get rid of Ko, then it takes a lot of frustration and distractions out because he's swinging left and right. Yeah. Oh, they saw him!
Right now goes in and Bridal out first onto Ko so that he doesn't survive. What a great timing here, Crazy Raccoon. That's a big swing.
Yep, RA now definitely in control. They need to work on... And I think T3s might be taken down in the mid and the bot.
Have to be careful. Could go and start for this. Ruichi gonna be taking the Tyrant. Now they have the Shadow Vanguard onto the bot lane. Could be the finish here. Doesn't have the ultimate Mijoj. So they have to start this right now. Goes in. They have the Imprint. Goes for the pull. Blazing Brilliance is gonna push them back. But it's not enough. Onto the back. Oh, goes in with Kuro and he's dead. That's a big kill from Abdo. And that's what they were waiting for. 40 seconds on the death timer. 5 seconds on Ko. This could be the finish. The Shadow Vanguard is gonna march through. And R8 is gonna be wearing their crown again.
Oh, that one was a big fight. They were so close, Crazy Raccoon, but Ko, he just unfortunately got caught out. And look, I think the investment here by the side of R8 was just so painful. 4 members chasing Ko every single moment they caught a glimpse of him.
That is honestly massive win here for the side of R8, especially Abdo. That last catch on 2 players with a double kill, that was big. Looking for the target, Kuro was caught. It was done for that time.
Yeah, so the question was, do you actually want to give Abdo that Dharma, right? Or would you prefer the Luna? Which one is more damage?
That is a good question though. Venomous needs to answer that question later because they're going to be the ones dealing with that problem again. This is like, you pick this, you get this, but you're gonna get this next. So you have to be very careful in what you choose.
Yeah, you choose your burden, right? That's the line that we always hear. But in this case, I think Crazy Raccoon, they have done some decent damage into the points on the side of Group A. Yeah. Was it enough? I'm not sure. We will do the math. But Venomous definitely can add on to the pain later on as we match them for the last series of the day. But of course, before that, we have it's a secondary series. It's also an exciting one. It's not from Group A, it's Group S. The conclusion as Nongshim go up against SCARZ, but we have to talk about the items first.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing what items they picked up here. I really love that we had that, what do you call that? Time shift protocol? It was good. It was good to have that. We rolled back. We didn't see the Undertaker kill from that, so that's a good thing. So it works out for both of our teams. They were given a proper chance, and it was still R8 who was able to win.
Yep, it really came down to that one singular. I think Cole, he was trying his best to not get scouted out. And I think they took a risk because, if I'm not wrong, he was trying to get rid of the device because there was no way that Real Ichi was supposed to be able to see him in the brush, but he did.
Yeah, that's true. That is really gonna burn here for Crazy Raccoon. One mistake, as you said a while ago, one mistake could overturn the whole thing. 10-0 and 4 on BX. That's massive.
Yeah, and also Real Ichi, all the space bought by them, 13,000. He had the Siege Breaker as well. He went damage, didn't even want to contemplate whether there was a risk. He didn't go for the Sage's Sanctuary. He probably has one of the highest damage, 122,000 damage dealt to the side of Crazy Raccoons, all done by this long sniper.
Oh yeah, that's true. That is insane because he wasn't even able to get a lot of highlight plays in this game compared to the other Shoyu games that we have. But you could see definitely this game swinging in favor of Crazy Raccoon getting the advantage. It's not really that big of a gold lead, but it was just one mistake that led to that.
Yeah, big swings coming in from both sides. I think this came to, the start of the game, it was really coming down to function. His Shi was just on point. Those Suki Beauty, Suki and Prince catches really made the difference. But down here, MVP, it has to be BX again, 10-0 and 4. One of the cleanest junglers you see in this side of the league for the east side. And he definitely was one of the catalysts for the side of R8.
Honestly, one of the biggest standards for Group A, BX, has been just so good. He has been so good in these games that we've had so far. And most of the time, whenever he's not playing pretty well on a particular game, that is when the confidence of R8 really shakes down.
Yeah, this chase in by the side of BX here really changed the state of the fight here. Being able to sustain, stay alive, use the steer state to get those double kills. Also opened up here, Unbridled Outburst, easy kill for Abdo after that. And then suddenly you find yourselves on the side of Crazy Raccoons where you're down by numbers.
Yep, it was insane. Look at this fight though. Look at his damage here for Ko. He got killed on 3 people pretty easily. It was a 2v3 or 2v4, and he took that fight. And Ko just getting chased down. I think they had the right idea here from the side of Crazy Raccoon. Once they're getting chased down, let's try and push something. They got the T2 in the mid lane, which is good. But that catch on Ko was the icing for them to end it.
Oh yeah, he was in vision of the traps itself, and that was that last-ditch effort coming from Ko to try to make a difference. But unfortunately, it was just R8 who was able to stretch a little bit further. And with that, they stay atop of Group A.
Yep, they're on top and they're not gonna stop. That is what they do every time on this side of Group A. R8 Esports still on top. Last chance here to get a dent on their record is going to be Venomous later on in match 3. But before that, everybody, right now, we're going to be going to Group S after this. So that is going to be the Nongshim game. Nongshim versus SCARZ.
Yeah, that one is a big match to watch, right? I want to see whether SCARZ has improved and whether SCARZ can punch back, because no other team in the East Side Pro League has been able to do so. But that question will be answered later. We'll go for a short break. We'll see you soon.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve. Victory.
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Welcome back. It is time for the exciting series of SCARZ against Nongshim. This is the match that everyone wants to watch today as well. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me, the man that ends games in a flash, it is Dash.
Again, this is gonna be Nongshim. Group S, we're back at it again. Group S, and this is Nongshim RedForce versus SCARZ. This is a time for SCARZ to prove themselves. They were very close before, but now let's take a look at them first. Let's take a look at SCARZ.
And welcome the first team. This is going to be SCARZ, the real ones, represented by a Low ASD and Ochik. So they're looking to make a stellar performance today against their rivals from the other side of JPKR region. And let's see if they can do it today.
SCARZ has a chance here to maybe leave a dent on that perfect record of Nongshim RedForce. I've said that yesterday. I've said that from Gen G's game. But this time, it might not happen. It might happen. I'm kind of excited to see what they're going to do here because they can actually have a chance here. But before that, let's take a look at Nongshim RedForce. Nongshim RedForce. This team, the greatest red, even if we take out the red, the greatest of Group S and even the whole Major East, comprised of Kyung9, Haku, Siri, Illusion, and Faye. These guys haven't lost a single game.
Yeah, super strong. I mean, I'm so excited by their gameplay. So clean, so calculated. And right now, I want to see, can SCARZ level up again and try to put one game against the likes of Nongshim?
Yeah, Nongshim, RedForce. I mean, these guys have been, as Kindofu said, they're like AI. They learn every time, every fight, every mechanic. They always find a way to get to the most efficient route to winning this game.
Yep, and right now this is, I mean, it doesn't really change the points too much on the side of Group S. But let's take a look at the head-to-head. Glow coming in. He used to be from Nongshim.
Ooh, good rivalry though. Illusion being here on this spot in where Glow was before. 37 kills to 45. Average damage dealt. It's just much more on the side of Illusion, but Glow isn't really slacking. He could actually be in the same spot as Illusion, just a little more.
Yeah, let's see how this goes, because Glow, I think he also has a against Illusion, right? Both teams having hailed from the same region before and also having been under the same organization. I think it is his time to shine for the side of Glow, but Illusion is just so strong. I don't know if Glow can hold a candle to him.
Yeah, it's the biggest reason why Illusion has been such a big upgrade here for Nongshim RedForce, because he has been pretty good. He has been so good on the past few games that we've seen him. He's just crazy, especially what's good about Nongshim RedForce is most of them are ready to throw their bodies for a cause, for a kill, for anything that they want for the map. And that's just communication and trust from the team. And I like that about Nongshim.
Yep, and now Nongshim, they're going to start with the blue side here, which means they're going to be prio pick, and SCARZ, they will be playing on the other end, red side, counter pick side. Let's see how they play their cards here.
Good question. Nongshim, RedForce, they could actually have the advantage here just because of the first few picks that we're going to have, because from the past few games you've seen them, they really love picking up the Direnjit and Sakir as their first pick. So will things change? That's going to be the question. It's possible that they change things up, because for now, first game doesn't even matter. They're going to play amazingly in game one.
Yeah, but you know for a fact that regardless of when SCARZ choose it, if they choose the Ogrin, you know they're going to come up with the Agudo pick.
Yeah.
You know, Nongshim is the first one to play this in the Major East Pro League here for everyone, and that's where the other teams kind of caught up as like, oh, look, Agudo actually does well against Ogrin.
Oh yeah, it actually works. That's why it is a surprise for some of the teams that we have here, and good thing it works. I love that Agudo has been such a good counter so far, and Nongshim just getting ready. Everybody's just getting chilling a bit because they're ready to go for the first few games that we're gonna have today.
Yeah, so a lot of tension between the two teams here as they look to pick up their first win in this series. Of course, the wins are more Nongshim. For SCARZ, it runs a bit deeper. They want to prove a point against Nongshim. They want to show that they can win against the greatest red.
Yeah, the question is if they're going to be leaving a scar on that record of Nongshim RedForce. That's why their name SCARZ. They're gonna put a dent on that record of Nongshim RedForce, and they have been close, especially during ranking week. They have been close. Most of their games reach like 17 minutes to 19 minutes on those days, and that's the reason why I thought at first that SCARZ has the best chance to leave a loss on the record of Nongshim, but hasn't been done yet. Even Genji hasn't done it yet.
I like that you pointed out, right? These games, they do go a bit the distance. They go on for quite a long time, because I think both teams, they know that the highest chance of a victory will come from the form of the Tempest Dragon, because Nongshim are just too good at catching mistakes.
Yeah, especially something to point out too is that Haku has been good, so good. they all know how to play around Haku, and Haku being allowed to play how he wants is the reason why Nongshim RedForce has been really golden so far. And Siri, not even a slack. You don't even have to care about Siri because he's very independent, really knows how to live by himself, which is why this team is just perfect.
Yeah, and of course, props to the coaches here. YK for the side of Nongshim, Brass for the side of SCARZ. The both of them are looking to equip the team with the best tools available. First ban gonna be on the loan.
Ooh, gonna be the first ban. Very interesting here. Just don't want to deal with it at the first game. If they don't want a 50-50, they might as well just make sure that the Lung is gonna be out. Maybe they're looking for those first picks on that Chano for that first game, or maybe even the Arlie on their hands, because they're on the blue side.
Yeah, now with the My ban, I'm just curious. Arlie, will that be in the hero pool picking?
Will they go for it? That's a good question though, because they haven't been picking Arlie a lot. I think Nongshim hasn't picked Arlie. Okay, ever. They haven't picked an Arlie ever.
Yeah, first pick. Okay, they go for the Diadea instead. It's a much better setup, a very flexible setup, in fact. And this then opens the doors into SCARZ. So instead of being the counter pick side, now it's kind of like, all right, we have to show you our cards. And this means SCARZ, they pick up the Arlie. Not yet locked in. We'll see whether it goes into the hands of ASD or will it go into the hands of MFang. We know them to swap roles, you know?
Yeah. I do think there's a preference here for, the Chano. There was a preference for a Chano Diadea. They always do this in the first game. If it's not a D-Renje Sakir, it's going to be a Chano Diadea.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a checkmate because they give the Kyong 9 Dharma away as well. Nongshim started really strong.
Yeah, this is good. I like this. This first few picks this is the formula to win against Genji. This first few picks that they have. If they don't ban the Agudo, an Agudo could also come out here for Nongshim RedForce just to complete the trifecta of what they have in the roamer side and the bot side and the jungler side. Okay,
they're gonna pick up the Shuncha.
Good bad.
But would they have used it though? I mean, it works wonders against an Ogren, and I don't for this first game.
Yeah, they could actually just go for the Ogren for this first game. Could actually work out. They have the setup from the Dharma. They have the Diadea to help out. So I think an Ogren is not really that bad in this first game, unless SCARZ is gonna be picking it up themselves.
Okay, so they ban out the Lady Chen as well. Yeah, I think Nongshim and SCARZ are both expecting Ogren picks coming out from each other.
Yeah, I think SCARZ has the first pick. Okay, they go for it. They have the first pick.
Okay. I guess, yeah, it's a good ban then. Agudo. Having to deal with an Ogren without an Agudo is not the end of the world. There's so many other picks that are possible for the side of Nongshim. They could pick up the Menki, they could pick up the Dun as well. Or no, Dun is banned. Musashi. Things like that all work wonders against Ogren still.
What else are they gonna pick here? Because as you said, Menki is actually good here for this matchup alone, just because he can deal with the Ogren. And Princess Frost, way better pick, just so the Ogren doesn't have a playground to play around with. So having that Winters here in that area will be a good touch.
Yeah, at the same time, it also kind of helps. If the situation presents itself, you could definitely freeze up the Sakir or even a Sunta. And in the rare situation, you could do it to Arlie as well. And then that Winters here is going to provide so much more value against the lineup of SCARZ. Not going to happen too often, I feel.
Yeah, that's true. Not going to be that often. Ooh!
Wow!
Oh!
Okay.
Okay, that's a from left field pick here from SCARZ. I think they haven't picked this for a long while from the past few games that we've had. So having a Zia here is a very big difference maker for SCARZ.
But he's so immobile. Okay, I get the concept that he wants to use the sanctification, so you have a potential level 25 Ogren or level 25 Arlie, right? So I get it, but can he survive the early game?
That's a good question, though. One thing that they could do here is that, okay, ASD is going to be the one using that Ogren. MFang is going to be in the Arlie. Much more disruptive here. But the idea here, I kind of like on the side of SCARZ, but as you said, they need to keep up. They need to stay together just to get that level 15 as fast as they can on that Zia.
Yeah, so it's really important. I think mid lane is also one of the big things that is going to change the way that this the result of game number 1 will go. If they can successfully allow this Zia to provide enough value for the side of SCARZ, we might see SCARZ take game 1.
Yep, they could. This is one of the things that I like, and I see a lot on some of the teams in PKL, and they love playing that Zia together with the Ogren, just so the Ogren doesn't really slack on that early game. At least he gets a lot more levels, so having that advantage is a good thing for Ogren.
Yeah, definitely. I can see the benefit of that. Let's see how this goes, because it's going to be a very story if Glow gets taken out early parts of the game.
Yeah, and what I like about this though is that they have a Princess Frost in the mid lane. And again, before that, everybody, this reigning season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide. And I hope you guys are also excited for KWC.
Oh, definitely excited as well. And of course, we're going to be taking at the phones that these people are going to be using at this point of time. But first and foremost, let's introduce the phone. It is going to be the Realme 14 5Gs. So the players are geared up with the Realme built for performance, made for gaming. Smooth, cool, and reliable, just as the way esports demands. Ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference.
Making sure to get the advantage here in the early game. I like that first touch that they did from the side of SCARZ. ASD getting the boars that early, getting that level advantage against Haku. Really big win here. Really good stuff coming from SCARZ.
Yeah, so I hope this team doesn't run out because they need to make sure that they keep on level terms. But at this point, I would say unfair level terms for ASD.
Yeah.
Having a lead, right, against Haku and consistently as well. But Kyung 9, I like this positioning.
Looking for maybe just getting vision here, just to know where ASD here. So having that information is already good by itself. But ASD is gonna move forward. Formlessness still available for Kyung 9. So this is just gonna be a good thing for them.
Yep, so at this point, I think it's pretty neck and neck. It's not the biggest goal difference, but you can start to see SCARZ learning the lessons they have dealt with, right? So quite a few rotations. They're taking camps away more cleanly than they usually have.
Okay, look at this position though. I think I like the position of Haku, but the timing of that knight, oh man, the night shift just came in at the right time. That's why ASD had the extra movement speed. And now Haku, looking at this, Universal Law gonna get used to get a bit of damage, but not really gonna be enough to be leaving a dent on Haku.
Yeah, you can kind of see the combination potential, right? So Divine Punishment, and then they have Universal Law. This is paired well with the Death's Precipice because of the slow. So you kind of get free damage in a way for this SCARZ lineup.
Yeah. And also look at how fast they're moving around the map. I love that Glow has been moving around the bot lane, just getting the free XP there and moving together with ASD most of the time. And once they see the wave in the mid lane crash, that is when they also start to go back there, try to fight the good fight, then maybe find some answers, and maybe this is what they want to do. Siri gonna be left alone in the bot lane, just gonna be pulling attention, while Faye and Illusion are gonna find some help here for Haku.
Yeah, so far, look, aggression by Nongshim, which is stock standard at this point of time. We already know how they play. But SCARZ is doing well in protecting their camps. In fact, Feng here, this is the first time I see Nongshim actually being pressured in their jungle at this stage of the game.
Yeah, that's true. I really like this showing from them. They're just going to be pressuring the jungle, making sure that Haku doesn't get as much as he can. And this is what you do against them. Most of the games that Haku wins is when he's so fed. But this time around, he's not that fed just because he's challenged every time.
Okay, but Ochiki gives away his flash at this point, and it's what, 19 seconds before neutral objective. Is this really what they want to do?
That's good. That's a good steal from Siri. But again, as you said, that's not good. Mulberry power is not gonna hit as easily right now. So let's see how it's gonna work here on 3 seconds, because right now ASD at the top side, they can start the Tyrant right now.
Let's see whether they want to contest. It looks like ASD is making his... They might not have time.
Yeah, they have the push. Flies here. ASD just in time, as you said, but Haku, it's just a master on that smite, and you cannot steal it from him.
Yep, so both farm laners also benefit off of that. Look, Siri just got the Shadow Ripper, and Feng right before this actually got the Doomsday as well.
Oh, he got the Bridget Prison. What was that? He was ready for it. Casted it on that Parasol.
300 IQ. I mean, this was a perfect movement by Illusion. That is why he is so in the middle.
And you can see him. He advanced forward. When M-Feng just left the Parasol there, he advanced forward to get that Bridget Prison. That was so good to see. And as you said, we're not going to see it every time, but we see it sometimes. And this is the time.
And when we see it, it's golden, right? It's perfect. And once again, he is providing so much value for the team. He doesn't even need to build damage at this point. Utility, he really just sets up. And it's the feed Siri, because end of the day, he got the freeze. But Siri was the one that finished the move, and he is benefiting. He is at level 8 at this point.
Yeah, and remember, he was 1 level gap from Mpeng a while ago, but just because of that advantage and because the wave crashed in the bot side, that's the reason why he got the level of advantage now. And this is looking good. I like this first step coming from Nongshim RedForce. This is always how they started. They slowly start to build up that advantage and slowly get confidence as the game progresses.
Yeah, and they kind of shake you up, right? And then the moment you shake it, take you right and...
Challenge? Set sail? Arashi is available though, so he can use the set sail to go to this fight. But Haku trying to challenge as Dream roaming, but the slow comes out. But they're not gonna continue this fight, right? Because there's nothing to contest here.
Actually, I think SCARZ should try for a fight here. Not to finish the fight, but like make space. But set sail has been committed as well.
Okay, they might be surprising Haku here. Haku can take this in the face. For now, they're pushed back. Siri's gonna be the target. Oh no! The flash away, wasn't able to hit. Oh no, a bit too far. Arashi, he's gonna be dead. And Leader Sans has been popped. They have the Winters here to the backline. They got the truth on Mpeng. He's gonna move forward. Menki is gonna be tanking a lot of damage here. Dream roaming to get the kill. But ASD gonna move forward. Conductor of Souls gets the execute on one person. But Siri is just there, tanking up a lot of damage. Get the execute on him. He's still alive. HP gets more. He gets a quadra, and ASD takes it.
I'll be honest. I thought that fight was over for SCARZ. The moment Arashi died, I was like, that was a mistake. And you know what? They wouldn't take no for an answer. ASD. Look, this was a horrible position for Arashi to be in. Leader stands, everything locked down as well. But here comes that big moment where Kyung9 found that truth mantra, wasn't able to complete the job here. And the universal law really helped to do a lot of damage, allowed that health bar to drop down, and they took advantage of the CS state. This swipe, the death's precipice. My goodness, ASD.
The Divine Punishment was also a good placement there, just to make sure that Siri cannot hit the last attack on ASD. That could have been a kill, but again, really good play coming from Glow here. Glow has been really doing wonders here for the team, and I like this. I'm starting to like this Zia pick.
Yeah, and bear in mind, the itemization difference for ASD didn't even placing cape. He went for the Dragon Scale instead, and this is paired with the Eye of the Phoenix. This is why he's able to sustain so much. The lower his health, the more sustain he gets, health recovery he gets, right? So that 6% dealt so much difference, and now he's 4-0.
Yeah, 4-0, 5.8k gold. That's a big lead that they got just from those kills that they got. But now Tower in the bot lane also getting taken down. Just an answer for those 2 tower takedowns punished coming from SCARZ.
Okay, but they have a 2,000 gold lead coming in by the SCARZ. They need to prioritize and capitalize on that.
Yep, ASD is going to be the one getting chased down. Level 14 in Glow, close to getting that sanctification. Set sail, going to be hitting on the backline, gets the knock up on 2. Haku tanking up a lot of damage. Leader stands already here. A lot of bolts. Pack of bolts going to come in. Dream roaming to push back. Gets the push from Mpeng. Haku still alive, and they are not dying anytime soon. Nobody died in that fight.
Yeah, but you can see the thought process behind SCARZ, right? So Arashi trying to go for Siri, and once he's controlled, hang on.
Yeah, no Winters here. It's not good. Haku still has to be careful. Backline could be breached. Kyung9 is going to be here, so they have to be careful in how they approach this. Right now, it's looking good. They have to set sail again just to back off because Kyung9 just showed himself in this fight.
He has found Siri at every moment, and look at that damage. That universal law coming out from Glow is so effective so far. This guy is at level 16 already, and the sanctification choice is to give it to Mpeng instead of ASD.
I think that's good. I think that's a good choice. Mpeng is going to be the one carrying this game and giving him as much levels as they can, and the extra stats from the sanctification is going to be good.
It's insane. He's 16. at 9.5 minutes, he's level 16. Insanely fast.
Yeah, he got so fast though. I mean, he was moving around the map, getting as much as he can. And fails here. A lot of people on the top side. Is this going to be it? Nongshim. A lot of struggles here. He's going to be hit. But Glow Not gonna get the divine punishment in. They have the Firefly build. They go and they get the truth on Glow. They got the kill in one, but it's still not done. They're moving forward. Haku forced ASC to go for the Conductor Souls. They have the Dream roaming. Ochi gonna be the target. They have some damage. Haku tanking up a lot of damage, but Siri not really putting up a lot. Now they go with a bitter farewell. They go in. They got the knock up in 3. Haku needs to be careful. Onto the back line. They got the knock up on Siri. He doesn't have any flashes, but he was able to jump away. Haku needs to be careful. With a Destiny encounter to get some healing back, dodge just a lot of skills with that Dream roaming.
Oh, this is the peak level fight we're looking for, right? So they're really just seesaw their way and they're never overextending too much. Now, Illusion did manage to catch a freeze onto M-Feng for a moment, but there was no follow-up damage because Haku was too busy having to deal with ASD and Arashi. So I like the way the SCARZ are playing, but they need to do a little bit more. Right now, Glow shouldn't die that early.
Yeah, that's true. Dream roaming could be possible. Haku! What a dirty boy.
Yeah, this guy, cute but a menace nonetheless. And here we go. Glow, he needs to see what other value can he bring to the side of SCARZ, because right now SCARZ, they seem to be matching blow for blow, but Nongshim, they're coming back.
Oh yeah, they are slowly getting that confidence back, and this is how they do it every time. Winter Seer is going to be used just for them to get zoned out of their own turret. They have to set sail, getting some speed up, and they're going to chase down the right target. No, he's just going to be using it to rotate.
Okay, this is a rarity, but for the first time in a long time, you see that Nongshim are struggling to deal with the waves against SCARZ. The top lane, T3, is the last standing structure.
Yeah, that's true. Veng already level 16 at this point. This is going to be looking scary. Is going to be the one carrying the team. Half HP on one pop of that passive. That is scary.
Yep, the heals coming out from Ochik, that has been the real difference maker for the team besides the damage. And ASD, he's going to spry.
Haku taking it in the face. And he's moving forward. Conductor Soul's not hitting. Backline though. Breach. Siri could die here. That's good. They got the kill, and Haku is going to be the next target on the chopping block. Now they have 3 kills on the board. They're going to be chasing one more. Illusion's going to be next. Force the Splendor out of the way, but M-Feng is just going to move forward to finish that kill. That's a 4-for-1.
A big monument moment for the side of SCARZ. 3 breaking into the heart of Nongshim.
T3 could be finished. 15 seconds for Siri. They can finish the game right now. Yeah, they have time. Truth Mantra available for Kyung9 to go for that push. Right now, he's tanking up a lot of damage, but looking at Kyung9, goes in for the push for the tower, Enlightenment Mantra to get some damage, but this could be finished. Siri, oh no! The perfect record of Nongshim has been lost, and SCARZ takes that first game.
Decisive. Look at that. They dropped the phone on the table as well. SCARZ, they're the first team to do it. I mean, if there's any team, SCARZ has to be the one, the real one.
SCARZ takes it and leave a scar on Nongshim RedForce. That game was awesome to see, and you can see that the struggle, as you said, there was some struggles on Nongshim RedForce, even with clearing the waves, and that last fight especially, M-Feng really did a number on them.
Okay, wait. It's a scratch. It's not a scar just yet. It's a scratch. So this is a small blemish on the record on the side of Nongshim. But this is a good start, right? So SCARZ, they have drawn first blood. And right now, there's not enough blood to determine whether it's soup, whether it's sauce, whether it's actual blood. We don't know. But this is a good start. But right now, Nongshim, I don't think there was the biggest loss. Yes, they don't have the Dharma anymore. But is that really a big loss? I don't think so.
Yeah, it was also one thing that I think just the perfect record of Nongshim just getting wrecked by SCARZ. And we said it even for during ranking week. They have the biggest chance of doing so. And they did it here in the survival week just to show that it's a big flex. Honestly, it's a big flex that they got the win, the first win against Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, look, they were 3-0'd the previous time. A lot of teams were 3-0'd by Nongshim. So the fact that you start off a series against a team that 3-0'd you earlier in the week, it's a good start, right? So I think SCARZ, they're brimming with confidence at this point.
Yeah, I love it. I love that they were able to get this, at least in this point. It's really nice to see that SCARZ just grew out of the fights against Genji and was able to use it against Nongshim RedForce this time around. And this is good. This is a good start for the series.
Yeah, so in a rare turn of events here, it was Nongshim that couldn't handle the pressure on SCARZ. And look at the farm, right? I think this is also due to just, I like Glow on this pick. he made life so difficult, have the Splendor, Venomous Staff, Frozen Breath. So the slows, it really helped to set his universal law in place. And I think he did some healthy amount of damage. Look, ASD, Glow, and Feng all closing into the 60,000 damage mark.
Yeah, and I really like how Glow plays this. The Divine Punishments have been really great. The knockups have been surprising Nongshim RedForce left and right, and most of the time they can't see it. And SCARZ getting this advantage, and you can see they are building up confidence in this game.
Yeah, no, there was a moment Nongshim was lead. Not make the mistake of thinking that Nongshim would win. SCARZ did wrestle back control, and I think this came down to a lot of different moments, such as number one, Ochik on the Sakir. The heals coming in from the sprites was one big difference maker against the likes of Nongshim. The other one was the fact that Glow was doing so well as the Zhang Ziya. There was a moment where, they actually managed to set quite a bit of set sales. But let's talk about MVP first. ASD 4-1 and 4. This guy was just killing it. 4 kills in 1 go.
Taking an MVP for ASD, this is really big. And remember, they always swap roles here. Mfeng and even ASD, they always swap whenever they can, especially if the tank junglers are gonna get used. Look at this first kill. It was beautiful for Nongshim. But the next one after this, yeah, this one was good.
I mean, yeah, look, if I was Nongshim, I was messed up. This is a mistake. But somehow, they just couldn't let it go. They couldn't finish the job, and ASD came in with less than half his health, mind you.
Gets the Conductor of Souls, and he was surviving this for so long. And that Divine Punishment, look at that. Knocks up 2 members. Oh man, that's so good.
Yeah, the Death Precipice doing so much work. This one wasn't as good because they actually got Glow first, which turned into a pretty bad fight for the side of SCARZ at the start. But then you realize that, look, they couldn't really catch Mfeng.
Yeah, they weren't. They're not even able to leave a dent on Mfeng. And I think one thing that's good about this and what they did on the side of SCARZ is that they didn't let Siri get a lot of items. And that is the scariest part of this game. Because of that, Mfeng was just allowed to play around this game.
Yeah, there's one major difference that you'll realize about Siri in this game that's very different from of the other games that Nongshim have played, which is, this is the first time. But SCARZ have found a way to touch and lay hands onto Siri, and now you can see Siri is human as well.
Yeah, that is possible. I thought he's not going to be dying in most games, but in this time, Siri just lost his cool. But again, before that, we're going to take a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
Welcome back. We are in the middle of history being here. SCARZ actually taking the first game against Nongshim in best of 5. It is your favorite kind of tofu kindofu. With me, the man that ends games in a flash. It is Dash. What about this game 1? How does that go for game 2?
Honestly, game 1 was crazy. Game 2 could potentially be a bit more surprising for us. At least now, they hid some of their drafts here, especially that Zia came in like a surprise here for both of our teams. But let's take a look at the global ban and pick. You can see the Zia actually surprised them this time.
Yeah, look, this pairing, I like it, but they burn out. So they burn out quite a few big heroes here. They burn out the Sakir, they burn out the Arlie, the Ogren, and Sunta as well. So yeah, I don't think it's a huge pick. It's not high on the prio list, but that's big heroes. But here's the silver lining. Nongshim had to burn out the Dharma and the Chano as well.
That's true. This is going to be such a big challenge for now. They burned out a lot of very good picks here, but let's see how they are going to tackle this next. Blue side is going to be SCARZ again, or rather, SCARZ now for the blue side. And on the other side, Nongshim will go reactive for this second game.
Yeah, there's a reason why they are also called the greatest red. Their win rate ratio on red is pretty high on the side of Nongshim. So curious to see how SCARZ is going to play this ban pick phase, because Nongshim, they started off really well. Now SCARZ, they start off with the Ogren.
Yeah, banning the Ogren, just making sure that they're not going to be playing around compositions that they're very confident with. And for now, Nongshim, how are they going to be playing this draft? They haven't preferred the Arlie, honestly. They haven't preferred the Arlie, but times change, no? Times change. So maybe this time is a time for change.
Okay, but he banned on Damai, and I agree with that, right? You don't give Illusion Damai, but Illusion, he's known to play a variety of other heroes as well. Nongshim gonna ban on the Dharma. I think Arashi is not bad on the Dharma as well. Maybe not as good as Kyung9, because Kyung9 is just absolute perfection. But SCARZ, they start off with the Dolia.
Yeah, I think I prefer, there you go. Mayin, Byron on Kyung9. I think I prefer those more lately just because of how he has been performing and executing the backline as fast as he could. He's so good at those types of plays. And Zhang Fei, just to have that extra pair of eyes for them to have the crowd control.
Yeah, okay. I'm curious about what this composition is going to be for the side of SCARZ. You can go for the double Death at Sunset, you could go for the gun and more. I think they're waiting for very specific picks coming out from Nongshim before they decide who is going to benefit from this Celestial Melody. Okay, maybe not. Looks like Elaine is going to be the prio choice here.
Okay, that's always the prio here. SCARZ really well known for also playing that on one of their compositions. Even against Gen G, they played the Elaine composition without the Dolia. So having it just is extra for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, but we have seen the weakness of this draft, which is the Elaine needs to be ahead, right? So right now, I think Nongshim definitely will play that card, which is to put a lot of pressure onto Arashi in the top lane.
Maybe drop an assassin for Nongshim, then use that against the Elaine and just camp him on the top side. And I hope Arashi would be okay with that and will not be taking a lot of deaths.
Okay, so Nongshim, they take out the Dun. I'm thinking they're looking for an assassin pick here maybe, because Dun assassins quite hard to play if you are always consistently under control. So the ban onto Dun is not a bad idea.
Possible to go for Menki also getting banned, because
Luna,
they're probably they're taking out a lot of the tanky junglers. That's why it could be an assassin, could be a Luna, could be Fade for Haku.
Yeah, I think they know it as well. Look, Yixing's combination with Luna is insane. They're going to pick up the Lady Chen here. They're expecting a very front-facing combination coming up from SCARZ. They're also expecting a tank, I believe. But we'll see. We'll see what both teams are comfortable with. I think Assassin works for both of them because you want to have that aggression and that burst potential.
Yeah, let's take a look. SCARZ, what are they gonna pick here? They could go for the M thing play. Let him play his hearts out in this game. Could be possible. But
there we go.
Fate comes
there
out.
we go. I'm so excited.
I don't believe in fate.
You're gonna be playing the assassins. I think Nongshim would prefer picking up the Luna here. Shangwon also.
Okay.
Oh, crazy game.
Okay.
I'm loving this game already.
Yep. Okay, so we'll see. All right, SCARZ, I like the picks, but these are very squishy picks, which means there is a lot of emphasis that they need to have good farm, good laning phase as well. And Nongshim, I like this. Let's go. The assassins, power versus power, speed versus force. Let's see.
Yeah, it's just feast or famine for SCARZ and Nongshim, and I like it. I like those types of games because it's either it's gonna be snowballing on one side or the other. So this is gonna be different, very different from what you've seen from last game. And having a Mayin together with a Pei, this has always been a classic, or maybe even a Byron. This is way easier to work with for Nongshim. But SCARZ, they're playing with fire, but I like it.
Yep, there is no in between. I mean, that's the thing with fire, right? That a fire does not show you what can be burnt, it shows you what cannot be. So let's see if SCARZ are the ones that will be burnt, or are they the ones doing the burning?
Oh yeah, good question. Right now, teams are ready. SCARZ stepped up from game 2. Will they continue to step up, or will Nongshim just push them out of the ladder? And this is the time for them to come back.
Yep, I think once again, yep, it definitely has to be the clash lane that is going to be of utmost contention between the two teams. So I think Arashi will do well for himself to keep it safe. At the same time, this Mayin pick could really be the downfall on the side of SCARZ, because if he gets the pull in, it works in great synergy with Lady Jen in the mid. Illusion, we know him as one of the best mid players in this league, if not the best, and he doesn't miss.
And also, we all know how Kyung9 plays. He's very patient. He doesn't care if he takes too long to go for that flank. He'll go that long route. He doesn't care if it's going to be long as he finds a way to get to the back line. And he has a lot of back line to actually cover, so it's good for Nongshim here.
Yep. In fact, I think they might go for like tank builds, because tank builds really do a number against people like the Shangguan, against people like the Elaine and Fate. You need to melt health bars fast. So if they're tanky, not that easy.
Yeah. This is going to be interesting. I love this. I love this game that we're going to have. I want to see, once they both go to level 4, what's going to happen. Is it going to start? Is Glow going to be going for kills? Is Arashi not going to be bullied on the top side? So far, kind of looking good for them, but Glow already starting to take out the boars here to maybe just make sure that they decelerate this level up from Haku.
Yep, actually Haku is already ahead by a little bit, right? Managed to steal the Sprite and the jungle river on the top. At the same time, I think they did manage to take a camp away. So SCARZ, they are behind by a little bit in terms of overall goal once the dust settles.
Yeah. Now we are waiting, and you know, remember, with all the picks that they have here, I think Emping and Glow are going to be sharing a lot on those resources. Emping going to come in, might be able to go. Doesn't have the Jade Mark just yet. If he had the Jade Mark, there could have been a kill.
He does have it now.
Okay. Oh, he's not going to stop. He's going to go. Going to go for the perch and maybe go for that slash. He's waiting for Kyung9 to move forward, but he knows he doesn't have any vision on the other members here, so he has to be careful.
Look, I think until Arashi hits 4, this is not a safe play. So SCARZ, they need to hold back, have a little bit more restraint at this point. Glow as well has not had level 4. Meanwhile, so the level 4 mark, all the different players on all sides.
Yeah. Right now, ASD, they're waiting. For now, around the map, you can see that Haku is just trying to maybe get some farm, get some advantage as he can. He's also trying to help out Kyung9 as much as he can to maybe push the waves, and he's stealing resources, if I may, because he's trying to get all the gold right up on top side. Right now, Glow has been seen, but he can't even go and move forward here. Remember, they have infinite fastness, so it's not gonna be easy for the Shangguan to get the kill with a final stroke.
Yep, that chance was over. So actually, Glow was looking for the jump before Siri hit 4, but unfortunately, right as he wanted to move, he hit 4, and then that attempt nulled.
Yeah, it's gonna be way harder now, and Faye also looking to get to that level 4. So getting kills will be a bit harder for them just because they both have transformation skills. Glow gonna be looking for that finishing stroke, maybe bait out some infinite vastness here, but riding the wind just enough to push him back, not even able to fully commit to that finishing stroke.
Yeah, I think now both teams will not want to commit anything unless it is a guaranteed free kill. we are at the 3-minute mark, right? So the next neutral objective, first neutral objective of the game, is even more important because both of them are neck and neck. There is no difference in the farm.
Ooh, Blow would want to go in here, might be able to get some damage off. But yeah, as you said, they're not going to commit anything. They're just trying to bait out the infinite fastness. So after using that, they have a chance to go for kills before this Tyrant.
Yep. At this point, I think what SCARZ is really about, can we burn out those resources? If Faye overcommits, has to use that Unbridled Outburst, it's a horrendous situation to test for neutral objectives.
It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. Right now, Glow gonna force out something here. Maybe just move forward. Get the stun here from Ochik. Super low. They even used the Destructive Deluge before they go for the fight here on the Tyrant.
Okay, I don't think it's too big of a loss at this point. Both junglers are just looking around that Tyrant, but I don't think they will overcommit just yet.
Anthem could go for the steal here. Going for the Crimson buff. Oh, he's not. He's not gonna go. He doesn't want to. I think he knows that they don't really have any kill potential yet. That's why he's trying to play it safe.
In fact, it's a higher kill potential for the side of Nongshim, right? Because
that's why
they have a lot of burst damage, honestly.
True. And also scary to fight against Illusion at this point. Right now, Haku might be in danger. Should fall back, but Arashi wasn't able to get that knockup.
So both teams now teetering on the edge of 13,000. And I think at this point, I really don't see any openings just yet in terms of taking a team fight. It's really coming down to the rotations. So whoever clears the way faster will have an advantage to make that decision.
Remember, it's important also for the Shang one for Glow to get that advantage, at least in the mid-game. So this is going to be scary because they are not getting anything much for the side of SCARZ. So before they build defensive items, he needs to get like 2 kills, 3 kills first.
Yeah, true. This needs to be amplified. Both teams unable to find an opening on either side yet. Look, both teams are just playing so clean. Some people say it's boring, but look, you need to appreciate how well they're preparing for the big team fight that is about to unfold.
Oh, right, the wind was able to push him back away. That by Sunset gonna get used. Haku very tanky. Remember, he has the Blazing Cape, so he's gonna be tanking a lot of damage, and the first blood comes in to the top side.
Yeah, Arashi gives it away, gives it to Kyung9. This lane is good on the top side of the map. Nongshim finally, they edge out that advantage.
Haku has a Blazing Cape. It's so funny to see. They were trying to kill Haku, but he was so tanky, they were not expecting it.
Yeah,
that was good cancel there. That was good. Glow wasn't able to move forward because of it, and maybe they can push it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, they trade the T1s, the farm lane T1 for the top lane T1 on the side of SCARZ. And this is, once again, they're balancing out. Oh, hang on.
Okay, good. Force out the infinite fastness. Elmpeng gonna go to the bot side just so that when he uses the infinite fastness, he's gonna be in danger. But he's just gonna be backing off here.
Okay, they have a 4-man hold on that. Elmpeng is just trying to limit the farm that is going over the Haku, taking camps away from the red side.
Yeah. Right now on the mid lane, gonna be focusing on a lot of people that we have here on the mid lane now. They're looking to finish this mid lane tower, but it's gonna be quite hard because Illusion is just manning this tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, you can see, right? They're rushing the redemption as well. Coming to give that extra shield and extra HP. Everything is just geared towards giving more defenses for the side of Nongshim. That's how you deal with the side of Elmpeng.
Oh yeah, they need to be very tanky. I mean, if they wanted to fight fire with fire, could be possible, but Haku went in for that defensive route also. I mean, it's also okay so that they have another effective frontline together with Faye. So that's what they're gonna do here.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Arashi this time he will go for the Sparkforce Jagger along with the Doomsday. He might have to trade off a little bit of his defensive power in order to be able to deal consistent damage against people like Haku and Kyung9 who are going for the tank builds.
Yeah, Glow maybe looking for this Overlord for this side. There's a lot of people on the mid lane, but from what we're seeing, they're just adding a lot of pressure on both sides of the lane, and Kyung9 gonna go to that bot side just to push the lane there because there's a lot of people on the top side already, so this could be a potential T1 tower bot side.
Yeah, I don't think they want to focus on that for now. They have to try, because Haku's around the corner. That is actually a big moment if they can get a kill on the Haku or even getting this double kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're finding it hard. They're finding it hard to decide on where they want to go on the side of SCARZ. And they need to find a way to get a kill here because time is ticking. Time is ticking for them. And the Nongshim is just allowed to farm the whole map.
Yeah, and they are benefiting off of that. It's a close to 2,000 gold lead. At this point, 1,000 for now. But they're stealing away buffs, so I guess that is one trade-off for the side of SCARZ. It's not going to be something that is super huge just yet. They need to convert it into kills or the towers. So far, none of that is happening.
Yeah, so far, it's been pretty quiet on both sides. We have 8 minutes, and we also just have one kill that one time that we had the fight on the top side. Because nobody wants to commit for now, because it's going to be very dangerous. Once you make a mistake here, the other team is going to snowball, which is why they don't want that balloon to pop.
No, but SCARZ, they're not matching up to Nongshim's spacing, right? Look, the consistent damage they're being pulled down onto the T2s is not a lot at this point in time. But Nongshim, as they continue to chip away, you see mid T1 is going to fall very soon.
Yeah, it's going to be one more or two more flaming bombs on series range. He could actually go for that takedown on the tower in the mid lane, but now they are still waiting. Gonna go for the fight for Kyung9, but he's not gonna kill that. That is very tanky still at this point.
Yeah, but it shows that Enfeng is not around and how.
Yeah, look at the top side.
Some more damage.
Haku. Yeah, Haku is just taking a bit of damage. He's very tanky. He doesn't care on taking those damage, but for this tower in the mid lane, gonna be down just because they were pulled. Their attention was pulled away to the top side just for a second.
Yep, and Illusion now has the Master Bag. Percentage-based damage to the side of SCARZ as well.
Yeah, he has the Splendor too, first item, just to be safe. That's why people are so afraid of taking kills here. Kyung9 just there to push them back away. Right now, Overlord's also being taken. Gonna be a handshake for both of our teams.
But this is more beneficial. Okay, there is enough damage. They do rush it before. But on the backside, Arashi.
Ooh, remember, they can get pushed back here. This is not a good spot to be in. Theory can push this. Good thing they had the Overlord. That's why they were able to clear up the wave in the mid lane.
But Enfeng.
It's not going to be in danger, though. I mean, Haku is just very tanky. So he's not going to be getting kills on Enfeng. He's hard to kill.
Okay, so now both teams, they're trying their best. Okay, Blood Rage on... This one becomes more like a farming game. Found an opening.
Oh, got it on Kyung9. Gonna be chased down with a Death by Sunset. Used one. Did they use the Celestial Melody? Nope, it's okay. Oh, they used it. So Ochik used the Celestial Melody. But right now, they're gonna be pushing onto the mid lane and top side while there were a lot of people on the bot lane. Good distraction.
Yep. Good distraction as well. They do take up a bit of pressure, but it's just one turret in comparison to the 5 that Nongshim have taken. Nongshim, you know, I have always been a little critical about their map control in the earlier parts of Season 3. Now, look, so clean coming up from Nongshim.
Yeah, they're just holding on to the map. As long as SCARZ doesn't go for that fight, Nongshim is just benefiting. Everybody is just getting the items they need. Glow is not going to scale as well as most of the members here of Nongshim, so it is okay that they're not taking these fights right now. Glow got pushed back. They might be able to get the finishing stroke. Got a bit of damage, but not really enough. And Bradley Outburst got 2. This is big. Glow could be dead here. That is 1 down. That is 1 more kill to the banks of Nongshim. RedForce, they're going to go to the back line. They had the Death by Sunset. Splendor comes in for Illusion just to save his life. Another one on Siri. Gets the knockup, but he has the Infinite Fastness, so he's safe. Now, they're looking to target 1 more. Kyung9 onto the back line. Gets the kill, but what call? They got a 2 for 1. Make that 3. Enfeng gets a double kill.
Okay, so they baited them in. They gave the life of Glow. They traded it out for 3 kills. Now, there is no neutral objective to take except for the buff. But let's take a look at the replay here. A beautiful Unbridled Outburst coming out from Faye, helping set up that fight. But there were moments of indecisiveness coming in because you could see the double death at Sunset by Arashi. The team wasn't too close to back it up. But the moment they chose to commit, they won the fight. Enfeng doing really well to jump onto the walls as well as get the kill onto Siri.
Yeah, the surprising thing was when they all dispersed after that infinite vastness, Illusion was so far away. That's why Mpeng was just able to capitalize and was able to get that kill. It is a crazy spot to be in, but right now, look at it. They do have almost the same amount of gold here for Mpeng and Haku at 10.5. Others tank, others going to be going for kills. But looking at what happened in that fight, it's still good, but it's still an advantage for SCARZ here in the end.
I think it came down to the usage of Unbridled Atlas, right? I think Faye maybe needs to be less trigger happy about it. I think it can be used as a setup, but it needs to be a counter play initiative rather than an aggressive play.
Yeah, I think so. This is one of those times that I'm going to be okay with that just because there's a lot of dives. You need to push them away from your backline, especially Illusion, an easy target for their side. And Infinite Vastness is up for Siri, so you don't want those to be forced.
Okay, so they survive on the side of SCARZ, but the fact of the matter is T3 is left on 2 lanes, and unless they can steal it.
Yeah, maybe. Mpeng in position. Haku moving back and forth. They're going to try to reset that by Sunset is going to be there. Has a lot of movement speed. Could get the damage if they need it. Infinite Vastness is going to use. Arashi goes in for another. Doesn't have flash. Siri goes out. And this is a safe play from them. Unbridled Outburst doesn't hit anybody except for Ochek. So this is good. Arashi was able to pull them back away from the objective.
Yeah, look at the way that they play on the side of SCARZ. They're pulling at the correct times. But once again, the wave, the macro, are they really going to let the T3 fall?
Kyung9 at the back though. 9k HP, they might be able to go for it. No, they weren't. Kyung9 onto the back line, gets the kill. The Glow was able to move forward. They get the Tyrant. That's good destruction from Kyung9.
Yeah, big moments. Nongshim, once again, they capitalize on mistakes of teams. And SCARZ, that was one mistake they might regret later on.
And remember, Mpeng used this might faded away. That's why the Tyrant reset. Which is why they weren't able to get it.
Yeah, minor things. You can tell the tension and stress getting to the members of SCARZ. But hey, this is an important match, right? The points don't matter, but the results do.
Gonna be challenging. Mpeng, very tanky members here that they're gonna be fighting. Haku, so tanky. Pops the Blood Rage at very early times. He's not going to be dying here. Arashi taking a lot of damage. This is a lot of commitment from their side. Look at top side. They're pushing.
Yep, they need to fix the waves. In fact, Kyung9, he's doing so well to keep the waves under pressure to the side of SCARZ. And look, SCARZ might have to give up this T3 here.
Oh no, this T3 is going to fall. He can't clear this. This is going to be done. He has infinite vastness, so he's going to be safe if ever somebody closes by. So right now, 20 seconds, they can start the Overlord.
Yep, they've given it away for free. SCARZ now has a bleeding.
Let's take a look at what they're gonna do though. I mean, this is very scary. They can go for the Overlord. Right now they have 5 seconds. Arashi has been doing a good job at going to the backline, which is good. But right now, 1 second, they can go for that Overlord now.
Yep, important moment for the side of Nongshim. If they can put more pressure, open up another lane into the base of SCARZ, suddenly SCARZ will have no attacking power at all.
Look at Arashi. He knows that this is happening, and it's going to take Haku ages for him to finish this. And everybody can close by pretty fast. Arashi looking for that positioning though, but this is looking really fast. It's not good. They're not going to be able to steal it. They can go for that push on the backside. Kyung9, look at him. Ochek is going to be chased down, but Kyung9 at the back might get the chase. Ochek going to go in, goes for the flash backline, get the kill on Haku. They were able to move forward. They have another death by Sunset. Kyung9 being the distraction, moves back away. He has Ochek on his hands. Illusion is going to be dying here, so that's not a good spot for them. Double kill for the side right here of Arashi, and they're not yet done. Faye is getting chased, and his HP is going to fall in just a bit. That is a good job by SCARZ.
Okay, great fight by SCARZ, but is it really an advantage? Because once the dust settles, look, they have so many turrets to work for. T3 on the bottom is nowhere near being threatened on the side of Nongshim. So SCARZ, when it comes down back to it, they are still behind.
Yeah, I like that SCARZ has a bit more kills, and as you said, they're a bit behind just because of the amount of towers that it's almost going to be taken down. But I like that Arashi has been such a nuisance to Nongshim that Illusion and Siri are having a hard time getting their damage out.
Yep, not.
Yeah, that's true. And for this one, let's see what they're going to be doing here, Ken, because 20 seconds, they want to go for that objective. But with the Overlord marching towards the bot lane, they can make use of this pressure.
Yep, important sides for the side. And Nongshim, they understand what is. So actually, Nongshim, they will try to. It doesn't matter the fight as long as they get one kill, or maybe even just a or ASD. It's a big moment. There isn't enough wave clear on the side of SCARZ.
That's true. That's true.
Feng on the back.
Feng at the back. This is a good spot to be in. But Kyung9 also. They don't know that Kyung9 is at the back too. Tyrant could be taken, but did they see Kyung9? That's a good question because look at where he's positioning here. Feng actually has an idea. Glow also knows. So they have to be careful. ASD has to look at where he's going to go after this. Oh, no, they don't. Kyung9 could actually make this. ASD could be the target. Here they come. Here's come. A drop kick forces the flash out of both of them.
Yep, that's a big moment. And now, once again, this Shadow Tyrant in the eyes of Nongshim.
Taking a lot of damage from Faye. Not good. Arashi could go to the backline. Death by Sunset gonna be here. Goes for another knock up on Faye. There you go. Unbridled Outburst right there. And then Arashi doesn't have any HP anymore. Goes in for the Infinite Fascist. He has the Blood Rage. That's good. But no more HP for this guy. He might fall in just a bit. That's good. They got the kill on Arashi. They might look forward with Haku. Glow wasn't able to get that kill on anybody. So this Tyrant is free.
Yep, Kyung9 doing a very good job of just scouting Feng out. And all of a sudden, right, Nongshim, so much pressure coming in. There's not enough life and defenses on the side of SCARZ. This is one of the weaknesses of their draft. If you cannot overpower your opponents, you will lose a lot of life really quickly.
Yeah, Sage's Sanctuary is already built up here by Feng, so he's not going to be dying that easily later. But for now, Nongshim still has advantage. They were able to win that fight with no casualties, so they can pressure the map more. Tempest Dragon is going to be up in 12 seconds.
They will try to force the fight here and take the T3 in the mid as well.
Yeah, Sage's Sanctuary is here though, so it's okay. They can fight this. They can go for some damage right on ASD. And they dropped this Destructive Deluge a while ago. Haku being a distraction on the back line, drops the Blood Rage, uses it, goes in, Feng pops the Stage of Sanctuary. They got the kills onto the back line. Glow falls down. This is good. They have some damage. Siri looking to finish the game. Crystal Luck for this guy. He's gonna...
Yep, Nongshim just doing better in macro sense, right? They are so concerned about the actual objective of this game, which is to destroy the crystal. And SCARZ, they never could keep up in this game number 2.
Oh man, it's crazy to see. This is actually so good to see. Nongshim RedForce just doing macro things, not even being flashy, not even looking for kills. They were just playing the macro pretty well.
Yeah, playing the map, right? At this point, Nongshim, this is why Nongshim is so strong. They know what to do. They know how to adapt. The team fights really didn't go too much in their favor sometimes, but they always made sure to fight when the waves are crashing in against the likes of SCARZ's base. And then you start to see the true value of where Nongshim's strength comes from.
They are so good. They are so good, especially on how they play the map. It's very smart whenever they play like that. And I really like that they move around the map pretty fast and forcing SCARZ to decide on what they want. Do you want kills or do you want your tower? And that's what they always do.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tough choice, right? Because end of the day, if you don't kill them, you clear the waves, you might be hit with extra damage that you didn't want to get hit by, and suddenly Nongshim are still ahead. And if you choose to go for the kills in which SCARZ chose, you might tunnel vision and just totally forget the fact that someone is hitting your crystal.
That's true. That's true. That's what happened though. They tunnel vision, somebody's hitting the crystal. Siri was able to take that crystal, and it was a long game, but you know what? SCARZ is doing pretty well. I love what SCARZ is doing today. They are putting up a challenge against Nongshim, and Nongshim, they're finding it hard to find the right formula.
True, but Nongshim, this is gear 1 or gear 2. So let's see, right? Siri this time taking the Lung, a lot of damage. Sage's Sanctuary really coming into play because of that last 20 minutes here. Tempest Dragon was available for the taking if things didn't work out for either side, specifically for Nongshim actually. But with that being said, just tanky builds across the board. Pretty sure they tanked up quite a bit of health. Haku, 123,000 worth of damage taken, along with Faye, who was at 111 here.
And honestly, this is what I like about this. 200,000 damage is actually crazy. He's gonna get MVP, right? Illusion's gonna get MVP just because of that amount of damage that he got.
Yeah, I think so too. end of the day, I also want to commend like Haku did a job of pulling the players in from the side of SCARZ as well. He went for the full tank build along with Kyung9. Kyung9 did, his rotations were on point. He gave vision, he gave information, and Nongshim knew how to play from there.
Yeah, honestly, Kyung9 is just so good at playing Byron, playing Bagin. I think he's way better at that than playing Dharma, just because he knows the right timings and he could get away with murder, basically. Illusion, 43% damage dealt for this guy, 9% damage taken, total gold 16%. Damage taken not really that high. Remember, he was getting dope by a lane a lot of times, but he was able to survive a lot.
Yeah, it came down to those Ocean of Tears and Destructive Delusions, right? His flowing signs were always on point because the way that SCARZ was fighting, they had to stick together in order to make the composition work. And that's where the true value of having a Lady Joan, right?
Yeah, that's true. And from what we've seen here, there were some hiccups coming in from Nongshim RedForce, but they were looking at the big picture. I mean, if they were losing the fights, they were looking at something else that they could make use of. Even though that sometimes SCARZ were winning these fights, they had all the lanes pushed. So they knew that risk is okay to take.
Yeah, but like this fight, you know, I was really concerned because, look, the T3 in the mid was consistent being damaged and they had to choose. And even though they chose to kill off the members, successfully saved that mid T3, this next fight was nowhere better for them.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they took the fight here, goes to the backline. Arashi a bit too far forward, right? But he was able to survive this. But looking at the fight in the bottom side, look at how they're doing this. Glow wasn't able to get it. We were talking about the Shangwan, right? We want the Shangwan to get like 2-3 kills before the mid game, because if he doesn't scale well.
Yep, exactly. I mean, late game is definitely not a Shangwan's friend, right? By then, a lot of people have the itemization to hold up against the damage that they offer, especially from your finishing stroke. And look, the choice of fighting, Nongshim just making slightly better decisions than SCARZ. But SCARZ being SCARZ, you know they have that comeback factor in them as well. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen in game number 3. But before that, let's take a short break. We will see you in a bit.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive 'cause now.
Welcome back. It is game number 3 between Nongshim and SCARZ. We're looking for an edge out in this best of 5. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me, the man that ends games in the flash, it is Dash. What is going to happen in game number 3?
Game number 3 is going to be different here. I think Nongshim RedForce recognizes what they can do. They can play the long game. They know how to play the macro better. And they really know how to play the map pretty well. So they're going to be playing on these strengths moving forward. Because SCARZ, if they play around SCARZ's game, they might struggle like what happened in Game 1.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we might not see the Assassin jungles come up for game number 3. In fact, I think we will be looking at more tank jungles here. And maybe this time they will get the Ogren on the side of Nongshim.
As long as they don't get banned though. Because for now, I think from what we've seen on the picks, Ogren could potentially be a game 3 pick and could be one of the better ones for him.
Yeah, so let's see how this works out, because at this point, whoever edges this game out is going to be in a much more comfortable position, because it is a time where you are on the cusp of winning.
Yeah, right now, Nongshim, what are they going to be banning? From what we've seen, there could be still a potential good amount. That's why, yeah, there you go. Banning the Luna could be a good first step here, because Mpeng might be looking for better, what do you call this, assassin junglers to pick up here.
Yeah, better entry. I think one of Faye's weakness is if you're not fighting in the jungle, it's actually a little bit difficult to get into fights because of the angle that you have to come in from, and you might get hit even before you start the fight.
Yeah. And from what we've seen, Lam is also on the limelight here for the team, which is really good. But for now, Ogren and Mai Shiranui, this is going to be the picks here. But with what we've seen, I'm kind of liking what is happening here for their side. It's looking like it's looking better for them. Banning the Ogren, that's smart. They need it.
Yeah, so with that, it puts Nongshim at a place where what? They don't care that you don't have an Ogren. They're going to pick up the Agudo here. They missed that chance in the Ogren game in game number 1 against SCARZ. I think this is a great pick.
They can't stop it. The DRNG Insecure is coming. They can't stop it because they picked it already a while ago, so they have no way of stopping that from happening. Nongshim is going to go for that for sure.
So does that mean Nongshim is going to win this one? Because it's a hard composition to fight against.
That's true. Sieging, really hard to deal with. And they don't go for it first. They go for the Charlotte just so they have a fighting chance against it. Okay, there you go. There's the Secure. The DRNG is getting banned though for next phase.
We'll see. I think Nongshim, especially Siri, he has plenty of heroes in his kit. I don't think it's a huge worry. And the Charlotte, I think, is more important because it is a great chase down into Lady Sun. And that's what we want to see, the Jing coming out.
Yeah, they won't be able to stay long on that wild growth that they have here for the Agudo. I think this is way better. I think I like what I'm seeing here from SCARZ. Putting out that Jing for Mpeng could be a good first step here as long as they will be able to play around it. Yeah, there you go. DRNG getting banned, really smart for SCARZ.
You know what? When I cast with you, Dash, I think we can kind of tell the... we can be pseudo coaches as well. Here we go, Nongshim. Nongshim, final ban as well as SCARZ. Let's see what they go with.
What else do they have here? Banning the Zhengfei.
The mid lane. It has to be the mid lane.
Oh, that's true. They could go for the mid lane. Banning the Nuwa.
Go.
That's good. Yixing's still available, right? Yeah, Yixing's still available for Nongshim.
I think... You know what? Yeah, actually Yixing works on both drafts as well. Yixing is a perfect setup for both Nongshim and SCARZ in a sense where, look, if you pair it up with the Secure and the Agudo, it sets up a situation where, you can easily get the lockdowns and big burst amounts of damage. Now, for SCARZ, they could do the same as well. But we'll see.
Yeah, that's true. The mirror domain could be... there you go. Yixing, let's go! Yixing is going to get picked here by SCARZ. And as we said, it's going to work both ways. The mirror domain, together with the World is My board, is just hard to deal with, especially if you get caught in the trap. And if you're like 3 people caught in that trap, you have nowhere to go. Easy executions for Mpeng. But Nongshim... Wait, they have Illusion on this Yu1 for sure.
They have this Yu1, right? Can act to just step out of the What is My board And Nongshim lock-in, one of the rare picks here, Consort Yu, going to come into the playing field against SCARZ. Actually a great pick because physical immunity works wonders against Jing and Lady Sun.
Yeah, and also what I like about the Consort Yu, they always, honestly, this pick only comes out when Nongshim is fighting against SCARZ. The last time that they picked this was also against this composition, but Cheyenne on the last, interesting.
Not a fan. Yeah, okay, everyone knows this. Everyone really like a Cheyenne. I think she falls off really hard into the late game. So SCARZ, I think they want to play a very aggressive early game, which could work both ways. Either they are going to be a force that you are totally unstoppable, or you're gonna fall flat and mid to late game, SCARZ is just gonna get smashed.
Oh yeah, again, this is nice. I love that I'm seeing this quite a development from their side. It's kind of okay to see, but I hope we see SCARZ not falter after getting just one win against Nongshim RedForce, and Nongshim just getting back at it, understanding what they should do here against SCARZ. Consort Yu, honestly, I'm not really a fan of Consort Yu because you don't really have a lot. The protecting wins is good, but the other things on her kit, really hard to make work.
Yeah, if she's behind, she's behind.
Yeah.
Her old bolt does nothing if she's behind.
That's true. This is the reason why I don't like seeing it. But you know what? If it's in the hands of Nongshim, could be a good fight. Again, everybody, this is game 3. It's basically like we're back at the best of 3 just because they got a 1-1 this time. So SCARZ putting that dent. Will Nongshim let that happen and let them sweep? Or Nongshim could actually get this again?
Yeah, look, whoever wins this game actually has quite the advantage in the series because then there is the pressure of like you're one loss away from losing the entire thing. But here we go, Glow against Illusion. The wave clear is pretty similar for both of them. So I think, look, Nongshim already making that first decisive move to make that pressure on the top lane, which means Kyung9 is going to have the level of against Arashi.
Yeah. Or now it's going to be this. They're just going to be chilling here. And Ochik, he's gonna have a better lane than Siri just because he's gonna be left alone with his teammate here. So with the movement that they're gonna be doing here around the map, I think it's okay. Except here, Faye, just let Faye move around the map here and find a way to get those kills for yourself.
SCARZ, they gave away one camp for free. I mean, this is not something that should be done at this stage of the game, right? I think Nongshim, they're really proficient at finding all these little advantages throughout the match. And then suddenly, you know, as you gather so many little gold nuggets, they can become a gold bar.
Yeah, that's what they're doing every time. That's what they did during game 2. They get small advantages around the map, let Haku do his thing, and there you go. They're going to be using Gorge Mobilization. They do have the knockout to stop Emfeng from doing anything destructive, and that's good enough. Stop the fight from there.
Yeah, that gives you a glimpse into the damage potential on the side of Emfeng as well. But Arashi, as you can tell, this advantage is being stretched. Kyung9 is going to do well against Arashi here.
Oh yeah, that's true. This is why they prioritize picking the Charlotte rather than it getting banned from the side of SCARZ. So now, as you were saying, this is going to be an advantage always. Ochik and ASD going to be sticking together. Siri, very independent. It's okay to be on the losing lane whenever you're picking Consort Yu as long as you don't die.
Yeah, that's true. At this point, it then allows a lot more farm to go as well, in which you can tell then that burst potential coming in from Emfeng is kind of muted because he doesn't have as much burst as he would like to have.
Yeah.
So as long as they keep this mute, it's good.
Yeah, as long as they don't give as much advantage to Emfeng, I think this is the game in where you don't really need to find kills for the side of Nongshim. They just want to go for pushes. They want to go for the side lanes if ever. So that's what they want to do here. They just want to siege. As long as they go away from the presence of Glow and Emfeng, all is good. All is good.
Yeah, play the map, right? Because regardless of what happens, unless there is a late rotation, everyone will have equal minions. Everyone will have equal waves. And then it really boils down to, okay, is there a difference in the number of camps we have taken from each other? And so far, Nongshim is winning the camp stealing game.
Yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good for Nongshim here. They always prioritize going to the mid lane. Emfeng, okay, not gonna get stunned, so that's good. At least he was pushed back out of the way for the lane. And they have this respect for each other, right? The Gorge mobilization is going to get used. They have, oh wait, Siri, that protecting wind. Got no damage from that.
Yep, that's a benefit. And the heals coming in from Faye definitely effective. So this is a situation that might present itself. In fact, no, it will present itself later on during the team fights between Nongshim and SCARZ. We will get a glimpse of that very soon because the 4-minute mark is coming here.
Yeah, we're waiting. Mfeng, 5 seconds on the clock. Haku gets to level 8 a bit earlier than Mfeng, but now they're positioning themselves at the bot side. Whoever has teleport here for the side of Nongshim has the better chance of going to the spot side to go for the fight. But it's looking like both of them are just fighting each other. They're on a different field.
Yep, they will get it started first on the side of SCARZ. Will they want to pull this away?
Haku's too far away. I think this is going to be free for Mfeng.
It's a good start, right? It's not the biggest of advantages for the side of SCARZ, but if they can get a successful team fight here, maybe that could be the difference maker. But Haku knows they want to put pressure on this Crimson Golem here.
Oh yeah, he can go for the fight here. It's available. Mirror Domain's going to be there. He uses the Gorge mobilization to back off. Oh, the pull back coming in from that whatever one. They go in with it under the knock-up on their side power gradation. Helps them out. Haku falls down for the first blood. And this is going to be next. Kyung9 is going to fall. And that's 2 kills for SCARZ.
Alright, first blood for the side of SCARZ going into the hands of Mfeng as this Jing is looking to snowball out of control. Straight away, they run into everything that they can.
That is fast though. After getting the kill, they run into the jungle, they get as much as they can. And remember, they had the Tyrant there, and fighting against them on that Tyrant buff, really not the best decision here for Nongshim, and a tower T1 gonna get taken down.
And this is the level of difference when you're playing at the top tier, right? So straight away, one mistake, Mfeng.
Oh no, Mfeng gets pushed. Good immobilization there. Kyung9 could be dead here. Good dash actually. Kyung9 survives that?
Mfeng didn't continue that aggression. I think for 15 seconds, he Golem at this point. Protect the T1 if possible as well.
Gets the push though. Will they get the push? Yes, they do.
Oh, they caught!
Haku has been caught and the world is my board. He has nowhere to go. He's gonna be dead. And they didn't get the tower too.
Oh, something is happening to the Nongshim lineup. This is a different Nongshim. SCARZ just hitting differently this game.
Yeah, SCARZ has been doing so well. I like that SCARZ is gaining confidence and not losing heart even after losing game 2. They are doing pretty well. So well that Nongshim has been struggling, especially Haku.
Yep, and they are the ones making the map pressure now. The T1 on the bot is just going to go down by itself thanks to the minions. And there is a potential kill here if SCARZ play their cards right.
Again, surprisingly, they are just being pushed back by SCARZ. And I love this positioning here from the side of the SCARZ too. They know that they can make sure that Haku is not going to have a good time. And we already are on a 2-level gap here against Haku.
Look, they're so proficient. Mfeng actually used his view, the Azure Golem. It's like, no, we're not giving anything to you.
Yeah, and it's so fast, dude. The damage that he can deal at this point in the game should be taken note of because it's going to be scary. He's going to be dealing a lot of damage.
Okay, but there is a timer on the side of SCARZ. So Nongshim, as long as they kind of ride the wave of advantage that SCARZ have, I don't think they will suffer too much. Late game, I would actually give it over to Nongshim.
Yeah, Nongshim is a better late game just because of the amount of damage that this composition can deal. So he could work this out, especially this one. Protecting wins is going to be there just for him to not get damage. Flash away to get there, but Faye still wins in the end there. And Faye getting chased down, riding the win for Faye. Gonna go away, has the mulberry power, gonna try to go in for jukes, but 2 kills bot lane.
Yeah, Mfeng here is just showing his proficiency on this Jing, understanding that, hey, there is a kill potential and really outlasting the protecting wins coming in from Siri. This is the first time I've seen Siri struggle so much in a game.
Yeah, 2 games now. He has been struggling for 2 games now. Even that Chano game, he struggled so much. And now look at Mfeng gaining that confidence on taking this bot side. And oh man, this is not good to see. SCARZ just looking to get the advantage. This is like game 2, but flipped.
Yep, exactly. Haku is completely silenced in this game. I mean, he does do decent damage against Mfeng, but it's not enough because he does not survive the damage. There's too much burst coming in from the SCARZ lineup.
What's also scary about this is ASD is getting a lot of gold. And once he gets that Daybreaker, it's going to be very scary. It's not going to be easy to survive against that at that point. 4k gold lead for the side of Nongshim, or rather SCARZ. And Tyrant could be taken now.
Yep, and right now, Kyung9 is chained to the Clash lane. He is unable to move in. He has to clear the way. Well, they might bait Nongshim in for a fight here. If SCARZ want to play this long, they will delay this. But no, they want to make it quick.
Could be looking for it. Haku, it's so hard to play this 3-level gap against Mfeng at this point. So man, Mfeng is getting a lot of gold, and Haku is not getting any just because they have the lanes pushed. So all the jungle is going to be on the hands of Mfeng here.
Yep, SCARZ have left a stamp and left a flag in the jungle of both in the bottom and the top as well. Azure and Crimson are soft guarantees for the side of SCARZ.
That's true. Oh man, this is rough. Almost close to that 10-minute mark. 35 seconds before we go for the Shadow variant. Tyrant is going to be prioritized by SCARZ here for sure, just because they need that extra damage, and once they get that extra damage, they could go for fights.
Okay, Illusion is in a nice position. Gets scouted out by the sliding stone straight away.
Yeah, go back Haku. Gonna be prioritizing Arashi pulling a lot of attention here. But what is Nongshim gonna do after the fact? Because for now with Mfeng at level 15, it's gonna be hard to contest objectives against him.
Okay, Arashi does have the Cuirass of Savagery. Kyung9, does he really want to chase into this? ASD is around the corner. They know that the Lady Soon is here. Haku might want to force this Tyrant here.
Yeah, Mfeng gonna be seen. Gets a bit of the knockback here for Mfeng. He knows it's pretty safe, so it's okay. Right now, they pull the Tyrant's attention. They might get the World is My Board. There's a lot of people. Arashi, as you said, on the back line. World is My Board, not going to get anyone. An ending sword of force from Illusion. Taking Liberties was able to knock him back off on the back line. The power gradation, but on here, we're seeing Mfeng doing some work, but he falls down. Siri gets the kill on him. That's good. They might be able to turn things around. Haku getting some damage on Arashi. ASD is super low. They get the Mulberry power, and one person pops the passive. Haku coming in. Glow is going to be their next target. ASD going to be chased down. Mulberry power wasn't able to hit, but that is good. Haku is chasing down. Haku gets the slow and glow, but they're getting some healing from Ochik. It's still a 2-for-1, but not bad for Nongshim.
Okay, the healing him coming in from Ochik has definitely made a significant difference. But the fact is, Mfeng is down for another 2 seconds, and Haku is all the way at the top. So actually, this looks pretty good for the side of SCARZ. They can get this for free.
Oh no, Tyrant's going to be taken. No contest from the side of Nongshim. Even with that effort, SCARZ still is on the top here.
Okay, so look, Illusion actually goes for the Staves of Sorcery. He's going for the magic attack build. He's not going tank.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough though. Now they have Haku. Doesn't really matter. They're not gonna go in. The Gorge Mobilization was able to pull them back away. But they're defending the top side of the map because they don't want them to get that Overlord.
Yep, definitely. They are putting that deterrence here. They want to go for the double objective. This is going to be a big marker for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah.
The Wild Grove going to be used as a scouting tool. For now, I think actually, Nongshim, this is an advantage possible for them.
Oh, half HP. Haku has advantage. Okay, going to be the target. Uses the ult. He's not very tanky though. He's going to fall for this. This is not good. They got the Mortal Stample. Got the Stun and Glow. Glow is dead. They're a bit too far. SCARZ. Oh no, that's a big mistake from their side though. They're gonna start this, and this Overlord is gonna be taken, but SCARZ has no way that they can contest this one.
Yep, there is no answer. Ochik out of position there, costing. He might have cost the SCARZ the game here.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. Ochik a bit too far forward. I thought that was the case just because look at this.
Mfeng
doesn't notice Mfeng. Oh no, gets it. Doesn't get the knockup. Mfeng is just gonna be running away from here. Gets the damage. Haku fights in the mirror domain. What? That's not good. A bit too aggressive though.
Oh, big turnaround, and Nongshim, this is a rare mistake coming in. They felt like they could take the fight, but Haku actually running under the tower, over zealous, and this has costed them. So 1-for-1 mistakes on both ends.
Yeah, a bit too surprising for me that Haku took that fight. Got the Overlord. They already are on a safe spot. Right now to the mid lane is going to be their chance to push this because they're losing one member. 10 seconds on the clock for Haku. Can actually look.
Oh no!
My board there too fast. Faye wasn't even able to react.
I mean, both teams, you can tell they're feeling it. They're so jittery at this point.
Yep, Shadow Vanguard. Where has it been put? I want to know where. They put it in the bot lane. Oh
Yeah, but
no, now the mid lane
yeah.
got pushed.
T3 is already down in the mid. This is an open setting for the side of SCARZ, right? So they have this continual pressure coming in mid. Right now, I think they will play a little bit safer. SCARZ, they don't want to overextend, right? They will allow for this push to happen because they know once everything is set, reset, dust settles, it is back in their favor. They just have to make sure they don't lose too many turrets.
Yeah, that's true. Right now, Shadow Vanguard is gonna get taken down in the bot lane. Wasn't able to find the value that it needed when Nongshim was able to take it. Really unfortunate stuff here for Nongshim. But as you said, they are on a timer. They could still come back from this. Feng could actually descale after getting all those items. So for now, SCARZ is looking for a battle. They got the wild growth, get the damage. That is insane. That mirror domain just gets kills. Worthless, my boy, got a trap on one. That's big. Illusion could be the next. That's gonna be 2 kills border side. Series gonna be the next target. Might be able to get the dropkick. Vaulting shot was there, but wasn't able to dodge Feng. They're gonna go. Haku's gonna be next. Kyung9 trying to take down the backline, but there's a lot of damage coming in from the side of SCARZ. They're gonna finish this game, and they want to take the second one. Triple kill for Feng, and this game is gonna go against the SCARZ 2-1 in favor.
Nobody would have thought that this was possible. But for a team to not only take the first win against Nongshim, but to do it 2 times in a row. A team that has not lost in this entire tournament and league so far. SCARZ may be the first one to do it.
What is this, SCARZ? Look at that faces from Nongshim RedForce. They were phased. They didn't know what to do. They had a hard time this game. SCARZ is looking really stellar today, especially Feng. I mean, he was allowed to play all the heroes that he wants, and getting to play that with the Jing especially, he has a smile on his face right now for sure.
Yo, look at YK. He is lost. He was phased. You could tell. He was like, what is going on? And I have the same question. What is going on? SCARZ. Look, every time they meet, and I feel like SCARZ has improved, SCARZ bring it up another level. And maybe today, after months of preparation, this could be the first time SCARZ beat Nongshim.
That's true. That is really true. And this is the first time, as you said, and also the first time in KME that they were able to defeat Nongshim RedForce. Maybe this series, I don't know what's going to happen because it's so far, even I'm lost. I don't understand why this is happening to Nongshim RedForce. It looks like they don't know how to answer the usual shenanigans that SCARZ is doing.
Yeah, but the map play this time from SCARZ in game number 2 so True. And I think Feng, he made so many good decisions in this game. More importantly, he knew not to overdive onto Haku. Most teams, I think, would have made the mistake of, hey, Haku's on the Agudo, it's one of his specialty heroes. We need to get rid of this guy first. But it came down to the tail end of the composition. They actually got Faye first. Same thing for SCARZ, that was one of their main weaknesses. The moment you kill Ochik, then suddenly there's not much value in the draft on the side of SCARZ. But then when Faye dies, it's like, hey, Nongshim, I have the keys to your house. Hello. And, you know, they can't close the door.
And I like what they're doing there, right? When they're trying to snipe Faye, Faye tries to move forward, right? Use the Firefly Fields, go forward, try to go for the Bull Bear power. But when he does that, the stun coming in from the mirror domain actually stops him from doing anything else. And that's what they did there. Because Faye being the target for like 2 times, that worked 2 times for SCARZ. That was really big because they lost one person, 4v5.
Yeah, and one of the big things in this composition is that ASD has the power to force Illusion to go for that early unending sorrow. So I'm expecting quite a lot of damage. Look, Feng 76,500, Glow 58,600, ASD 60,600 as well. These 3 people were doing damages to the entirety of the Nongshim lineup. It's not a singular hero. So they were forcing mistakes out of Nongshim before, during, and after the fight.
Yeah. And it's really rough though. I mean, the leads weren't really that big. We could also say, because we had like a 3k gold lead, just a 2k gold lead. That's why we were saying that Nongshim RedForce has a chance here. Once it goes to the late game, once the Tempest maybe like 5 minutes more. Good thing that the SCARZ recognizes that. When they recognize that and they finish the game, that stops the cap there for Nongshim RedForce. They won't be able to scale anymore.
Yeah, and they knew exactly who to look for, right? They were really focused on Fei. In fact, they left Siri for the last, and this one, you know he was the MVP. M-Fang, the jungles of jungle. 8-1-4, 31% of the team's hero damage dealt by this glass cannon.
Yeah, love that this guy has always been shining. I mean, if R8 has BX, SCARZ has M-Fang, and look at how he performed this whole game. He was really flashy, and you can see him just making sure that everybody on, even if he was fed, everybody on the side of SCARZ was on the same page. If M-Fang gets fed, we can find a way to get back here.
Yeah, and he was very patient. That's one thing I really like about M-Fang this game. He was extremely patient. He waited for certain markers in the game, which were number one, Siri using the protecting winds, and number two, Haku using the wild growth. These were big moments because these were moments where if M-Fang was impatient, dove in, he wouldn't get bursted down. Yeah. So the patience coming in from M-Fang was really a game changer for the side of SCARZ. And I mean, what a game to be a game changer, man.
That's true. It's crazy. M-Fang, just insane this game. Look at this. He was waiting for that protecting winds, and once he saw that finish, he was gonna go in. Yeah. And the timing is always right here for the team. I love how SCARZ is just going crazy here. They are just winning, taking down Nongshim. And Nongshim thought that they have the formula against all the other teams, but what they don't know is that SCARZ was brewing up something else.
Okay, so the cut gets deeper here. It was maybe a small cut just now. It's a pretty big gash.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at how this series will go. Let's take a short break first, and let's see if Nongshim will truly fall to SCARZ.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to
Welcome back. You know what? Vengeance is a dish best served cold, and right now, SCARZ, they have ice in their veins. It is the potential final game of the series as SCARZ, if they win this next one, they take their first ever victory over Nongshim.
Honestly, anything can still happen here in this game, but look at that. They were able to take a lot of the heroes here from the side of SCARZ. They had a really good picks on their name. So, man, what are they gonna do next year? Because with what we've seen so far, they were performing pretty well.
Yeah. If I'm on the SCARZ side, I'm gonna ban out Ogren. This has to be an Ogren game coming in for Nongshim. There is other prio that I think is more important at this point.
They were banning Ogren since a while ago. They banned it on game 3 because they know that it could have been an Ogren game. But because it was banned, Aguro was prioritized by Nongshim. This time around, they're gonna go to the red side again. So maybe they are the greatest red because they lost on the blue side twice.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if superstitions are true over here. As SCARZ, they're going to be prio. And I think we both agree, it should be an Ogren first ban. And there we go. The boy in blue going to be taken out.
Okay, he's not going to be seeing light here for this game. SCARZ also going to prioritize Maisha and Nui for sure. Because Illusion, being let out for Illusion, that is not a good sign. But we haven't seen a Maisha and Nui getting played yet, so SCARZ could actually take it for Glow.
I would want to see them give it to Illusion. I don't know. You know, give it to Illusion, play a tanky lineup, maybe.
Oh, that's good. Actually, that's a good idea. If they are gonna play the tanky lineup here, what else do they have? SCARZ still has the Zhongfei, so they could pick that first. And they even have the Dharma still ready for Urbashi. Never mind. Banned already, so we're not gonna see it. Maisha and Nui, as he said.
Do your best.
Okay, I was thinking more for Illusion, but sure. Glow, you can have that as well. This one, look, then Nongshim is going to go for the tanky drafts, man. Do they have... No, they don't have the Zhangfei anymore, right?
They start with one, yeah. They start with the biggest tank, Lian Po.
Yep, this one's a bit tough. And I think we might be able to see...
One day.
You know what? It would be so interesting if Nongshim plays the Ziya here in the mid.
Ooh, they could actually go for that. Chano with the Zhongfei.
Dance with the wolves.
Okay, they're not gonna have an assassin yet for SCARZ, right? But they would have it later on. This could also go to Mfeng because Mfeng prefers the Chano a lot. So they could also go for that tanky lineup for their team. Musashi.
Yep, because SCARZ, I think they want to go for a or something like that, right? Something tanky to be able to hold off the Arlie for a little bit. Musashi is a great pick, I think.
Actually, that's a good idea though. I mean, if SCARZ would go for an assassin, the Musashi is also good because he can follow through on every dash that they would be doing, which is a good touch. But SCARZ with the Musashi getting picked, will they?
Oh no, come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
They know.
They know. They have an idea what they're gonna do here.
Yep. I mean, it was the only plausible solution left, right, for the side of SCARZ. You have to get a tanky lineup, and right now the other tanky lineup, which is Menki, I don't think SCARZ would want to play a Menki down here. It leaves too much room for them to touch the Chano. Liu Bang, I think, is a great idea. The combination is definitely very damaging. In conjunction with the Lianpo, great idea.
Okay, banning the Kaiser too because they know they can handle a Menki. That's why they're not banning the Menki. Right now, I'm kind of looking at what they're gonna pick next year for Nongshim. It all comes down to that pick because I'm thinking SCARZ could go for Hunchin if ever they want to take down that Arlie pretty fast.
You know what? On Nongshim's side, what would really mess them up is if they go for the Musashi Clash lane instead, and then they go for Luna, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah.
Yixing, kind of expected here. It's going to be an easy setup, the Yixing to the Lianpo combo. So, SCARZ have a lot of ground to cover here on whatever they're going to pick.
This looks like a 2-2. Come on. there's no way. This game is so difficult for SCARZ. They pick up the Byron as well. But who are you going to have in your jungler? Luna obviously is my train of thought coming in, but Alarm works wonders as well. He can death from below out of Yixing's ultimate, so let's see.
That is good actually. This is really good. From Ish could actually be the answer that they're looking for here. But if they trap under the tank here, which they will for sure, this is still gonna be hard for the Maisha and Nui. Yeah, Sunsa is gonna be the best pick here. Still gonna be hard for SCARZ. Still a little tank.
I like it. I like the top process as well. Guan Yu does have good synergy with the Yixing. It requires quite a high synergy and mechanical execution as well as a Guan Yu. So, I mean, it's Kyung 9. So we expect that highest level coming out the horseback rider for him. Whether SCARZ can handle that pressure, that's the big thing here, because their lineup does suffer quite a bit against mine. So if Glow has a good game, Nongshim might be in trouble here.
Yeah, that is true. I think they need to be careful here for for this side of Nongshim just because of them. Glow would have a chance to maybe take down Siri and Illusion here, but there's not really a lot of viable targets. This is the reason why most Mai Shiranui fail, just because there's not really a lot of targets to go for.
You know what? In terms of my POV, SCARZ, I think the most pressured player now has to be Ochik. His unbridled outburst is that one move that will decide whether SCARZ have a good fight or not. Meanwhile, Nongshim, I think the draft is much easier to execute. It's much easier to land the moves as well. You have a Musashi to put so much just mental pressure against the side of SCARZ.
Oh, just a bit of a fun fact for everybody. This is the first time we're seeing Nongshim pick an early. This is the first time Siri picks this because they are losing. They need to pick the early now.
They need that power spike. Come on, 2-2.
Yeah. They want to get that 2-2. They don't want that crown taken out of them. If SCARZ defeats them here, that's not good. That's not a good sign.
Yep, and I meant it when we said that history was being made here because history has been... Nongshim have fallen once, twice now in this series, and maybe SCARZ will be the first team ever to beat them in the Pro League.
Ooh, this is big. If ever they get the win on them on the Major East the first time ever. So this is going to be a chance for them to prove themselves. SCARZ has been stellar so far. So this is going to be a chance for them to prove it again.
Ochik actually steals away that River Sprite with the Smite as well. ASD seems to be doing well against Siri in the lane, but here comes the rotations. Ochik needs to get some protection though.
Ochik needs to be very careful. This is the reason why the Lianbo and the Zhengfei matchup is good to see just because of the fact that they're so tanky. They most likely would not care about each other.
Yep, Siri actually secures that Fire Beak or Firehawk at the bottom as well. That's a good start for him. But the Wolves are a constant source of frustration for the side of Siri here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a time for them to go for this. Glow. He's just looking for those kills this early. And he's kind of looking for Nongshim's side. He's kind of finding a way to traverse and maybe get the kill on Siri pretty early. And Maple Dan's going to get used in the bot side.
Well, there is a high potential of a kill coming in from top lane where we need our attention at as well. Because if Kyung9 gets shut down early in this game, suddenly you'll find that he has limited resources to offer the team. And Nongshim will start to struggle in the fights. But at the same time, if Kyung9 has the advantage in lane, they will run all over SCARZ.
Yeah, that's why you want the Guan Yu to find the advantage or maybe clear the waves as fast as they can. That's the reason why. I think this is also the same matchup the last time they picked up the Guan Yu. It's against a Byron. And Kyung9 is confident at taking the Byron even in these matchups because he knows that he will get advantage once the team fights come in.
Yeah, for sure. Now, right now, I think Nongshim are doing well to fight for the... He just hit level 4. Siri has been successful in getting those ganks, but here comes Glow.
There he has to be careful. Good thing that Glow is going to be here, but Faye was able to stop him with the burst rams. He wasn't able to go to Siri.
Yeah, I think end of the day, Glow just wants to melt Faye down, and then they truly can go for Siri, because then there is no protection. So what if you hit 4 on Faye? So what if you have the Tremor Smash, right? You don't have the life to survive it.
Right now, Glow is just taking a bit of a chip damage here in the mid lane. But from what we're seeing now around the map, Haku and Mfeng, again, same story for both of these guys. Mfeng is just going to be taking resources for now, going to be getting to level 8, level 9. And what we all know about Lamb, he wants to get the advantage first. And once he gets to the level 8 fight, the first Tyrant, that is where he gets advantage.
Okay, Nongshim have a very high kill potential right now at this point of the game because the board is available. You still have the duel to the death by Haku. If they rotate down and they manage to catch out ASD, I think they could secure that first blood on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, good to go for it. 30 seconds. Mfeng is already positioning himself to the bot side of the map, so they are ready to take this Tyrant or maybe find the kill first before that happens.
Yeah, I don't think they want to go straight to the objective. They want to try and go for the steal first.
That is crazy though. He even smited that. Or rather, Ochik smited that.
Yep. Good. It's really just about dwindling the farm, right? Put a leash, put a cap on either side. And right now, Kyung9, Razor Cavalry.
Yeah.
Does not hit the mark though.
Yeah, that's true. He wasn't able to pull back Arashi, but Arashi flashed away, which is good. So for now, they're looking for this fight. Ochik has the Unbridled Outburst at the ready. And looking at Haku, he wants to go for the fight very early. He wants to go in. That charge is going to be there. He was able to pull him back with that death from below, and it was good. Haku falls down.
Super fast, and that's going to be a good start for the side of Mfeng and for the done. Arashi helping to put a little bit more pressure, and straight away they go for the Crimson.
Oh man, every one of them is here already. World is my board, not gonna hit anyone, but at least they were able to get it. Arashi doesn't have the flash anymore, so this is bad. He's gonna be sacrificing himself just for that Crimson buff.
He's gonna give this a life, but I think it's a big one because ASD is working hard on the T1 as well. All attack for the side of SCARZ, and they find success in this 5-minute mark.
Yeah, got the charge there. Mfeng, this is what he wants. He wants to get the level advantage. A level gap on a Musashi is not a good spot to be in, especially if you're fighting against a Lamb. Look at what he's going to do here. He's just going to be confident in taking those battles because he knows he can sustain on most fights.
Yep, and they do get a catch onto Glow, but I don't think he's too concerned at this point.
Oh, get the knockup. Make that too. Look at that. Death from below was able to get the illusion. Illusion needs to be careful, but the bounce is not going to happen. Passive was up. That's why he was able to survive that.
Leader stand's going to be used as well. So right now, a lot of pressure. More importantly, they push Illusion back, which means this T1 is open for the taking. And SCARZ, they oblige.
Oh man, they push the mid lane. That's big. That opens up a lot of the jungle here. So Haku is going to have a lot more problems. Even without that pushing the mid lane, they were already invading. What more if they push it?
Okay, I don't know about you. I'm starting to believe that there is a chance that SCARZ is going to beat then.
Oh man, I was a believer ever since this game first started already. So SCARZ, let's see if they will able to do it. Right now, it's looking like there's a lot of future here for them. They're starting the Crimson buff right now. Haku can't even do anything about this. Nongshim RedForce looks like that they are at a loss.
Yep, they can't do much now. Look, ASD has the Crimson buff as well. Mfeng has the Crimson buff. They want to take this.
Oh, Death from below is available, though. He could go away from this. ASD got trapped. He's going to be dead, but for sure, look at that. Mfeng falls down. That's what they needed. Haku went in with a duel to the death, and to the death they come.
Yep, Haku actually re-secures his Crimson buff back into his hands. Now it's all about taking away all those buffs, but they buy a little bit of time in the mid lane. So Haku, he rewards himself on the top half.
Illusion is going to be a big key here for the team, because once that happens again, they could just go the duel to the death. The Tremor Smash was expended for them to do that, so they had to do it just again. Look at the Illusion's positioning. He wants to make sure that he could trap somebody with that World is my board.
Arashi's dead. He's dead.
Oh no, he's dead. He's gonna be chased down. Arashi's gonna be surviving for a bit. Razor Cavalry's gonna get used. He's gonna get pushed back. Doesn't have the Storm Strike anymore. He used it a while ago, but was able to flash away. He's still alive. He's not dead. He's gonna be the one chasing Haku now, and they are the ones gonna take this buffs against him. They got the knock up on Haku. Duel to the death is not available. Tremor Smash is gonna knock up Glow. That is good. They might be able to go for the chase down, but there's a lot of dashes coming in. That from below from Mfeng was able to pull back Haku, and that's a kill.
Oh, the save coming in from the side of SCARZ, and Glow survives, now gets the clear, and suddenly it's back into control for the side of SCARZ. Back and forth, it's about 1,000 gold ahead for SCARZ, but more importantly, the Crimson buff available for the taking.
What they're doing here is just so good to see. I love to see these guys just doing this. Right now, they're gonna go for the that damage from Mfeng, almost killing Siri.
Oh, that was so close. I can't breathe, guys.
Oh man, this game is actually crazy. Look at what they're doing here. It's so fast. SCARZ really knows what they are doing. Haku struggling on that department. He can't even start fights without getting killed by Mfeng.
And look at the position of Ochik. He's providing consistent information. He's routing back behind, and his unbridled outburst is definitely going to be one of big value here.
Duel to the death is going to get used. Oh no, he's dead. He's going to get knocked up twice. And that's a big misstep here from SCARZ. They're losing a lot of people in the process. And with that, Ochik was able to get the unbridled outburst. Arashi going to get knocked up. He's getting knocked up a lot. There's nothing that they could do here for the side of SCARZ. Another back and forth.
They mitigate the damage. At this point, Siri, he's trying his best to steal the buff. Will not be doing so because Ochik does have the smite.
Yeah, force field suppression. Get some shields here for a bit and maybe clear the waves. Guan Yu positioning pretty well. Doesn't have the Razor Cavalry, but will be able to get the heroic charge. ASD falls down. 2 knockups on his head and he's dead.
Yep, and it's double damage here because on the top lane as well, So Nongshim, they restore a little bit of control. At the same time, they restore the gold equilibrium. It is neck and neck for the finance between the two teams.
Love it. Nongshim RedForce fighting back SCARZ. Just trying to stem the bleeding here with what's happening. And they still got the push onto the bot side, so they still got advantage when it comes to map control.
Yep, look, okay, so Illusion hasn't died the once yet. He does have the Frozen Breath along with the Mask of Agony, so he's doing quite a bit of damage. And mind you, Glow, even though he did not get as many kills, in fact, he just died once in this game, he's providing value just by soaking in damage. He goes for the Tome of Insatiable Tome first.
Yeah. Right now, what they can do here for, especially Glow is just being a utility man here for the team. He just needs to get Siri. If he gets a touch on Siri, I think Mfeng has a big chance of getting the kill there. And Nongshim positioning really well here on this objective, getting ready for that Tyrant. They're just holding attention, but they don't know where Haku is, so it's still going to be dangerous. Right now, they were able to see where Kyung9 is. So they will be careful at their backsides because they know that Mfeng is in the area, so they can go and start to fight. Arashi, look at this. Ochik is moving forward. They're being very wary of Kyung9's presence.
Yep, Mfeng handling Kyung9. Meanwhile, Ochik handling Haku, not allowing either team to go in for the actual take of the Shadow Tyrant. Bear in mind, this is the 10-minute mark, so the Shadow variants are available now.
Ooh, Arashi positioning here could be dangerous. Could go and see where Siri is right now. Force field suppression gets the shield. Dashes in. But they do have the duel to the death, so they have to wait for it. They're trying to pressure Haku. He's trying to start this, taking liberties. He's going to be there, getting the knock up on one. And Battle Outburst goes for the back line. They thought they will get ASD, but he's still alive. This is a good position to be here. Death from below was able to get two, but they were not able to get the kills. At least they were going for Siri. They got the kill in one. Mfeng falls, but it's okay. They have two down. Both of the carries are down, so this is good for SCARZ. They're going for the chase on Haku. They get the kill on him. This is going to be big. This is the chance for them to take the Tyrant, but it's taking too long here. Haku still alive. Blow looking for the kill. Why is it taking so long?
Every second is worth it. Oh, the juke! Come on, Haku!
He's still joking him. At least they got it for the Kacho said after ASD. At least now they're starting the Tyrant.
Okay, but the time that they bought for the delay, maybe there is a miracle steal coming out from Kyung9 and Faye. Okay, they have to back off. There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, there's Smite from Ochik, so it's safe. So with SCARZ on that, this is good. This is a good start. What Mfeng did, caught Illusion, caught Theory, smart. That's what they needed.
There was a 300 gold difference. Hang on. Siri.
Gonna try for it. Depth from below is available though. Siri's gonna get chased, but he's juking. Mfeng doesn't care. He's going to get that damage. Gets the slash in and out, and he's getting pushed back. Is Arashi gonna get pushed back in the tower here? This is not good. He needs to flash away. Arashi survives. They get the
He's still alive,
but it's not gonna matter. Duel to the death's gonna be there, but Blow was able to get away because of Ochik.
Oh my god, nobody dies. And look at this. It was a 300 gold that separated both teams just now. It is now close to 3,000, in fact 4,000, more than 10 times that advantage now goes into the hands of SCARZ.
Those were two big fights that happened there, and there was nothing that they could do against SCARZ. Mfeng is always going to be the casualty because he just puts his face down in front of Nongshim just so they could kill Siri, and it's a good thing. Even if he dies, it's a good thing as long as Siri's not allowed to play.
Yep, okay, Nongshim, they're holding on, but they need to find something else. Kyung9 hasn't found that effectiveness because he hasn't put a deal damage, and right now Mfeng is chasing in.
Going for the bait, getting a lot of damage, has the depth from below. He used it a while ago. Duel to the death's gonna use against him, but a lot of slashing is gonna be happening on his side. SCARZ going forward, but it's a good thing he had the world is my board. Could that would stem the bleeding here for Nongshim.
It delays it for a bit, but there is a minion wave coming on top lane. Taken in quick session here. It gone in a snap of a finger. SCARZ, they are looking open.
SCARZ looking to go for kills. Gets the kill in Kyung9. That's big. Two people are alive. Both the carries are here. But what can they do? They can't do anything against them. Siri tries to go for the distraction, but was able to back off. They're gonna chase him. They're distracting. I think what Siri is doing here is pretty good, but at what cost? Their mid lane is gonna get pushed here after.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds down for the side of Siri. They do buy some time. Haku back as well. Now take a look at Mfeng. He's the highest this match, 11.5 last seen, 1,000, but right now.
Right now, they're gonna go, and Bradley, of course, got 2. And on the backline, they were able to get the knockup. So the world is my board is keeping everybody trapped. They had to duel to the death on ASD, but he was able to flash. Oh, the dream! Goes to the backline with the death from below. That is done, and SCARZ was able to finish the game, winning against the greatest Red, and SCARZ give them a scar.
Revenge is served. Now, for those of you that know the history of all the moments that do it and the accolades that come with it. Number 1, Nongshim never dropped the game in this Major East Pro League. SCARZ, the first one. I mean, they were the team that never won against Nongshim. Now to be the only team to beat them in the Pro League and to do it in a 3-1 fashion in such convincing way. SCARZ, you have leveled up.
Oh man, they're crazy. Not just beating them by a single game, beating them by the whole match. Man, I'm gonna be proud of them if they beat them for just one game. That's good enough. But they beat them on for the whole series, and that's crazy. That's crazy to see that SCARZ was able to do this against Nongshim RedForce, and seeing Nongshim not knowing what to do was really worrying for me.
Yeah, it's a rare sight, but we know how Nongshim back, no problem. It doesn't change too much in the side of Group S because Nongshim is still atop everyone else at the tip of the mountain. But we'll talk about the stats, talk about the items. I think this game, my goodness me, Fang, he is a god. Goodness me, this guy's so good.
It's crazy, especially that lamp play. And this game alone, the damage that he was dealing against the whole team. And I love that the objective of the team every time is to find a way for Fang to get more resources. So what they do for SCARZ is they find fights so that Fang could go to the side lanes, go to the mid lane to find those resources. Then he's just gonna get more gold. Once he gets more gold, Nongshim RedForce has a hard time dealing with him.
Yep, and no team in the history of this Pro League has ever had so much success finding Siri on his own. SCARZ, the first team to do it for 3 games in total, at the same time providing so much room for ASD to just knock the wind out of Nongshim. Take a look at the damage. Fang, he's definitely our MVP of this game. Not only was he controlling that 1v1 against Haku, he was controlling the map of SCARZ.
It was insane. It was insane to see that SCARZ has grown this much. And you can see here, there were some dips, but it was just SCARZ getting the advantage the whole time until the end. They were able to get like 8k to 9k gold lead just because they were getting kills against them.
2 fights, like you said, 2 fights. Suddenly it was a 4,000 gold lead. And my goodness me, Siri, look, he threw his life away to buy time for the team. Haku tried his best to stem the bleeding, but this was no longer a gash, this was an open wound. And no one better to do it than Fang himself. 6, 3, and 5, 34 damage, 34% of the damage done by this lamp.
SCARZ, the squad from Japan, oh man, MVP, 34% damage. So this guy did so much. Yes, he died 3 times, but it's okay. He was always fighting something whenever he dies, which is why it is always important to see how they will be doing it. This is just crazy, man. It was, I'm surprised that they are doing this in the side of SCARZ. Oh man.
Yep, and a lot of these moments came from situations where it felt like, look, Nongshim were going for a kill, they couldn't find it, and suddenly they find themselves in the middle of a 5-man engage all the way from SCARZ base to the middle of the map. And you know when SCARZ are at this lead, they don't miss.
Yeah, that was the start there. The highlight a while ago, that was the start of the bleeding. And Fang, look at this. What he's doing, he's always trying to mute Siri as long as he can. If it's not him, it's Arashi cutting off the rotation here, forcing Illusion and Siri to go for a longer run so that they won't be able to get to that fight faster.
Yeah, this really is a domain battle, right? If we fight on land, it's not it is a problem, but when you fight in the wall, Fang, the shark that just devours everything. And this game, what a way to do it, man.
That is crazy. Oh man, Ken, this is crazy that I've seen SCARZ. This is historical. I've seen SCARZ win against Nongshim RedForce. It was crazy. But again, everybody, you can also just take a break. We're just gonna take a short break before we head into Series 3.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside.
When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are.
We welcome you into the last series of the day and the last series of Survival Week. Before we hit into knockouts, it is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. With me, the man that ends games in a flash, it is Dash. Now, Dash, we've seen this match before. It ended with a 3-0 last time.
Let's see if R8 Esports actually are fatigued, because we've seen them play a full 5 games a while ago, and yesterday they had a full 3 series, so this day it's tiring for sure for R8 Esports. Would Venomous, with their power of friendship, work their way towards that victory against R8? That's a good question for this day.
Yeah, I think every team has been improving so far. I'm growth of Venomous today as well. What kind of drafts can they bring up? I'm really interested to see what else Charming has on his kit here. But Tamid and Ashir, these two players, I think they have great synergy. Let's see whether they can make it work today.
Yeah, I want to know how they're going to be playing this. I mean, the power of friendship worked on the last series. SCARZ was able to win with the power of friendship. They had the main character, M-Feng, just doing the work here for the team, and everybody just followed through. And Venomous, I want to see that too. Maybe they can defeat the Titan this time.
Yeah, now R8 are atop the group of Group A, solidifying themselves as the champion, and maybe Venomous might be able to poison them and take a couple of games away.
Yeah, that's a good question though. Maybe they can actually do that. Maybe we can see them have that advantage against R8. But Venomous, this is going to be a very big hill to climb, because it's still a challenge to fight against the best team that is in Group A. They were able to win a while ago. Putting a dent on that record would also be a good flex already for Venomous.
Yeah, one big problem, they have BX to deal with. Best accessing at this point. Take out the Jing. Do not give him the Hanxing. There's too many things to ban, but Venomous, that is the challenge for today.
Yeah, don't do a Nongshim. Ban the Jing. If the Jing comes out, it's gonna be hard. If Mpeng was able to play it, don't let BX do it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think teams already know how difficult it is to play. As we head into this last series of the day, I think there's more games right after this, but it's unbroadcast.
Oh yeah, there's a lot more for Crazy Raccoon. I think Crazy Raccoon is the one who has a full day today, so they're gonna be playing a lot of games unbroadcasted. Well, this will be the last one for R8 Esports, so at least this last broadcasted day will be way better for them. So we're kind of taking a look at what else is there in store for Venomous here.
Yeah, we're gonna look at our own photos at this point.
Yes, that's true. Oh, so this is us, everyone. Hello. This is
a different look from the past as we look forward to the future.
Yeah, that's true. We have different hairstyles now, everyone. Don't worry.
Yeah, but definitely something that is of big excitement, right? We already have first series, really good performance by both teams, really great improvement by Crazy Raccoons as well. Second game, this was a redemption arc for the side of SCARZ going up against Nongshim. So Venomous, maybe today is their redemption day as well.
Yeah, Venomous, this is going to be a challenge, but they can do this. They can find a way. I mean, if SCARZ found a way to win against Nongshim, why not Venomous, right? Venomous could find a way to win against R8 Esports here. But for now, I think we're still waiting for the teams to get ready on the spots, because it's still SCARZ and Nongshim RedForce just got out of there. So the other teams are just going to be coming in a bit.
Yeah. Now let's talk a bit more about the rest of the tournament, right, in this league itself. So we will go for a break first. When we're back, we will let you know what's going on. We'll see how Venomous does against the likes of R8.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Welcome back. We are ready. This is going to be the final series of today. It's going to be Venomous going up against R8. Will the stars align for Venomous or will it align for R8?
That's a good question, though. Let's see if that is going to work. Because so far, R8 Esports had the advantage on this whole Group A. They had the firm grip on that top spot. But Venomous could actually turn this around. But before that, let's take a look at R8 first. R8 Esports, these guys are probably tired to infinity and beyond. Yesterday they had 3 series and now this is gonna be 2 that they have. They have to fight against Venomous. It's comprised of Abdo, BX, Xenon, Ruichi, and Mijoj, but that's not gonna stop them because they want to stay at the top.
Yeah, this team has been at the top of Group A for a very long reason as well, right? They are really strong and have great synergy as a team. So today, looking to finish their last series with a big W and hopefully maintain that top of the table seating.
Yeah, they want to win this and they want to make sure that they're going to be at the top here. But before that, let's take a look at Venomous first.
And here we have the Deadly Blades. Venomous coming in, represented by Surge, Zeeks, Ashia, Charming, and Tamid. There's 5 hopefuls looking to pull a couple of games away from R8.
Maybe, just maybe, they would be able to have that power against R8. The power of friendship, as we said during the last game, the last series. I mean, this could be the chance for Venomous to put a notch on that belt and get a win against R8.
Yep, of course, with that being said, it all comes down to the start of the game. This draft is super important for both sides. They need to make sure that they deal with the assassin strength on the side of R8. In order to have success, Venomous needs to figure this solution out.
Yeah, BX has been really crazy so far in this tournament, so it's going to be pretty scary on how they tackle this problem for the team, because the last time that we've seen them, the last time that they fought against R8, they banned all the assassins first. That's what they did.
Yeah, and still it was too much because BX, I think he really is just too proficient with those jungle heroes. So I think at this point, maybe the strategy is to try and go up against the other members. But let's take a look at BX against Zeeks. This is a very scary lineup.
What is that? 126 total kills For BX, this is the first 3-digit number that I've seen here. It's for BX. It's actually crazy. He's farming those MVPs and he's getting all those damage. But what I like about Zeke's is that the average damage dealt, he's not so far off.
Yep, more clinical in that sense, right? So better execution in terms of getting the kills. So every kill, he's able to do more damage in fights. So we're looking for that efficiency coming out from Zeke's going up against BX in this jungle.
Oh yeah, this is going to be quite a challenge for them. So right now, red side onto R8, blue side onto Venomous. And they already started the game here. I'm trying to look at it. Yeah, they already started the game. So we are seeing who's going to be picking first.
Yep, so prior pick for the side of Venomous. What do they want to start the roles with? Do they go for that farm lane first, put Charming in a better spot? Or do they want to try to benefit off of that jungle matchup and try to put Zeke's in a much better position against BX?
Yeah, that's true. They should give Charming any advantage that they can get here for the team. And what I like about Venomous, though, is how they play the early game. They're really good at the early game. They're pretty good. They just have to make sure that they don't throw off themselves from their leads on the mid game and the late game.
Yeah, agree. So straight away, we know this is coming. It's going to be the Jing ban and the Mai ban for both of the teams respectively, with Venomous first and R8 second.
They banned the Jing, they banned the Faith. They're not gonna let BX play this game. They don't want him to play any of the better assassins that he could make a difference in the early game. But remember, Luna is still available. There's still others available. Hanshin is still available here for BX.
Yeah, and I think, for a team to continually ban onto BX, this means they also have a solution for the other laners, right? So maybe they have something against Real Ichi, maybe they have something against Abdo.
Yep, Yixing, yep, Ashir. Yeah, this is what you want for Ashir. Give Ashir the Yixing. He's been very good with the World is My board that he has been using, especially in that one game against R8 also. They can make a difference with this.
So is it going to be a double down, right? With Venomous picking this up, this time it go for the Zhang Fei. It's a very big combination. They have been pretty successful in team fights with that. But at the same time, you could also give Surge the Dharma, but no. Dharma is reserved for Abdo at this point.
No, Abdo gets the Dharma. That's not good. Remember, a while ago, he made a very big play here with this Dharma. So he does have the hot hands today, so he can do that. And Yoichi getting a hold on that early just because it was not banned.
Okay, so RA, they want to start off strong. Both teams actually going for the win. They want to win this first game in the series. They know how important that momentum is for morale and for the fatigues as well.
Yeah, Zhang Fei gonna get used here. And as you said, this is the usual. They do this every time for Venomous, and they have been successful in the early game with it. Unbridled Outburst to the World is My board combo. Ooh. That hurts. Oh man, Luna getting picked for R8.
Yeah, we know what's to come. BX, the assassin specialist coming in for the side of R8. Can they make this Luna work?
Oh man, it's been a while. I wanted to see a survival week BX versus Empeng because both of them are assassin players, and seeing that is always nice to see. But this time, we're gonna be seeing another show. It's the BX show this time for R8.
Yeah, let's see if Zeke's is going to shake hands and pick up an assassin jungle as well.
That should be a possibility. Yeah. There's
pretty big picks here. They could go for the Pei as well. They could go for the Hanxing. You know what? Instead of going for the 1v1s in an assassin, let's just see who trades better in terms of teammates.
Yeah, they have to be careful here though. I mean, it's way safer to do something that could maybe lock down R8. But with what they have here, I think this is a trap already. They fell into the trap because I know that Ahmed loves playing Liang, but because they were the ones to pick first before that Luna, it's just unfortunate. But again, let's see what R8 is gonna pick here next, just to help out this Luna to do more of that job pretty easily.
Okay, Muozi coming in for R8. This is probably a roam Muozi. I don't think mid a little bit faster clearing for the side of R8. Now, Venomous, I think they need a little bit more control. They do have the ball, they do have the Unbridled Outburst as well, but I think they need someone who's able to stand in the front because, look, Charming needs protection, and I like this pick, Musashi, very well.
I think that's good. That's good. Having the Musashi here, following through against a Luna. Yes, you could follow the Luna until the ends of her. Could be a flip of the script, could be a 50-50. But if he's trying to go to your backline and use that duel to the death, it could actually stop her from doing anything destructive here, which is a good touch here for Venomous.
In fact, he could also go for the RD, right? So really careful in the lane, especially for team fights, because if he makes the mistake of stepping out of bounds, you know that Ziggs is going to have his number.
Yeah, they have to be careful. They have to be careful in this lineup that they have. I hope... Yeah, there you go. This is good. They have the crowd control to add to it. I mean, what they want to do is to do the same thing as what an Yixing does. So having that silky imprint on targets here for Venomous could actually throw them off.
Yeah, it puts Ziggs in a tough position here. He can't overdive, because if you overdive, Xenon might have the chance to catch you with that Silky Beauty, right? And if with the double usage from the Silky imprint, not going to be safe.
Yep. Also, he can precast that. Once he sees the target of the duel to death, he can precast that Silky imprint just to make sure he gets the hit and pull him to his team, and he's not going to go anywhere, which is going to be dangerous. Shit is a really good pick here.
Yeah, in fact, I think Silky Beauty can't be negated by the Illuminating Slash, right? Only the first skill can.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's why this is hard. This is going to be hard. It's going to be a challenge. But Venomous, they're not backing down. They have the power of friendship. They can do this.
Yep, let's see. I mean, it all comes down to the laning phase. Can that financial advantage, which will then trickle down into just extra farm for the rest of your teammates, better items, better levels, and then we'll see. Game number 1, Venomous against R8.
Yeah, they just have to hold on to how good they are in the early game and make sure that they are going to give Charming all the advantage that he could have in this game, and maybe, just maybe, they could win against R8 here.
Yep, so both teams actually, in terms of like finance, it's not that big in the mid lane. So both Ashir as well as Xenon, they will be very comfortable with giving on and filtering those farms both into Ziggs as well as BX. Then the difference maker would be then how many camps do you steal from each other?
Yeah, it all comes down to that, because for now, Xenon is going to be okay to stay in the farm lane. They're not going to be giving anything. And this is what I like about the Yixing, because they don't need a lot of things for them to be effective. They do have crowd controls on themselves. And yes, Mijoj is going to be not as, what do you call that, aggressive as he was on that Matsu game that we had a while ago.
Who knows? This guy was on a rampage. But we'll see.
It was crazy. Right now, he's just chilling. He's going to be going in lane, making sure that Yoichi would have a good laning phase here. But Charming, yeah, he's not going to be backing out of the challenge here.
Yeah, Charming actually able to land quite a few hits on the Ryoichi as well. This is going to be a good start to the game if they can continue this behavior.
Yeah, look at that, what they're doing here. Mijoj is just getting the Cannon Blast in. Oh, Maple Dance gets the damage, force the flash out of Charming. That is a good early flash.
Yep, and with that, Ryoichi is going to start work bottom here. If they do get it, the rotations are coming in though, Ashir.
Oh man, it's so annoying. Ashir is going to be here. They might be able to back up here. Could go out. Could go for the challenge. Shaking Liberties was able to get the hit on Ryoichi. He's still alive though. Waiting for one more sliding stone. And that's the first blood coming in for Ashir.
Yeah, big moment. But at the same time, they trade a kill. It's going to be BX getting the kill onto Surge here. This T1 on the bottom going to get some healthy damage done. But it might not be the case for Mijoj. She's falling a bit low.
Still good, still good. I like it. For Venomous, taking the first blood, way better. And also taking out a lot of resources from Ryoichi is a good first step.
Oh, Xenon, he was trying to delay it. But let's take a look at the replay. This is what happened at the top side as well, right? So they actually got the Silky Beauty and imprint onto Surge, which was why he couldn't make it out.
Yeah, that's good. That is a good shot. And they took the timing at the same time, right? Could have been anybody's first blood before that even happened. R8 looking really good here for Venomous. I think Venomous has a chance here. Charming just has to be ready about any engages coming here. A share.
Oh, nice catch.
The timing's just good. And this is going to be a dead Ryoichi for sure, with the duel to the death ending his life. And maybe, just maybe, he could get it to 1 for 2. Mijoj is still on a crazy rampage here, but Venomous still gets more kills.
Yep, so Venomous confident that they will not be able to match pacing as BX does not. This time, he goes in to steal the jungle. A 0 buff, going to be secure. BX steals it.
Okay, slowly but surely, this is what they're gonna do. They're waiting for BX to hit that first item. Once he gets that Ogre's Wand, this is when he's gonna start to just go on fights without any care in the world. But for now, it's okay. This is a time for Venomous to just find kills against R8.
Yeah, but Zeeks, he does need that Azure buff. He needs the cooldown reduction as well. And with that, this first objective of the game is going to be the true test for both teams.
Have to be careful. Right now on the bot side, it's looking like BX is looking for that. They need to get the kill first on the bottom lane before they go for that 20-second Tyrant that is going to be coming in a bit.
And it's pretty much neck and neck, right? Slight lead to Rio Ichi in the farm lane against Charming, who's up about by like, what, 200 gold? Nice catch.
Bro, this is my board. Again, a beautiful one. Gets 2 people, but Zeke is going to be dead. At least they got the 1-for-1. And Ashir has been crazy with this board.
Yep, this guy, I mean, he is an Yixing specialist at this point. But because Zeeks is down, this means first Tyrant of the game probably going to be secured by R8.
Gonna be taken, VX. It's just gonna take this. No contest from inside of Venomous. They shouldn't contest. Oh, what a steal! That is big from Ashir.
Oh, yeah, this guy, Ashir, he formed the day, man.
What is this? Venomous? Okay, I see you. I see these guys, especially Ashir. Ashir has been doing quite well this game.
Okay, is this a overconfidence coming in from R8?
Oh, Flash is available though. Charming could actually get caught, but it's Silky Beauty. Good thing they had the ultimate there. Unbridled Outburst. Time it goes in, gets the damage off the Xenon. Might even be able to go for that kill there.
Ashir. Okay, Ashir. I thought he was going for the board there. That would have been a big marker because they still have the Unbridled Outburst, but it's going to run out now. There is no manas available for Tarmin.
Love it. Ashir making sure that they can live 40 seconds on that Tyrant. They can still make a play right down the bottom lane. Ruichi is now seen. Board to come in. He's not going to get caught. Nobody's going to get caught in this, but they will be able to deal some damage here, so that's good.
Yep, Ashir forced to use the flash there, but that's a good trade because Xenon had to use it. Right now, it is neck and neck for gold.
That's true. A lot of people in the bot side surge also went in for the TP here. The only problem here is they left top alone. BX is farming freely, and he can get that tower in the top side, but maybe a fight in the bot lane could change things up here. Goes in Ruichi, even with the Maple Dance, he was able to pull back on Ashir, but this tower in the bot lane is going to get taken down.
Venomous performing so much better here. They will trade the T1s for top and the bottom, but right now, the fight is going to be important for both sides. If Venomous win this, they can kind of amplify the lead. But if R8 win this, then you know they will go for another turret straight away.
Oh yeah, goes in. Ruichi got trapped in the leader stance. Oh man, the pack was eating up Ruichi.
Oh, that was a big one. Big kill.
Unbridled Outburst got the kill. Abdel Xenon doesn't have the flash here. Good board again from Ashir. What a combo from Venomous.
Oh, this one. This is a good growth. The Venom is showing. The Deadly Blades are making the slices.
Looking for more here. Crazy. I think I can get it off of the Ashir boards here. It has been very good, especially in the targets here for R8. And he has been getting a lot of targets that are very immobile, which is why every time he gets the board in, it's always perfect. BX, this is his time to shine. He's gonna go in, get some damage on top mid. He wasn't able to. Those wolves are annoying for Mijoj. She can't get the cannon blast sometimes.
Yeah, the support coming in from Mijoj is important, but yes, the wolves are blocking those cannon blasts, and it's proving to be quite the nuisance, right?
That's true. It has happened like 3 times already, and now on the top side, they were able to get the Crimson buff. Abdo looking for a kill. Remember, he has a flash though, so he could go for it. Surge doesn't have the flash anymore. They got slowed by the force field suppression, so they're not gonna continue.
Play the map. I think that's more important.
Oh man, BX just went in for that smite on Tomid, almost getting the kill there. But he has an Unbridled Outburst, so it's still a safe spot to be in. But Surge might be in danger. Truth Mantra gonna be used to push him back away. But they are not gonna continue this. They're gonna back off, right?
Yep. Somehow, Surge didn't get caught by the Truth Mantra. May have been an aiming deficit coming in from side of Abdul here. This means there's a lot more space for the side of floor. And once again, all eyes on Ashir. I'm constantly waiting for his balls because once he lands them, so far Venomous have found a lot of success with them.
Yeah, has been the advantage of the team so far. The reason why they get a lot of kills here is because of the boards from Ashir. Now, They got the takedown on that tower on the bot side, and it's slowly showing. R8 is slowly showing up with this tower takedowns, and they are slowly moving the map in their favor.
Yep, and right now, so far there's quite a lot. Venom is protecting them pretty well.
Unbridled Outburst was able to get one. Ryuichi is going to be the target again. Another Outburst board combo, and it worked perfectly well. Now they're going to try for this. They lost a bit of their ultimate, so this is good. They could try. They saw where Abdo is. Goes in for the flash shoot matchup. Gets the kill here on Charming. Maybe, but he's still alive. They still got the... Venom still got the tyrant, so this is good. They can go for the chase down. A lot of members are low HP, but R8 still missing the mark here, but they move forward. R8 BX will not be able to get any kills after that.
Yep, this is a very different Venomous. They're so clinical today. I love this.
Yeah, I love that they're taking notes here. They're taking notes on what they could do and what they could do next. Board again, Zenon almost got caught.
Okay, nice stun. But look, nobody has been able to threaten Ashir just yet. In fact, his passive has not been burned out this entire game.
Yeah, that's true. He hasn't been popping the passive just yet. And now, how is this going to work out for the side of R8? They're looking like they're struggling. Maybe the fatigue is setting in. That's why they're having such a hard time against Venomous, but also because Venomous has been upgrading so far.
Yeah, and Charming has been playing really well in this channel. This is not just a draft it's an execution difference so far. Venomous, this is very different from the team we saw yesterday. They are trying, and so far they have found quite a bit of success.
Nice got the board on Abdo, might be able to get the catch here. Doesn't have the stun just yet. He could go in for the truth matchup, but he can't even move. Venomous, one by one, they're getting kills.
Hello, is this the same team? Definitely not.
Oh man, they're going crazy though. They're really working this out pretty well. Ashir has been one of the best players here in the side of Venomous. The boards have been really perfect. VX actually looking for the steal here. Doesn't see him, doesn't have vision. Now he does. Maybe he can do some damage. Zeke's used to do that on him a bit too early. Might be able to go for the steal, but Zeke still takes it. And no challenge from R8.
Yep, they need to back out now, right? If Venomous, as long as they survive, big win. They're leading by 2,000, not the biggest, but this combination, Ashir really is the cornerstone on the side of Venomous. Now they will make a beeline for the side of the Overlord, as well as the top side of Jungle.
Board is up again. Zeeks is not here. BX getting chased, taking liberties, double knockup. World is my board, nothing to move. He's not able to.
Yeah, BX trying to be the predator, but instead becomes the prey here. Abdo
looking for a big one. Gets a knock two. That's big with a force field suppression. Gets them to low HP. Zenon could come in. The truth matchup just for goodness sake. But now, R8. Oh man, they're struggling.
Oh, they definitely did some homework here, because Venomous, this is a very 11-3. They are on a 4,000 gold advantage, and R8 for the first time in a long time, they're struggling.
They're having a hard time, man. I don't know what is happening here. 3k gold lead, make that a 4k once they take down this tower. So good for Venomous. Right now, R8 hasn't found the right formula. Venomous has been repeating the same strategy since a while ago, and they haven't found the answer yet.
Yeah, but it's working now, right? Zenon does have his hands on the Venomous staff. This might help for a bit, but right now the main problem is actually Ziggs is at level 14, while BX is 15. He's not able to tank as much as Ziggs in this fight. He hasn't found those big positionings just yet.
Storm Strike gets the knock up on Abdo. Gets the Unbridled Outburst, tried to dodge. No, I can see that. He tried to dodge but wasn't successful in doing so. Ashir might get pulled out. It's a good thing he was not the one who got pulled out here. Charming drops the leader stance, and he's not going to be chasing. Okay, Ryuichi, nice bait.
Yep, but at the same time, bottom side of the map, they're winning. So Venomous, they're just doubling down on the damage they're dealing against R8. This is so much cleaner.
Yep, love that they're doing this. Love that they're trying to put pressure here. Shadow Vanguard is going to be in the bot side now. 4 towers are down, remember. So that's why Venomous is just taking space here around the map.
Yeah, they definitely are. And at this point, I think the stun's coming in. Mijoji is doing a good job of finding those cannon blasts, but there's no conversions because there's not enough damage. VX again, 1v1.
Gets a cannon blast. Might have marks, could go in. They're not going to go just yet. For now, R8 is just going to be taking this L. Surge with force field suppression was used in that fight, but it doesn't matter. It has a low cooldown.
Yeah, so they aren't overstepping their boundaries. Even more.
Yeah, could go for it. Traps Abdo, but what are they gonna do after? Ashir could be a big target here that they could go for. Duel to the death onto the backline. Abdo's gonna be the target. Goes in! Ashir is gonna get targeted here for their side right now. Surge goes in. BX is super low in HP. He could fall down. Charming, nice positioning. Good spacing for this guy, but it's still a 1-for-1.
Oh, but it's a good trade for Venomous, right? They take out BX. With 20 seconds to go, they could definitely rush down quite a few turrets as well.
Yep. Zeke's got the tower on the bot side. Abdo still has his truth mantra. He hasn't used that in that fight alone. So he's going to be finding a way to do that. Zeke's has a duel to the death. So they have to be careful here. Ruichi trying to get some attention in. World is my board, not going to hit anybody. But Abdo in prime position. Ooh, in prime position to get a kill there.
Yep. At this point, this is a very impressive performance coming in. Venomous. This is good growth. This is what we wanted to see days ago.
That's true. We wanted to see Venomous get those kills. We want them to move around after the early game phase, then turn things around against the other team. And it's kind of working. I like that it's working against the other team. And R8 still hasn't found the solution yet.
Right now, it's rare. It's a rare sight, but this is where things can take a nice turn. You can definitely feel it on the side of Venomous. They see that ray of success and they see that target. The question is, how well can they actually make that reality come true?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it's there. It's there. The timing is there. There's a possibility that they can make things work here for the team. And Venomous are just making sure that they will not, the advantage that they have will not go out of their hands.
Yeah, so at this point, let's take a look at what else is open for the side of the taking for Venomous, because I think they have done really well. Okay, they have secured quite a bit of presence in the map, taken quite a few T2s as well.
Yeah, Abdo, look at him. He has a good position here. So if ever they start here, I think they're ready to take the battle. Remember, he was ready to take the battle a while ago with his positioning right up on the brush. They have to be careful here. Right now, they're going to be starting the game again. And pause is done, everyone. So let's see on how Abdo is going to play this.
Alright, so let's go back into the guards. This is still game number 1. As Venomous, they will be able to secure this Tyrant, Shadow Tyrant. And with that, R8 back on the back foot.
Yeah, back in the advantage. A 5k gold lead for Venomous is good. And also take a look at the amount of towers that they have taken down. This is looking good here for R8, for Venomous, because they have more map space. They have a lot more space to do what they want to do here. Hamid just backs up. He's very tanky, so it's okay.
Yep. I think right now, it really depends on Ashir's boards, and he has been very successful. Look at his positioning.
Ooh, gets the board. I think Cannon Blast should be careful about it. They do have a lot of space on the top side, so they're already positioning themselves on the top side for this Overlord.
Yeah, BX hiding in the corner. They're going in.
Do it to that. Was able to dash away. Could be good. They use the Cannon Blast just to push him away. BX trying his best to get something out of it, though. But Zeke's already dropped the ultimate a while ago. They used a lot of ultimate this fight. 4 ultimates were used. So this is big.
Yep, Surge is actually successful in pushing the Artie back as well. So Real Ichi, he's finding it so difficult to enter into the fights.
Oh yeah, no ults, right? No ults, so this is good. Might be a chance for them to start the fight. Venomous, Zeke's already has his duel to the death back, so he can use that for this next fight. But right now, there's not really a lot of presence here. I like that they're doing some housekeeping on the bot side so that a BX could at least make sure that they can push there.
Yep, and with the Sun Chaser coming in for this is a big marker for him. He will be able to lay quite a bit of damage from range.
Oh, no Umbrella first. BX will not be in range here for the steal, and Ziggs is going to be taking it. For now, it's still a win for Venomous. BX is just having a hard time, but Yoichi was able to get the kill and Surge, so that's big. They can push here on the mid lane, which is a good thing. T1 is going to be down in just a bit. They don't really have a lot of HP to go for it, but here it is, the Cannon Blast to BX going with the Gil Moon onto the backline, get the damage that they needed, and they go for it. That is exactly what they're looking for. They're looking for the right chance. They found it right now. They got the ace, and everybody's down on the side of Venomous.
Oh, this was a big moment. I mean, they were in the lead all game. Venomous, but just one small mistake. Silver lining here is that RA did have ways to work with for the moment, so this aggression will die down for the
Red team.
Yeah, they're now able to take down the tower, equalizing it that fast. 10 seconds on the clock. Never mind. They can take this T3 because Surge is the only one alive here.
And this is going to be open for the side of RA. This could be the game here.
Yeah, maybe they can stagger. They have 2 seconds. They have to back away. They have to respect that a lot of people from Venomous are already alive. And we said it a while ago. They have big ultimates that were on cooldown. And taking that chance for R8 was the timing that they needed.
Yeah, exactly. Timing very important in this game. And look, they open up the base on the side of Venomous. That T3 is going to be a thorn in their side.
Yeah, now things have changed just because of one mistake. VX looking to maybe get some attention out of Venomous, but Ziggs is not going to commit that because he knows that he could just dash away.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Venomous, they have some recovering to do. The lead at the goal swing definitely going back into the hands of R8, but take a look at the itemization. Charming is already at 5 items. He just needs that last one.
Yeah, has the Sun Chaser already, but on the other side, Luigi's already complete. So it's going to be a lot more deadly here that the Arlie has already completed the items. That's the reason why he was 1v1ing Surge.
Yeah. And Siege Breaker already on Abdul, so this big ultimate is going to be very important. But Surge, I like his positioning, gets founded out, unfortunately.
Gonna be important how Mijoj is gonna hit those cannon blasts. The reason why they got the win there was the cannon blast from Mijoj, perfectly placed, and then BX just went in. So Mijoj and the BX should find a way to time this right. Right now, Surge is gonna get pushed back by the cannon blast. Very tanky on Mijoj. Gonna try and push him back, but right now, they're gonna go for the fight. Goes in with a Maple Dance, gets the kill. Sage's Sanctuary pop a dash fast, and Ashir also falls down on the other side. Surge tries to go for it, but they don't really have the firepower to go for this fight. Back off, and Ruichi is just dancing around the battlefield together with BX, and this game will be finished. 4 people are down, and they are not gonna stop. Surge tries it, and triple kill comes into Ruichi. They don't have the minions, but they're gonna be coming in just a bit. This game is over, and R8 off of one mistake, won against Venomous.
What a game. This is R8's victory. I mean, the way they did it, they were waiting for that perfect opportunity, right? And I think Ashir, look, he had one of the best games ever on an Ishin, but the moment he died, there was too much control coming in from the side of R8.
They were waiting for that right timing. We're gonna be seeing it in the highlights later on, what happened and when was the turning point of that game, because that whole game, Venomous was the one leading. And R8 was just looking for just one mistake that whole time. And when they found it, they got the lead, they got the map, they equalized the tower advantage, and it's done.
Yep, it came down to the ability of catching the mid laners here, both teams. If you caught Xenon, there was no R8. If you caught Ashir, then there was no catch available, no board, and no slowing down of the engagement coming out from R8 as well. And it came down to the wire here, and unfortunately, look, Venomous, they had lead all game, but R8 just needed one chance.
That's true, that's true. R8, they were still at the top, but Venomous, that was a nice showing. I like that they have this, they were able to do this against R8, at least fighting back against their demons. It works well. It was a nice play. Ashir, honorable mention this game. If I'm gonna have my MVP on Venomous' side, it was Ashir.
Yep, double that. It is Ashir for me as well. But right now, let's take a item of the game as well. I think the goal lead was really something that was a huge swing, because for majority of the game, I think Venomous, they had close to like a 2,000 to 3,000 goal lead.
Yeah.
But like you mentioned, right, Ryuichi already at 6 stacks, 6 slots, 15,000 in the bank.
Not even having the boost here. It was so bad he had the Sage's Sanctuary as the last item. And it was honestly expected here. If Arlie gets to that level on that game, it's going to be very, very scary. On the side of Venomous, you can see that Charming really tried his best here, got the damage. But look at that damage discrepancy here. Even though they were not getting a lot of kills, R8 still had more damage that game.
Yeah, they were consistently poking out the side of Venomous, right? Which was a difficulty for them. Which is why Ashir was so valuable, because every single time they tried to poke, That's where you caught the rest of the side of R8 in. And look, Venomous was in the lead for majority of the game. It was a pretty decent lead as well.
Yeah, that was a 5k gold lead until it dipped on that one fight. We will see that later on the highlights because it was a very important moment too. That combo that they did from the side of R8 and also not having any ultimates on the side of Venomous because they all committed on a failed fight. That is when it happened.
Yeah, the new moon, and in conjunction with the Cannon Blast coming in, let's take a look at it. It has to be none other than BX, the farmer of MVP accolades here, 4, 2, and 6. Didn't deal the biggest amount of damage, 20% only, but it was the control that really destroyed the chances of Venomous.
But remember, he had like 7. This is his... this is his 4th time today that he's getting the MVP. But again, this was a good start. Honestly, props to Venomous because they were able to put up this amount of fight against them. Look at the boards that Ashir was going for.
Yeah, consistently shutting Real Ichi down in the early part of it. I think that's a big marker of success. Why they will for majority of the game as well. But once they found those items onto Real Ichi, it was really difficult to get the fights going. The only thing was the fact that they managed to find Real Ichi and Zenon this time on the side of Venomous.
Yeah, Tamid and Ashir were really good in this game. It was crazy that they were able to do these amounts of combos in this game. And look at that. And now these fights that they were doing though, it was R8 just baiting them out, forcing them to use their ultimates. Just so, this fight, look at this fight. Boom, the Cannon Blast was perfect.
Yep, and he was baiting them in as well. The Splendor definitely helped him at this point. And BX, be reminded, he does have the Sage's Sanctuary at this point. And then it just came down to finishing their food.
Yeah, that was it. It was a good effort, honestly. Good effort for Venomous. They did what they can. They did their best in this game. But it was just not enough to finish it off. It was a long game too.
Yep. 18.5 minutes. I mean, this one, the whole team knew what Surge was going for. They all moved ahead of as he tried to go dash in. Yeah. But with that being said, that is going to conclude game number 1 in this best of 5. Venomous had a strong start, still unable to change the results of the first game, but we'll see. This is super hopeful for the side of Venomous, but let's go for a break. When we're back, we bring you game number 2. Welcome back. It is the second game in this best of 5 series. Venomous as well as R8. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me, the man that ends games in a flash, it is Dash. Game number 2, what do you think?
Honestly, game number 2, there was a lot of swings that we've seen in that game, but game number 2, Venomous has more chances here, but the biggest loss here is them not winning, that they have Ashir's Yixing. That is a very big pick here for Venomous. I think they're very strong, but this combo and losing it, not really good. But R8 has a lot of things in their belt still.
Yeah, look, this was, I think, the best performance on the Yixing ever in the Pro East League, right? Such a dominant start to the game. So right now, I'm curious to see what else they have in their bag on the side of Venomous as they try to mount this 1-1 scoreline against R8.
Right now, R8 is going to be the one in the red side. Blue side is going to be Venomous. So they're going to be picking first on the side of Venomous. They are going to be dictating who is going to be prioritized in this game.
Yep, you can see, right, Venomous deep in discussion against the likes of R8. R8, they're trying to formulate what's next as well. Because we know it is going to be assassin bands coming in for the first phase. They don't want to allow BX to have a good time.
Yeah, they're not going to let that happen. And for now, with Venomous, what else do they have in their bag? I'm going to take a look at it again. With Venomous, they do have a lot in their belt still. They still do have the Magin on the hands here of Surge. They still have the Marco Polo that they love playing in the Loom. So that could be a possible pick, but R8 knows that, and they always ban the Loom against Venomous.
Yeah, I'm curious whether teams will pull out the Ogren at this point of time, right? I think especially for R8 who are in the lead at the want to make sure that have a crushing lead, right? You want to make sure you get the 2-0. But Venomous, obviously they will not be looking for that result. They want to tie things up.
Yeah. Now, we're going to be starting in a bit. We're just waiting for RA to start off in a bit. But for now, you can see most of the players just getting into the lobby for now. And R8, look at that. All smiles for these guys. They're even playing.
Yeah. Exactly. Showing off how to have in a handshake. Important life skills.
And they're also teaching BX what he needs here. I mean, he needs to have a stronger grip, as they were saying, just based on what the action that they're doing.
Yeah, and likewise on the side of Venomous, they're kind of looking at the angles. I think they're talking about the angle of entry, right? They had pretty nice angles of entry on the side of Venomous in game number 1. I want to see if they can repeat and even improve as the series goes.
Yeah, it all comes down to what Ashir gets to pick here, right? Because he was the reason why that game was so close. It's because of him. He was performing pretty well that game, and he should do that again. There's a possibility, and now they're going to be going for the picks, and everybody's getting ready.
Yeah, so if we take a look at this play style that Ashir seems to shine in, it's all about setup. So maybe the heroes like Lady Jun, Princess Frost, they do well in his play style, and I think Venomous should play around Ashir.
Yeah, that's true. They should find a way to let Ashir play out of his mind in this game. Still on the same spot for both sides. Still the respect on that Jing, that's not gonna change. Venomous could actually go for that fade ban again, just so that R8 doesn't have any more choices.
Yeah, as the hero pool is lowered down, R8 this time, they go the first ban on the Arlie instead.
They're not gonna let them play Arlie here on the side of Charming. I mean, Chano getting lost in the sauce is also not a good spot to be in. Maybe play the Mai if R8 is not going to ban it, but that's impossible.
I think R8, yeah, they might still ban it, right? At the same
they're
time,
gonna ban it every time.
You open up the Lung then for Venomous.
Ooh, that is good. Lung on a Charming could be something that they could look forward to for Venomous. So R8, what are they going to answer here? What do they have still?
Okay.
Are they baiting for it?
Yeah, look, if Venomous pick up the Lung, then R8 is going to reply the Mai, right? And Mai does well against the Lung.
No.
Triple burst damage, knock up as well.
Okay, they took the bait because they just want Charming to be happy in this game. I mean, Charming with the Lung could be good. The safety with the infinite vastness, always welcome for Venomous.
And his positioning was quite clean with the channel as well, right? So let's see how he can do with the Lung. And yeah, straight away, you know they will pick up the Mai because Mai offers quite a bit burst damage and Lung's life points aren't that high. So there is a potential for R8 to punish Charming if he gets out of position. And at the same time, they lock up the real EG Lady Sun.
Yeah, they go for that Lady Sun. They want to make use of that range, and even though that Lung wins this battle most of the time, having that extra range and having that investment for the late game is what they need here. That's why they picked up the lead soon for this side. But Venomous gonna go for that Sun Tzu, just so they have a form of rotation for this side.
Okay, it has to be a tanky lineup, right? While Lung is self-sufficient, you need able to kind of bait out the damage coming in from Mai Shiranui. So they'll go with the double-pronged attack. You have the setups from the Sun Tzu. You also have the potential of a huge burst damage coming in from the Gun and Mo. Ashir, I think this game, if he does well, he's consistently going to be able to melt Ryoichi down as well.
Yeah, and also one of the better laners against the Mai Shiranui, because Ashir, or rather, Ganon Mo is not going to be slacking against the Mai Shiranui, which is why I like it. Is he actually going to pick that?
I don't know, but it's a good, it's a good strategy.
Yeah. Oh man, he locks it in. Oh man, he locks the Prince of Lanling.
Yep, you're going to be chasing shadows and catching. At this point, RA, they lock in the Prince of Lanling.
You know what, even if he doesn't get any kills, as long as he's in the shadows, as long as you don't see him, he's a threat. That's why it's always scary to fight against a Lanling.
Yep, and when he throws his daggers, you can be sure that Charming definitely... I'm curious about whether he's going to keep his composure, because you take a risk if you don't use your Infinite Fire. But it also opens up the doors where you can potentially outplay BX on this Prince of Lanling with your, Ride the Winds and then maybe Flaming Palms as well.
This is scary. I'm kind of scared for even Ashir. I'm scared for Ashir here in this game because he could get bursted down pretty easily. And as you said, it's a two-pronged attack. They do have the might. They have a lot of things that they have to look for here on this side of Venomous. So they have to be very careful.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe go for the Mankey at this point. You want to chase down the Prince of Lanling. I think they need to go for the tanky jungler. It is a huge risk for Venomous if they go for the Assassin instead.
Yeah, they don't need to fight the fight that R8 wants to go for. I think, oh man, having the Guan Yu too, just making it easier for them to just assassinate the backline if they are able to.
Not the biggest fan of Guan Yu pick here. I think there's too many things that Venomous can do against Guan Yu if they have the lead. Even if they don't, right? It does provide a little bit of space. And yeah, straight away, look, the Liang pick, I think is a great idea. A lot of disruptions going up against R8. And also, if they manage to catch out BX in a unfavorable position, definitely easy kills.
As you said also, Mankey is a good pick here so that they can chase the Lanling after just going in on the back line, and having the presence of a Liang could make it easier for them to go for the setups. And I like this. Venomous is playing their strengths. I know that Ashir also loves playing the Liang, but having Tamit on this is way better, just so they can have that easy Gan and Moses Liang combo to secure the kills.
Yeah, then this is very important because the combination of Liang and Gan is actually pretty sick as well. So Venomous, I think they have played pretty good cards here. Now RA on this last pick, they're looking for that potential roam pick. Maybe someone... No, it is a Guan Yu roam, my goodness.
Oh man. They went in for the... What is this? Guan Yu gonna be roaming. Clash Lane is gonna be that Kaiser. Wait a second. It could be a Majoj pick, the Lanling. I told you. It could be
wow.
It could be a Majoj pick. Oh,
okay,
man.
enlighten everyone why this Prince of Lanling is going into the room.
Honestly, if you just get the first item here for a Lanling, he does a lot of damage in the early game. So you don't really need to have as much of a farm. You just need to get that Axe of Torment. Once you get that Axe of Torment, you start to find those kills, and you're not gonna be staying with the Lady Soon. Yes, it's gonna be risky because you're leaving Lady Soon by herself. But if you get kills, lots of value. It's like not a 50-50, it's a 30-70. You almost always lose.
Oh, really? Okay. Interesting. I like this thought process coming in from BX. From R8, sorry. And with this, look, they are looking to secure what I think is going to be a very surprising game against Venomous, because I can see the value of Venomous, but this Mijoj Lam Ling, I think it does mess things up. He takes execute as well. They want to go for the quick kill.
They want to go for that fast kill, so I mean, he's not going to stay in lane anyway, so he's just wanting to get as much. He wants to give as much of an advantage to any lane that he goes into, and because he could just go or at least have a presence in one part of the lane, it's enough for you to just push people away.
Yeah, Xenon does make sure that he knows that they are starting on that Azure buff. And like you said, they're looking for that first blood.
Yeah, they're looking for this kill here. That's the reason why Surge is afraid. It's because he can see it. He can see that there's a presence around, and he won't be able to play this lane pretty easily. The pushback coming in from Abdo forces the flash. They can do that again.
Yeah, more importantly is I think they have kind of frozen that lane, meaning there is 1 million that Surge missed. Not gonna hit level. Oh, he does. Okay, he's fine.
At least a bit. But now, Yobichi is just gonna be playing this lane. I think Tamid needs to play the same game that Mijoji is doing, because if he's gonna be staying with Charming doesn't need him. He needs to find a way to help out on the chaos that's happening around the map.
Either that or go hyper aggressive onto Yoichi, right? I think it's those are the two options you have. And so far, I think they have done well. Tommy making sure that he doesn't, because they know that, hey, Mijoji is missing already from the top side.
Oh, I like what they're doing here. They're putting Ruichi into the mid lane just so they have a bit of an advantage here. Zeke's is going to be surprised. He's going to get stunned, force the Dream Runway out of the way, so that's good. Now they can go back to the bot lane for Yoichi and not even missing a minion here.
Yeah, this is a big moment, but Abdo!
Oh, what a push. What a good play coming in from Surge. I thought that's going to be the win, but Zenon's coming in. Remember, he doesn't have a flash anymore, so this is a sure kill for their side. Surge is going to die here.
Yeah, BX secures the first blood for the side of R8 once again, and with the presence of Mijoj, you know that it's stressful for both Tamid and Charming. Charming does have the infinite vastness, but do they really want to burn this out now?
It's looking like Mijoji is trying to tease it a bit. He wants to get that burned out. Go on Tamid, get some damage, force them out of the way so that they don't get the Firehawk. And look at what they're doing. They're just trying to control this bot side by Mijoji being as annoying as he can. Charming needs to use the infinite fastness here. He wasn't able to. He wasn't allowed to use it. And that's a kill from R8.
And that's the value of the mine. That's a lot of damage. Oh, hang on. What was that? Where did the damage go?
Yeah, not really a lot of damage from Lashir, right? I was expecting a lot more from that.
I thought there was going to be a kill.
Yeah, that's true. I thought so too. But Mijoji is going to be chasing him. Good thing he used to guard their grave a bit too early and worked out against Mijoji.
Okay, so Zeke's, he is level 6 though. Oh, stolen away.
It's so annoying to fight against Mijoji at this point. If he can have presence even in your jungle, so it's gonna be hard because you don't know, especially if you don't have any vision. Tamid might be careful here. Gonna be looking for that fight. He could go for the power grid control, goes into the back line, but right now Mijoji's gonna be the target. He's gonna fall down. Tamid's gonna be next. BX moves forward. Invincible Warrior is here, so he's very, very tanky and still a 1-for-1.
All right, whoever's gonna be online later, I apologize because I did out. I'm gonna do the roaming LAN lane. Let's go.
You know what? We do this in the PH. I do it too. That's why.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's why I do. That's why I know.
Daily lessons in the gorge.
Yeah. Yeah. We do it in the PH and it works. Sometimes, but it works.
Okay, so you are my stamp of oh, it works, right? Everyone, if it doesn't work, it's because it's Dash's fault.
That's true. It's my fault. It doesn't work. But again, it could work here, especially it's R8. Now Zeke's gonna be their target. Very tanky. Very hard to kill. Uses the Dream Roaming. Sunset goes in with a set sail, but Surge is just gonna back off. Xenon just trying to go with the Kacho Sen. That's a lot of damage. Gets the stun in one person. Zeke's is gonna be dead here for sure. Here comes Charming trying to save the day. He's in front of everybody, but on the back line, we're seeing Surge dealing damage, but Abdo was able to pull him back to get the kill, and that's 2 kills on the board.
Oh no, Ryoichi.
What is he doing? He's moving in front. That's crazy. Ryoichi is so confident this game.
No, because Charming already used that infinite vastness, right? So he knew there was no escape move, and every time he lands, there is going to be extra damage. Now, there is a little bit more farm in the hands of Ryoichi. He's at 3.4 thousand, very close towards that first item. I think he's actually going for Master Sword first.
Yeah, but he's going to go for that. for sure. But again, with what we've seen here, I think Mijoch is going to have it. Mid control is going to be there, but Mijoch is going to be killing him for sure. Charming doesn't have the ult here, so it's going to be good. Goes for the knockup, gets him back with a pullback, and this is the last one. The tower on bot side is going to be taken down.
Yep, it's just too much advantage going in. 3,000.
Yeah, you can look at the pressure that Mijoch is doing in this game. Add that to the fact that they have Abdo on that Guan Yu, so there's two people just going to be chasing the back line.
Yep, and right now Zeke's, this is a tough time. He's going to try and clear the wave quickly before they catch on to him, but it's 4-on-1.
Dream Roam out of the wall, and Mijoch tried to go for that strike, but was not able to hit.
Yep, so he gets the call. He needs to back off right now.
Yeah, he needs to really just take it easy here. Surge needs to find a way to get a good set sail. That's the one thing that they could use here to surprise. I think they should not get surprised of Mijoch. They should surprise Mijoch somehow. Tamid has an idea that they're here, goes in for the scout. They know that they're here. There's going to be one kill already. Charming's going to be down. They have a control. One target. Razor Cavalry pulls people away. That's 3 people down. A lot of displacement happening. They're getting a lot of damage. One more from Abdo. The mid will be able to get the kill because of him, and that's why they're going to get this ace. Play Tempest to push him away, and that's an ace for R8.
Wow, that's a lot of control. R8 just taking it up another notch. They are up by 3,000 gold, 4,000 in fact at this point, as Venomous, they're looking for that opening, but they have not found the T1 on the top taken as well. Let's take a look at the replay. It was this first kill on the Charming. There was no more anti-CC, and in fact there was no more turnaround capabilities because there was no riding the wind. Nobody was able to stop that movement coming in from Abdo. At the same time, Xenon on BX, they definitely have more than enough damage to deal with Zeke's.
It was crazy. The displacement coming from the heroic charge here of Abdo was just crazy. And also, what's hard about this is that Mijoch could actually just see them. And now they're going to go powered control onto BX. A bit too tanky, but he's going to be dying here. He's fighting against 4 people. But Abdo looking to push some people away, but he doesn't have any teammates to help him out.
Yeah, but they have to find somewhere else around the map because Ashir is being pushed back. And the T2s are being threatened on top and bottom at the same time.
Remember, Mijoch is also here. They can cut off the rotation here. If one more Kacho Sen will be able to get the hit, could go for the kill here. Set sail?
Set sail.
Will he be able to hit? That's the question. Xenon dodges it, and he has the Hisho Yuenjing to just dash away. That is perfect. Safe and sound for Xenon.
Yep, this is just mobility galore for the side of R8 here. As Mijoch looking for more information. He's providing so much. Oh, hang on.
Oh man, look at that. He's going to execute that. Ashir's going to be dying. And that's a 1-for-1. Big value for Mijoch. Tamid.
Okay, nice catch.
Suppression. Gets one. Gets the catch on one. Xenon goes and flash away. Flaming Palm doesn't have a lot of damage just yet, but now, because they use a lot of skills, here they come. Abdo, Razor Cavalry pulls them away, pushes them through the wall so that they won't be able to move, and here comes the set still, not going to be able to deal damage. Zeke doesn't have the Dream Roam, so he can't get away from this battle. Charming tries to go for the Flaming Palm, but Luigi is still alive.
Okay, there is good understanding. Charming understood that, hey, there is no point to try and join the fight here. There's no value in having to commit that infinite vastness. So he does make it out alive. But right now, the jungle is all for the taking on the side of R8.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy. R8 is just putting pressure around the whole map. It's just that they're playing this so well. Look at Mijoch. Always going to be a threat to Ashir. So he's not going to be playing this game as well as we expect. And also, you can scout the map pretty easily with what Mijoch is doing. That's why it's pretty hard for them to hide under the brush.
Yeah, Mijoch, a very good understanding of what's going on as well. Gets scouted out now.
Oh no, goes for the flash, forward control, gets a knock upon him. Razor Cavalry, Abdo, the savior, the man, backline, reach, and here comes Xenon, but the set sail gets on 2. Ryoichi's gonna get the damage, but no kills yet for Surge, and that is it. Abdo falls down, but it's still a 2-for-1. They still gonna go for chase. Gets the Blade Tempest on Charming, gets the knockback on him. Infinite Vastness, is it still available? No, it's not. He's gonna be backing away. A lot of flashes were expended in that fight.
Yeah, Charming, he knew he didn't need to commit it. There wasn't enough damage coming out from the side of R8. But right now, the structural damage that R8 is offering is too much to handle. T2 is going to be secured.
Yeah, another T2 in the mid lane. That's not a good spot to be in. It's so annoying to fight against Mijoch. Look, that's what I'm saying. He has active Torment now. He's not going to be stopping on getting kills on Ashir. Ashir is not going to be allowed to move out of this zone that they have.
Yep, and he might be going for... I mean, at this point he can choose. Does he want to go for a tankier approach, go for the Frost Scar, or does he want to go straight damage and go in for that Master Sword? It looks like Master Sword will be the choice.
Yeah, he's gonna go Master Sword for sure. He wants to go for kills. If he's a threat to Charming and Ashir, they're not gonna be allowed out of the map, and you can see it. Look at Ashir and Charming. They're so afraid to move out of this stack that they have.
Yep, they have to, right? They have to keep themselves safe. They have to make sure that someone catches out Abdo, because Abdo is the one changing fights so far. They get the lockdown. They're successful in doing that. But here we go, Mijoj just giving that mental strain.
That's true. They're so afraid. I mean, the mental strain that the indicator says here is just so much that you won't be able to focus and just trying to hit your shots. The couple blades of flaming palms. Now they're gonna try and go for the push. Ruichi, a bit of HP has been done against him, but the poke damage from these guys that Kacho Sen dealt so much damage.
Yep. Oh my goodness, it's a punch in the gut from afar. And at this point, Venomous, they are holding on, but it's a 8,000 goal lead from this side of R8.
Oh man, now they're gonna be going for the Overlord. They don't even care if they have the Primal Bond. They're just gonna be taking it because with this too, with Xenon and Mijoj just defending both sides, there's nobody that can go here.
Yeah, because you can't take the risk, right? Venomous, at this point, they understand, look, if there is a notification that Mijoj is around, there is a chance that the rest of R8 are around as well.
That's true, and they don't have vision, so it's gonna be hard. So Zeeks needs to power through and give that path to the team so that they would be able to move out of the way. Because right now, they're trapped on their T3s. They can't even move out.
Yeah, look, Xenon, one Kachosen is half of Charm's life.
That's true. Oh man, even Talmon's HP! One Kachosen, that's just one.
Yeah, this is a very uncomfortable situation for Venomous. They can still turn this around if they get the combinations right. They need to get rid of Mijoj though. Oh, Ryuichi does have the Daybreaker now.
Oh yeah, they have the Daybreaker on Ryuichi. It's gonna be very scary because nobody can tank in front at this point. Mijoj's gonna look for the stun on Surge, gets the stun on him. Kachosen's gonna be there, forces the set sail out of the way, could go for the U-turn. Everybody is pushing, so this tower is gonna go down, but BX is not gonna care. He's very tanky. He's gonna be taking that damage, but the tower in the bot lane, T3 already down.
Yep, Tommy saving his power word control here. He needs to be actually remember it has to be out of Mijoj.
Ooh, Mijoj could actually go in, get the damage. Strike is gonna be there, and they go to the backline. They got the kill, they got the knock-up though. Mijoj is gonna fall, but never mind. Ruichi is playing on his playground, rolling raid, but R8 is already done with Xenon cleaning up house. And that is game number 2.
Yep, this is showing signs like Gen G, right? They're coming up with one of the most flexible drafts ever, and Venomous, they tried their best, but it's not enough against R8. R8 every single time just one-upping them in the draft and in execution.
I love it. Seeing that, I mean, the pressure coming from Mijoj on that Prince of Landling, you could always see that happening on most games just because of the fact, even if you go to the jungle Landling, right? The pressure from just seeing the indicator is enough to put you out of the way, especially if you're a very squishy target, because one combo could actually kill you.
Yeah, and this is a very difficult position to work your way out of, right? Because look, BX has shown that he's capable on not just the jungle meta heroes, but also like the assassin. Tank jungle seems to be fine. It's part of his arsenal as well. And with this Prince of Landing pick, I think this one really messed up the minds of Venomous because they don't know how to put themselves in a safe position. And there was no safe position here.
Yeah, there was nowhere that they could go, and it was really scary. Looking at that draft, it was honestly good. The draft that they had there was so good, but because of just one pick, the Prince of Landing, they really just scattered after some time.
Yep, they had to wait for Mijoj to show. Ideally, what they would have wanted to happen was to be able to catch Mijoj off before the fights, and then they definitely could have handled the rest on the side of R8. But Mijoj, he knew what they were waiting for, so he was never too aggressive with the approach.
Such a big challenge, right? It was a big challenge that they had to deal with. And I know, it was a really hard game here for Venomous, but they tried their best that time. You know what? There's some moments of brilliance for these guys just because they were able to get Tomit on that ult, but he was also not allowed to play this game.
Yeah, take a look at Ryuichi. With all the space that they created, Mijoj, he was happy to give the farm away. 6,700 gold in a pocket, but that is almost double the amount. He doubled the money that Ryuichi was able to get. And look at damage. Xenon, 91.3 thousand. His Kachosians were hitting and they were hurting.
Yeah, it was so hard to see because Venomous, even Tomid building tank with a Dawn Light, because it's not magic resist, he's gonna be shredded down by the Kachosians. But oh man, it's looking like R8 with this is just them winning this game.
Yep, a very strong performance by R8. And of course, decent efforts by Venomous. I want to see what else is going to come out of this because, look, MVP this game, I think it has to be Xenon. This guy was just all over the place. If not, I would give it to Mijoj. The mental strain, oh my goodness.
It was so annoying this game, but again, Xenon is still going to be taking it 4-0 in 11. 32% of the team's whole damage was taken by him.
Yeah, this was a painful one. Gut-wrenching punch from distance. That was what was hurting the side of Venomous at this point. But they had a decent start. It was going well up until this moment where they found the opening onto the kill onto Zeke's. That's where things started to crumble because they not only got the Tyrant, but from this, they got very important kills onto the tankiest members on the side of Venomous.
Oh yeah, and you can see it though. I mean, Abdo has been such a bro this side because most of the time you see him try to save his teammates. There's a highlight here where you can see Abdo try to save Mijoj with his Razor Cavalry, and winning those big fights are also the biggest reason here. Look at what he's doing. It's just pushing people onto the wall so that they can do anything.
Yeah, it really closed the doors onto options by Tommy, Charming, and so they needed careful placement, but they also needed time because the suppression must not be disturbed. But that's exactly what Abdo was looking for. So every time Tamid was using that power of word control, Abdo was ready with the Razor Cavalry.
Yeah, he was timing it right too. Look at this. Look at how this fight happened. Xenon, look, put your eyes on Xenon. He's gonna burst that backline pretty fast though. He killed them both. Well, this was all happening.
Yeah, so important marker for the side of 8. They're looking to stay strong at the top table here against Venomous as we head in game number 3. Will this be the end, or will Venomous recover once again to tie things up 2-2? We will find out later as we head for a break.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
You can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen and kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still with the rain. Say. I've triggered my soul down. For my pace. We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the palace I'm waiting.
Welcome back. It is the third game for the series here as we are looking at a 2-1 lead of R8. Venomous, they still have a chance here. They can tie things up for game number 4 with a 2-2 score line. They just need to make sure they play the cards right.
Yeah, they still have a chance to come back here for the side of Venomous, but for now, It's still a 2-game win for the side of R8. Game 1 was really a different Venomous that we've seen, but Game 2, they struggled with that surprise pick, because if you pick a non-meta hero that nobody has used just yet, it's gonna be surprising, like what Mijoj did here.
Yep, I believe it is a debut pick, right, for the Prince of Lanling, and what a result it has been. So right now, this begs the question, right, on the side of Venomous, do you still want to ban the Jing as well as the Fade? Do you want to take that risk?
That's a good question though. Will they or will they not? Because honestly, they could just build a lot of very tanky members here. If that's the problem, if Jing is the problem, then that's gonna be the case. Could be something they could work out with just tanks, but what else can they do here for their side? They still have a lot of picks.
Yeah, and in fact, I think they would do well for themselves to kind of force out the Ogren picks, or even pick it up for themselves, right? We know how strong an Ogren, and maybe ban out the Aguda.
Ooh, actually, that's good. They could pick up the Ogren. But remember, because they're kind of afraid of the Jing pick and the Fade pick, they are gonna be banning it for sure. Arlie gonna be out of the picture again for R8. They're just gonna be banning that, and probably the Maishira Nui again, so that they won't get picked up by Venomous.
Yep, R8, I think they might go for the Ogren pick, because look, Musashi has been exhausted. At the same time, they can ban out the Dun, they can ban out the Agudo. And Venomous, they will keep it streamlined. They will ban out the Jing. No Jing for the side of BX.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be seeing light for BX. He's just not gonna be allowed to play that any time, because he's just crazy with it. So they're playing it safe. Banning what they know would make it hard for them. But Maishira Nui gonna be open here for their side.
Yeah, but is it worth it? Because look, I really think R8 are planning to a tanky draft this time. So Venomous, if do pick up the Mai, then it is a bit of a risk.
Yeah, it's gonna be risky. As you said, they could go for that at Ogren or R8. They could make use of it and win with it at this point. But what else could they use here? They do have a lot of roamers still available in this game for them. And Yixing, ooh, Zenon wants to show us here that he's not a slacker on that Yixing.
Yeah, that's a good pick. It does give a lot of flexibility. The synergy with a lot of compositions does work for the side of Yixing, because his role is just to catch. At the same time, it does benefit your jungler, because he doesn't need that much farm in comparison to heroes like the Gun and Mo and the Nua.
Yep.
So it works out.
Doesn't really need a lot of investment, which is why I really love that pick. But Toya to the Magin, I was expecting kind of an lane on their picks, but it's also okay here for their side.
Shangguan. I am feeling a Shangguan.
Is this gonna be a Shangguan game? Is this the
works
best
wonders.
idea?
It works wonders against an Yixing.
Actually, that's true. He's not gonna be able to trap in that board, but BX. Hanshin and the Chano comes out this time for R8.
Yeah, this one is a great strong draft coming up from R8. And look, Venomous, they will go for the tanky draft. They want to last again. I like the idea of it. I'm just curious, what is this mid laner that Venomous are going to go with?
Also, the marksman, what are they going to be going with here? Because they already expended some. Arlie's not going to be available. They do have the Lady Sun on their side, but with a Hanshin, I'm not going to pick a Lady Sun.
Yeah, they don't have Loom as well.
Yeah. It's going to be rough. What are they going to be picking
We'll see.
here? Yeah, because with what they have right now, especially the mid laner, they could go for the shit for R8, but good target for Hanshin also. Sorry. It's a good target.
I mean, at this point, right, we will look at like tanky farm laners, right? So DMA, or you can go for the Holy tank build. These are options available. The reason why they ban out the Charlotte, this is because there's easy access into their backlines, right? So I'm expecting someone who is able to deal quite a bit of consistent damage over time for the side of Venomous, but still able to tank it up against the Hanshin, able to eat 1 or 2 blows.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's exactly what they need here. This, the Demon J actually works well here if they're not going to be banning it. Oh, so at least they have that option on their side. So there's still a lot that they could work with here. Good thing that R8 wasn't targeting the marksman.
Yeah, and let's take a look at what's going to happen at this point of time. So R8, they are left with the final band here. And they will go for the Lady Chen. I think that's a decent idea. It does stop the game against the Hanxing and Yixing, so it can be used as a defensive measure for the Destructive Deluge, right? So even if you get caught in the board, you can kind of like push them away.
Yeah.
But that option is no longer open.
Yeah. Venomous could just pick up their marksman here right now. I mean, it's okay anyway. Pick the D-Renji, as he said, just so he can survive the Hanshin. And on the other end, R8, they do have the roamers still available. They haven't picked any of the big ones. They can pick the Leon Bo if they want a tank here in front. And even the Byron for Abdo, just so he can match the facing of Surge here.
I would consider Princess Frost, but Princess Frost struggles really hard against the Hanxing. And we might even see a Lian Bo coming in for R8.
Oh no, it's a combo. They're gonna go for it. I think the Leon Bo also works pretty well here, so that they have two options of attack with the Leon Bo and that Lubang. So could be a strategy here for the team.
Yeah, which means that R8, they're gonna have a very strong map presence. BX is gonna just run rampant. He starts lanes. This is gonna be complemented by the movements of Abdo on this Lubang as well. So the only kind of option that Venomous have, they have to be able to catch out this channel, Ryuichi channel, or maybe try to shut down BX's jungle straight from the get-go.
Yeah, they have to find a way to shut down BX as fast as they could, because they do have a lot of targets here. Princess Frost, yes. I think this is one of the few options that they could go for the side of Venomous. She doesn't really need a lot of items, so getting bullied by BX is okay. Just drop the Winter is here, already good.
Yeah, there's good synergy in the skills as well, right? So Frigid Prison, you have the Imperial. Also have to get serious coming out from Ai.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways, there's a lot of openings, there's a lot that they could do here for Venomous. They just have to execute this pretty well, and that is it. Wait!
Perfection is another form of imprisonment.
Okay.
Wait!
Okay, I like it. Okay. There is a style of play that's available, which means that Zeke's as the Kaiser will consistently keep going in, and then they will have the Da Chao on this Ashir mid to try and save the day by giving him the Sea of Fate. So gets free damage in the fights before it happens, and if R8 overextends, they can then come in for the fight.
Yeah, I like it. Limiting the options of attack here for R8, so that if Da Chao, Ashir is going to be building tanky, Dolly is going to be building tanky, there's not really a lot of target for BX to oppress. So this is good. At least now, this is going to work out in their favor. I hope they don't lose on the damage department here, because they have an Imperial Order, so that's a good gateway for them. But they need to get that early game. They need to suppress BX as fast as they could.
I mean, it could go both ways, right? So in this case, Venomous could also play for the super late game, where, Da Chao really makes things harder because of the Sea of Fate. But more importantly, I think it really comes down to the Eye of the Whirlpool. So Ashir is going to need to make those very fast rotations, which means Tamid might need to support him in the middle in this first level 1 engage.
Can remember, you could also reset the Eye of the Whirlpool to go somewhere else later on. But so that could be good rotations for their side. I like the idea of what Venomous is looking for here, but I hope they would be able to pull it off, because R8, they want to fight.
So here we go, potential last game coming in. R8 against Venomous. All they need is one more win on the side of R8, and they will solidify their position as the top team in Group A.
Could be the last game, or could be more. Venomous could finish this anytime they want, but for now, looking like it's going to be standard for both of our sides. They want to get level 4 as fast as they could, because they don't really have a lot of kill potential yet at this part of the game.
Yeah, so in terms of jungling speed, definitely it is going to be in BX, but right now Surge is doing well in this 1v. Though that is a silver lining for the side of Venomous. Maybe they can try for that level, the early gank onto the Clash lane. Because if Abdo is not in the fights, it's not going to go well for R8.
Yeah, and one thing that's good about this though, just suppressing the battlefield command just by actually killing the guy who will use the battlefield command is also a good strategy that they could go for. And from what I'm seeing, Abdo is just going to be losing this lane for sure. So he has to recognize that he's not going to be winning this lane.
Yeah, this puts a lot of pressure on the Charming. He needs to make sure he hits every hit. Every camp is super important. So right now, Ryuichi working hard to make sure that does not happen.
Yeah, we're seeing Ashir just staying put in the mid lane, making sure that he gets level 4 faster than Xenon, so that he would get that Eye of the Whirlpool as fast as he could. First ram is ready here for Majoj, but Ashir could be pushing him out of the way. Not really any kill potential unless Zeeks is there.
Yeah, and Charming, it's all about buying time, right? But Real Ichi close to hitting level. The exchanges.
Yeah, they're just going to be exchanging this. Majoj is just going to be taking damage. That's going to be the usual case. Just waiting for Ashir to get to that level 4. Ziggs is already level 4, so it's a good spot already. And after that happens, I do think that the bot lane is going to be where they go.
Yeah, for sure. This first rotation, actually, I think Venom's faster comparison what R8 can offer for now, but they need to make sure that Ziggs has additional farm.
You have to be careful though. I mean, whoever pulls the trigger first will be at a disadvantage. So if they drop the Whirlpool, remember, they can put the board there so that whoever is going to go out from the Whirlpool could get trapped. So they have to pull the trigger at the right time. Damn it, not really tanky at this point in the game. Force the flash out of the way. And Yoichi is going to be happy for that. Imperial Order was able to hit on Majoj, but the World is My board is going to keep everybody on their toes. They're not going to be able to move forward. Here it comes. Surge is going to try to go for that kill. Trevor Smash is going to get popped to get that CC immune. But Majoj, okay, he stays alive.
Yeah, but the buff almost gets stolen. Zeke's good presence of mind, good game sense. They're going to protect his buff. And BX gonna try and see if there's any other objectives in the map, and it's just the Tusk Force at this point.
Yeah, it's just gonna be taking the Force. Not even sorry for it. And he's gonna take it. He's just gonna run away after. Good try from Venomous. Good Eye of the Whirlpool coming from Ashir. But R8 just knows how to stop the bleeding from happening there.
Yeah, so right now, 30 seconds left. I don't think they fight. If they can get the steal, that's good. So Zeke's now trying to match up in terms of pacing, because BX is definitely going to be ahead.
Yeah, Battlefield Command was not used during that fight because he didn't need to. And also, right now, they can just make sure that nobody's going to be dying on both sides. I like that there's a lot of global presence in both teams in Battlefield Command, the Eye of the Whirlpool. So it's not going to be easy to get kills this game.
Yep, definitely not. But it is going to be Venomous that strike first. They're making their way into the Tyrant Pit. They're going to start working on it. BX is around the corner. I think he can come in for the steal if necessary.
Could get the timing. World is My board. Gets 3 people, but BX a bit too late. Was busy farming his Tuskforce.
Yep, so great job by Venomous. At this point, this is going to help them manage that gold gap, especially between Zeeks and BX. It is going to be a 1,000 lead going to the side of R8.
Yeah, this is what you should do, right? If you won't be able to match BX on his farm, just make sure that you get the objectives. Get the objectives, give the other members of the team the advantage, so maybe they can find something. Battlefield Command gonna get used with a Tremor Smash, gets the first blood for Yoichi. That's a perfect one for R8.
Yep, combination achieved at this point. So Venomous, they will have to give up first blood to Real Ichi. This is going to put them at a 2,000 gold advantage for the side of R8.
Oh, BX got the tower also on T1 on top side. 2k gold lead for them just because they took that tower down.
Yep, and it's going to take a while because, look, Ziggs is able to tank, but I don't think BX wants to entertain that 1v1.
Yep.
Oh, nice catch.
The Whirlpool. Yep, nice catch. Surge was able to take it, surprising Yoichi on his face. And that is a good defensive measure for the side of Venomous.
All right, so they tie things up 1-1, and Tamid, actually quite a bit of vision given. And at this point, the refresh, double invincible warrior, is it going to be effective against the lineup of R8?
Yeah, good question though. I mean, he needs to really get to that backline, need to get that damage in. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge for them. Now they're going to go, Abdul going to be the target, push him back, get some damage on him so that they can get the tower bot side.
Yep, that's a good recovery there. Actually cutting the goal lead down to close to a...
Oh, my Tamid. Battlefield Command's gonna be there. Gets the stun. Another kill on Tamid, and that's one more down.
Yep, there's a quick kill. R8 recovering that deficit.
Yeah, it's really, really big. Those starts that they do for BX and even for Majoj is just getting them like steals at this point.
Yep, Seer Fate to be sending what I presume is a Seer back safety recognition.
Yeah, it's just gonna push him back. Right now, Surge getting chased down. BX has the damage. Could go in for another dash. Zeeks goes in for the chase. He's gonna back off. He's just gonna dash away from here for sure.
He expends a smite though, so Zeeks... But Zeeks doesn't have smite.
Yeah, Xenon, Eye of the Whirlpool, gonna get popped. One more skill from Ashir could end this. And he is the leaping koi tide. Oh, here it comes. Oh, he was able to flash away.
And at the same time, they catch out Charming out of position as well. They're gonna give life up.
Yeah, they
Now
got a
this
one for
T1
one.
should be secured.
Yeah, there's gonna be a top side T1 gonna be out. Bot side T2 is gonna be taken down by R8, which is a better trade.
Yep, so it's 4-2, not the highest kill game. Venom is holding on, but they need to do more.
No whirlpool. Gonna go out with a burst ram. Have some damage for Joichi. Still has the leader stand, so he can use it if ever he gets chased down here. Zeeks is gonna try to go for it. But look at Ryuichi, he's so confident. He's trying to take this battle.
Yep, and they're buying space, right? Making time. They do get a lockdown, but I don't think they want to commit, really?
Tremor Smash gonna go in, go into the backline. Tommy gonna be the target again. Battlefield Command was used, but a flash from Ryuichi to secure the kill. Mijoj. No chase is gonna happen. Get serious from Surge to get that move speed, but nothing. That is still a kill again on Tommy.
Yep. This is so difficult for the side of Venomous. Let's take a look at the replay here. So they actually didn't manage to catch Abdo. He was actually the saving grace, getting that kill on the Charming as well. So the save came in. That was a good trade for the side of R8.
Yeah, still 1-for-1 BX. Just looking for one again. And with that one top side, gonna get the takedown. That's big. And with this, they are just gonna go. Zeeks is gonna try to maybe find some luck here. Invincible Warrior is gonna get used. He's gonna get chased down. World is my board so that there's no follow-up. He's fighting against 3 people. And Mijoj is waiting for a good Tremor Smash angle.
Yep, does get scouted out at this point. So it's important that Venomous hold back, have a little bit more restraint, and actually find out the position of the players on the side of R8.
Battlefield Command is ready though. Here comes the Tremor Smash. He's gonna go to the back line, gets in with the stun, gets the knockup. Tommen is gonna be the target again, but Luigi might fall. They have the Battlefield Command because BX is already at the back line. Was able to breach it, but nobody is dying right now on the hands of Venomous.
Yep, they can't handle the mobility coming out from the side of R8, right? Right now, I think Venomous trying to pull this towards the late game, but it's only 8 minutes and 50 seconds at this point.
Yeah, they're kind of lacking in the damage department for Venomous. It's so hard for them to find any kills because even if they try to get close, the damage from Zeeks is not gonna get enough. It's gonna be enough. A sheer targeted flash forward for Abdo to get the kill, secures it. Zeeks is gonna be chased down Abdo. I think Abdo's dead here for sure. No more flash, and BX is just gonna dash away.
Good recovery. Now they're down by about 6,000. Can he get more? Xenon out with the flash.
Yeah, pops a passive. Still a 1-for-1. Right now, the Tyrant is on the ice of Ryuichi, but he's not gonna take it.
Meanwhile, Ryuichi doing well, securing all the relevant buffs for himself. Does get the Daybreaker at this point, so the Crimson Golem gonna be much more effective for this Wolf.
Gonna be a big advantage on the next fight. So we have to wait for that. 15 seconds and the Shadow variants are gonna come. So for now, they're just dealing damage. Look at that. He's dealing so much damage on Zeeks. Just popping that leader sense, and he knows he can take the fight.
Yep, and look, the cooldown's pretty short, so Ryuichi is going to consistently use his leader stance to try and melt down Zeeks. And Zeeks is one of the main tanks, so once Zeeks is down, you'll realize that Venomous is going to find himself in a very difficult position.
They're doing a double. It's not good. This Tyrant is gonna get stolen. Look at that. Zeeks could go in, but no. Xenon was able to stop them with a board, and Mijoj being in front was able to be the distraction. They can start this though. Surge. Super low. Already used this fight a bit too early, BX, but good thing nobody was there to steal.
Right, so they actually chased away Surge. Surge had the right idea in mind, but because of the commitment on the top side, this one is looking like a big advantage for the side of R8.
Game's looking bleak. R8 just has too much of an advantage here. 7k gold lead goes in. Surge backs up with another whatever. But they're going to be chasing them down. Zeeks tries to go forward. He has the Invincible Warrior, so he is good. World is my board traps. 3 people that nobody could follow up.
Yep, it's difficult. And right now, Tommen, I think with the redemption on cooldown, they need to be very careful how they approach the next 2 fights. If they can stagger the waves, it is the best case scenario for Venomous.
They can take the time here. Venon's still holding that Shadow Vanguard. They're still not pulling the trigger here. Where are they gonna put it? Is it gonna be on the top side? Yeah, top side.
Yep. So they want to put pressure on the top so they can also have this very strong presence in the bot lane with the split push from Abdo as well. Now, this is a very important time for the side of Venomous.
Oh, crap. He has nowhere to go. This is not good for Surge. He's trying his best to get away, but that World is my board was perfectly placed.
Support on the top as well. Abdo straight away, they want to break the T3 on the top.
Ooh, T3 is going to be down. No answers here from the side of Venomous. Right now, Charming was super low in HP. That's why he had to back off. But they still have some vanguards that they could use here. Tyrant is going to be expiring, but they want to go for the fight. It's looking like R8 wants to finish this. 4B5. They still have the Invisible Warrior. Well, this is my board. Gets two people. Backline is breached, but the base is down. And there's nobody to take cover for it. And that is a 3-0 for R8.
Yeah, strong performance by both teams here, but R8, they will take the lead, they will take the win, and they will take the series 3-0.
That was a good win here for R8. It was hard here for Venomous. For them to challenge the BX with a Lubang combo, it was hard to deal with, but nice try still for Venomous. They had some signs of brilliance this whole series.
Yeah, so big efforts, and this is going to put R8 on the top of Group A as we head into the knockout stages next week. And stellar performance by both teams. I think they were thinking about the possibility of how to get those win conditions going, but it's just R8 that edged it out.
Yeah, R8 getting this on a 3-0, and now perfect score, basically almost perfect score for their side. With the amount of wins that they have, they won, and this will send them to the next stage after winning this. So congratulations for sealing the deal for the side of R8.
Yep, so we'll go into the stats pages for a little bit. I think this draft on the side of R8 was really smart as well. Look, I find very few teams to be able to deal with this very map control heavy strategy, right? It's so hard to deal with the Lianpo along with the global ultimates coming in from Abdo as well. And bear in mind, BX on the Hansing, he's one of the most mobile heroes in the game, able to get consistent damage, but also tanky at the same time.
Yeah, I also like how they do this though. How they do this is they mute a lane that is supposed to be strong, like the Mayin. But looking at it, Zeke's tried his best this game. He was trying, but the damage was not enough for the whole team.
Yeah, exactly. So let's take a look at the main thing. I think MVP for me, I think it has to be Xenon on this Yixing, right? He was doing so much work because of the World is My board. He set up so many save situations, but also a lot of catch situations for R8.
The boards were so good, especially to save a lot of people. He did it like 3 times this game. And now looking at it, this is the record, this is the score. It's just going up for R8.
Yeah, consistent growth, and once they found those winning conditions, they never let up in this game. And with that, R8, they secure a big win. But of course, MVP, while I like it to be, Yixing in that mid, I think it is going to be BX again.
It's going to go to BX.
Yeah, he has to be him.
Oh man, he's farming. He's farming all the MVPs this game. This guy has been getting it all every time. Good thing that another person got it during the last game.
Yeah, so 27%. I mean, the map control that BX had in this game was absolutely phenomenal. It started off with this first blood onto Charming. There was no way you... Full commitment coming in from R8, which was a risk if it didn't work out. But nonetheless, they started building from there. Nobody could really handle the BX combination with Abdo.
And you can also see it, right? The Tomid especially, he wasn't allowed to play a lot this game because he's always the target of that combo. And if it's not Tomid, it's going to be Charming. They're always going to be the targets because they're the easy ones to get to, and there's no way they could get away from it.
Yeah, exactly. I think the damage was a little bit of an issue. Side Venomous, they tried their best, but it's really hard because they couldn't find a set here, and every single time they tried, Xenon was ready with the board as well.
Yeah, and it was good looking at it top side. With what happened this game, look at BX. He was just killing the crystal. He just wants to end it all.
Yeah. So big efforts from all these teams. This is going to set the stage for knockout stages as well. And this means we're going to have the top 4 teams here, namely the first 3 teams in Group S, and then we have the top 1 in Group A.
Yeah, want to see who's going to be placing here. I want to see if SCARZ was able to edge it out against Genji. No, because they lost twice against Genji, so that's not going to happen. So SCARZ most likely is going to be fighting against R8 in the lower brackets.
That's right. So that's going to set the stage for the next stages of this competition. Remember, the prize is big and it's worthy. Champion taking up to 10,000 USD, lion's share of this 50,000 USD prize pool. Tofu, but also getting their tickets into the Esports World Cup.
Yep, Nongshim RedForce had the loss a while ago. I want to see the records again from the last game. It was a good day. It was a good day for some of the teams. They were able to redeem themselves, and SCARZ getting a win, getting a notch against Nongshim is also a good day to have here. But again, as you said, $10,000 is going to be what they get here. But everybody who's joined here will be able to get a piece of that $50,000 USD prize pool.
Yep, minimally 6,000 USD, and also a lot of lessons. The best teams across the region as well. Teams with international experience, teams that have reached that global stage, teams like Nongshim, RedForce. So this time, for some of the teams, the story might not have been perfect, but it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, remember, it's going to be a long story here because for all the teams that join here, the first placer would go to the KWC and having a chance to get at least close to that if I remember correctly, is it $3 million USD prize pool?
We will confirm when we're closer.
Okay. But again, it's a big prize pool. That's why everybody's gunning for that slot in KWC.
Yeah, I mean, there's some things that money can't buy, and that's the feeling of victory and glory as well, right?
Oh, yes.
To be having the honor of number one on the world stage, that is definitely something that all the teams are looking forward ahead. And of course, with we take things one step at a time, we will give you the results for today and what to expect in the later parts of this Pro League, because we will be concluding it soon. It will end on the 4th of May with that final match between our East and West.
Yeah,
and we know who's gonna win. It's gonna be
true.
the East League.
That's true. East side. Whoever is gonna be on the second place on the East side guarantees a slot. No, I'm joking. It's still not sure what's gonna happen, but for me, it's gonna be a guaranteed slot for the East side, just because Gen.G and SCARZ play out of their minds after. I mean, on the other side, I'm pretty sure OG is gonna win there.
Yeah, OG is pretty strong.
But this time, at least, with Nongshim losing against SCARZ, I think there's a chance that we could have a switch up here.
There could be. In terms of, like, you know what? I think we'll definitely see them in the Esports World Cup. And that's where I think a lot of matchups will be super interesting, because look, this is just one of the many leagues we have in Honor of Kings. And then you get to see really the mashup. We have IKL, PKL, MKL, and then we have Major East and West. We also have Wildcards. We also have KPL. So all the teams coming in, they're going to be making this big story. Who is going to be the champion of the world? That is the big question here we all want to have the answer to.
I want to see who is going to be the top of this team. And honestly, just having a place, having a spot right there at the top is already good for most of the teams here. I mean, being the number one of the East side, being number one of the West side is already a good spot to be in because of the slots that we have. And being able to play on the stage at the Esports World Cup is something really big, especially for the players. The pride that comes with it, the experience that comes with it is going to be big.
Yep, and there's going to be a lot more action, right? So, of course, we're going to have the series. We have started with the best of threes. Now we're into the best of fives. As we go later into the series and as well, we will see that ultimate battle, best of sevens. That one is the one that we're all waiting for. We've seen it in the last seasons of invitationals back in PH, where we really went the distance. So many teams went into game sevens, ultimate battles. We got to see the straight blind picks. And even just the glory of having to outthink your opponent with the global band pick format. I think that has been a big exciting moment.
I think Nongshim is the team that experienced it the most. The most ultimate battles was Nongshim RedForce, just because of the fact that they were playing a lot of best of sevens. They played against Nova with that. They played against Blacklist with that. And even on the other side, I know Vitality also had the best of seven. So Vitality or for OG right now.
Yeah, a lot of experience. So let's take a look at the result of today's matches. It was a 3-2 win for the side of R8 against Raccoons. 3-1 redemption arc for SCARZ going up against Nongshim. And of course, R8 repeating the performance 3-0 against Venomous.
Oh man, R8 still winning, but Venomous, nice try. Honestly, it was a nice try for them, and even Crazy Raccoons. But this time, you look at it, 6-0. no series loss, but there is some losses on some of those games that we've had. But Nongshim RedForce still stays at the top. Genji still stays on the second. SCARZ is on the third place, getting that one win against Nongshim. R8 on the top with no losses in Group A. Crazy Raccoons got on the second place. Other than Vicious. Okay, that's interesting. And VENOM is on that last place.
Yeah, so with that being said, it means Nongshim and Genji in his bracket. We will have SCARZ and R8 fighting it out in the lower bracket. Now, as the days go on, we will find that second place winner in the Major East Pro League Spring Season 2025, who will go up against the second place of the Major West League Spring Season 2025.
Yeah, and take a look at that. Nongshim and Genji will be the ones. This is a double elimination, everybody. This is a winner's bracket and a lower bracket. Winner's bracket, they're gonna fall down. They have two chances. Lower bracket, if they lose, they lose. So SCARZ and R8 need to win this, or rather eliminate one another in this lower bracket.
Yeah, that would be so interesting. So SCARZ against R8, that will be your first match. We head to first, after which we will have Nongshim go up against Genji.
This is going to be a big challenge for SCARZ and R8 and Nongshim and Genji. Remember, this is still going to be a best of 5 for that. So with these games, it's going to be a bit more focused. And we're expecting a lot of full best of 5s for these two.
Yeah, it's going to be good luck to you and Holler. I'm going to be... And with that being said, a lot of new experiences, exciting learning experiences for all the teams in the Major East Pro League Spring Season 2025.
Yeah, and again, thank you very much to everybody who watched together with us. And again, Kindofu, I mean, it was a fun time casting with you today because I think this is your last day, right? in the Major East. But again, any last words before you go?
Buckle your seatbelts. It's going to be an exciting time, big days ahead, and I want to see the east side best the west side.
Yeah, I mean, the east side is always the best side. But again, everybody, thank you very much for watching us. We still have matches next week, so buckle up. We'll be having a lot of matches still. Again, thank you very much for watching together with us this whole time in the Major East. See you guys next week for more action.
sound of the rain.